If you stand here today on the Alamance battlefield, the only sounds you'll hear in the Carolina pines and the distant hum of a highway. It's a quiet, solemn place. The monuments here tell a story of rebellion, of backcountry farmers who rose up against a corrupt government and were crushed for it. Most people think the story ends here in the blood and the smoke of May 1771. But they're wrong. The real war, the one that history forgot, was just beginning. Today, we're going to listen past the roar of the battle to the whispers that followed, the story of a war fought not by men with guns, but by women with nothing left to lose. Let's go back. Back before the battle, before the monuments. Picture a small cabin nestled in a clearing, carved from the deep, unforgiving woods of the North Carolina backcountry. The air hangs thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth. A man, his clothes stained with the infamous red clay of the Piedmont, works a stubborn plot of land, his axe ringing a steady rhythm against the silence of the forest. This isn't a life of riches. It's a life of pure, back-breaking self-reliance. Every crop pulled from the ground, every log shaped for the cabin wall is a victory. Inside, his wife moves in a constant practiced dance of survival. She is churning butter, mending clothes by the light of a tallow candle, tending to a pot of stew over the hearth, and keeping one eye on the children playing on the packed dirt floor. Her hands are rough, her days are long, but this life, this family, this small patch of earth, it is everything. It is a world they built themselves, beholden to no one but God and the seasons. But a shadow was stretching from the coast, a shadow cast by men in powdered wigs and silk coats. Governor William Tryon and his network of appointed officials saw these hardy folk not as subjects to be governed, but as a resource to be bled dry. A sheriff, smelling of perfume and entitlement, would ride into a clearing like this one, his horse trampling the family's kitchen garden. He wouldn't ask for a share of the crop. He demanded hard cash for taxes, a thing as rare as diamonds on a frontier that lived and breathed on trade and barter. Imagine the bitter injustice. A farmer, unable to produce the coins he simply doesn't have, is forced to watch as that same sheriff seizes the tools he needs to plant next year's corn, or the milk cow that keeps his children from starving. This wasn't law. It was extortion, plain and simple. Justice in the courts was a farce, sold to whichever man had the heaviest purse. So the men did what honest men do when the law becomes the criminal. They organized. They called themselves regulators because all they wanted was to regulate the government's greed, to demand an honest accounting for their taxes. They weren't traitors dreaming of a new flag. They were fathers and husbands trying to protect their homes. They petitioned, they protested, and they prayed for fairness. But in the halls of power, their pleas fell on deaf ears, and the stage was being set for a confrontation that would burn their world to the ground. In a quiet corner of the state archives, history feels like a physical thing. You can smell it in the dry, brittle paper. And here, under the low, humming lights, is a document that was supposed to be the final word on the Regulator Rebellion. It's a proclamation issued by Governor William Tryon in the days following his victory at Alamance. The script is elegant, the language is absolute. It lists the names of men now branded as outlaws, fugitives to be hunted down. For all others, it offers a pardon, but only if they come forward and swear a humiliating oath of allegiance to the very government that had been robbing them blind. On the surface, this paper is a victor's decree. It's the official story etched in ink. The rebellion is over, the king's authority is restored, order has returned to the backcountry. To most, this document is a period at the end of a sentence, a historical footnote. But it's not. If you read between the lines of this cold, legalistic text, you find something else entirely. You find a threat. This isn't just a pardon, it's a weapon. By demanding the men come out of hiding and swear an oath, Tryon was turning every cabin into a potential trap. He was leveraging the family, the bond between husband and wife, father and child. This piece of paper was a declaration that the war was no longer on the battlefield. The war was now moving to the hearth, to the kitchen, to the conversations whispered in the dead of night. It raises a terrifying question, one that this official document completely ignores. What happens to the women? What happens when their husbands are ghosts in the forest and the government is at their door, holding a piece of paper that promises either submission or ruin? The smoke from the Alamance battlefield had barely cleared when a new kind of army descended upon the backcountry. This wasn't the formal militia of Governor Tryon. These were smaller, crueler patrols sent to enforce the peace with the tip of a bayonet. They rode from farm to farm, the jingle of their bridles and the creak of saddle leather announcing a new, more intimate kind of terror. In the hand of every officer was a copy of the governor's proclamation, that promise of pardon twisted into a cudgel. Imagine a woman named Martha Bell standing in the doorway of her small cabin. Her husband Samuel fought with the regulators. He hasn't been seen since the battle. She hears the horses before she sees them, and her heart turns to a cold stone in her chest. A half-dozen militiamen ride into her yard, their faces slick with arrogance. The officer, a man whose uniform is far too clean for these dusty parts, dismounts and approaches her. He doesn't ask how she is. He doesn't offer condolences. He unrolls the proclamation. He reads the words, his voice dripping with condescending authority. He speaks of the king's mercy, of the offer of pardon for any man who presents himself and swears the oath. Then his eyes narrow. "Where is your husband, madam? This document says he has until the 10th of July to submit. If he does not, he is declared an outlaw and a traitor." Martha says nothing. Her face is a mask of stone. "His life is forfeit," the officer continues, "and so is this land, this property." When her silence stretches on, his thin patience snaps. This was the true purpose of their visit. It wasn't about finding the men, it was about breaking the women. He gestures to his soldiers. "Confiscate their provisions for the crown's use. The families of traitors do not eat." They move with practiced efficiency, overturning her barrel of flour, spearing the salted pork with a bayonet, and leading away her only milk cow. They leave her standing in the dust, with nothing but the mocking words of the proclamation hanging in the air and the hungry cries of her children inside the cabin. This scene was repeated over and over across the hollows and hills. The seeds of a new, desperate war were being sown, and the women of the backcountry were beginning to understand that surrender was not an option. History books can give you names and dates, but to find the heart of a story, you have to talk to the people who carry it in their blood. Down a winding gravel road, on a porch that has seen more than a century of summer storms, I found Elara Vance. She's a woman in her late 80s, with hands that speak of a life of hard work and eyes that hold the quiet, fierce pride of her ancestors. Her family has lived in these hills since before they were even part of the United States, and the stories they pass down aren't found in any official archive. As we sat in rocking chairs, the afternoon sun filtering through the leaves of a massive oak, I asked her about the women of the regulation. A slow smile touched her lips. She told me that the history books get it all wrong. They paint the women as passive victims, as weeping widows waiting to be saved or pardoned. "That wasn't it at all," she said, her voice a low, steady hum. "They weren't victims. They were soldiers in a different kind of war. They just didn't use muskets." She leaned forward, her gaze distant, as if she were looking back through time itself. She told me the story of her great-great-great-grandmother, Sarah, whose husband was one of the men with a price on his head. One day, a patrol of militia rode right up to her cabin, their officer demanding to know where her husband was hiding. Sarah knew he was less than 20 feet away, concealed in a cramped root cellar beneath the floorboards. One wrong word, one flicker of fear in her eyes, and they would all be lost. "My grandmother always said," Elara told me, her voice dropping to a near whisper, "that Sarah learned that day that a fool with a gun is still a fool. And the greatest trick a woman had was letting a man believe he was smarter than her." Sarah didn't cry or plead. She put on a look of weary defeat, told the officer her husband had fled west towards the mountains, and then, with a sigh, offered the patrol the last of her cornmeal and bacon. It was a calculated risk. It was an act of profound defiance disguised as one of total submission. That single moment, that quiet, terrifying decision, was the point of no return. It was the moment Sarah, and hundreds of women like her, stopped being survivors and became spies. Let's follow that story Alara told, back into the shadows of that cabin. Imagine the suffocating stillness. Sarah moves with a forced, unnatural quiet, hushing her children with a look, her ears straining for any sound from outside. Every creak of the floorboards above the root cellar must feel like a drumbeat to her husband, huddled in the damp darkness below. The air is thick with fear, a living thing that presses in on them from all sides. Then she hears it, the rhythmic thud of hoofbeats growing closer, the jingle of metal. They are here. The officer fills the doorway, blotting out the light, his polished boots a shocking intrusion on her simple dirt floor. He speaks his rehearsed lines about outlaws and oaths, his voice a tool of intimidation. Sarah feels the floor beneath her feet, the thin planks of wood that separate her world from annihilation. She sees the faces of her children, wide-eyed and silent. In that moment, something inside her shifts. The fear doesn't vanish, but it crystallizes into a cold, sharp-edged resolve. Weeping would be a weakness. Pleading would be an invitation for cruelty. And so, the performance begins. She looks up at the officer, not with defiance, but with a carefully crafted emptiness, the look of a woman whose spirit has already been broken. "He is gone, sir," she says, her voice just a little too quiet, a little too weary. Heard the news from Alamance and fled west, towards the mountains. She doesn't overplay it. She just offers the simple, believable lie of a terrified wife whose husband has abandoned her to face the consequences. The officer stares, his eyes searching her face for any hint of deception. The silence stretches for an eternity. The fate of her family hangs in that single silent moment. Then Sarah takes her gamble. She makes herself smaller, pulling her shawl tighter. "You and your men, you've ridden far," she says, gesturing towards the hearth. "I've not much to offer, but there's a bit of bacon and some cornmeal. It would be a poor welcome to leave you hungry." It was a masterstroke, an act of submission so profound it was almost insulting, and yet they fell for it. They ate her food, their loud, boorish laughter filling the tiny cabin, while her husband listened to every word from his tomb of earth and roots. They believed they had won. They believed they had cowed another backcountry family into submission. But as they rode away, bellies full and egos satisfied, they had no idea what they had truly done. They had not created a victim. They had forged a weapon. When the sound of their horses faded, Sarah secured the door, lifted the floorboard, and helped her husband back into the world of the living. No words needed to be said. The old life was over. The rules of survival had changed, and she had just written the first page of a new book. You have to leave the manicured battlefield parks and the paved roads behind to find the real evidence of this war. Out here, where the woods have tried to reclaim what they lost, you can still find the scars if you know where to look. All that's left of what was once a thriving homestead is this, a single, stubborn chimney stack, built from fieldstone and red clay mortar. It stands like a tombstone for a family, a monument to a life that was deliberately dismantled. 250 years ago, this wasn't a ruin. It was a home. It was the center of a woman's world. But the most important evidence here isn't the stone and mortar. It's the land itself. Look just beyond the chimney, down at that steep creek bank, the one tangled with ancient roots and overgrown with wild honeysuckle. That soft earth was the last line of defense. That's where they dug the hideouts, the regulator caves as they came to be called, damp, dark holes in the earth where a man could lie motionless for days, breathing through a hollow reed while a patrol searched the cabin just yards away. This quiet, forgotten patch of ground. This was the real battlefield. not Alamance. Here, every day was a potential climax, every footstep a possible discovery. Imagine a woman, right where Im's standing, pretending to gather herbs, her eyes never straying far from that creek bank. She's listening, not just for the sound of soldiers, but for the carefully disguised bird call that was the signal from her husband that it was safe or that he was starving. This chimney wasn't just for warmth, it was a watchtower. And that creek wasn't just for water, it was an arsenal and a sanctuary. The whole landscape was a weapon, and the women learned to wield it with a skill born of pure desperation. The raid came on a moonless night with the threat of a storm in the air. This time, there was no pretense of law, no proclamation unrolled. It was a visit of pure, calculated vengeance. A patrol, frustrated and empty-handed after days of chasing shadows in the woods, had decided to make an example of the Bell homestead. From his hiding spot in the cold earth by the creek, Samuel heard the horses approach, not with a steady trot, but with a hard, angry gallop. His blood ran cold. He could do nothing but listen to the sounds of his world being torn apart. The night was shattered by the splintering of wood. The heavy oak door, which had stood as a symbol of his family's security, was breached. From the cave, the sounds were muffled but terrifyingly clear. The crash of pottery, the heavy scrape and thud of their table being overturned. He could imagine the scene, the precious sacks of grain ripped open, their contents dusting the floorboards like a bitter snow. The sound of his wife, Sarah, speaking in a low, steady voice, followed by the officer's sharp, barking questions. Inside the cabin, the firelight cast huge, monstrous shadows on the walls. The soldiers moved with a brutal efficiency, not searching for anything, but simply destroying. A bayonet was used to puncture the water barrel, sending a flood across the floor. The family's few pewter dishes were swept from the mantel and clattered into the hearth. The officer stood over Sarah, his face a mask of fury in the flickering light. He knew she was lying. He knew her husband was near, and he was punishing her for her silent defiance, for her unbreakable will. Samuel, in his earthy tomb, heard the whimpers of his children. Each small cry was a torment, a physical blow he was powerless to stop. He pressed his face into the damp soil, his mind a maelstrom of rage and despair. Every instinct screamed at him to burst from his hiding place, to fight, to die protecting them. But he knew that was the trap. His discovery would mean the gallows for him and complete ruin for his family. And so he endured the unendurable, listening to the destruction of his home, his helplessness a heavier weight than the earth above him. The terror ended as abruptly as it began. With a final chilling threat to return, the patrol mounted up and rode off into the darkness. A heavy silence fell, broken only by the sound of the rising wind and a child's quiet sobbing. When Samuel finally emerged, he found a scene of deliberate devastation. The cabin, their sanctuary, had been violated, its contents strewn and broken. But in the middle of the wreckage stood Sarah. She wasn't crying. Her face, illuminated by the dying embers of the fire, was not one of defeat. It was a face of cold, hard, unforgiving resolve. They had wanted to break her spirit. Instead, they had tempered it into steel. After the raids, after the terror, came the paperwork. And in its own way, it was just as brutal. This is a copy of a county court record from late 1771. It's an information, a formal accusation filed with a magistrate by a neighbor, likely one who had sided with the governor or had been coerced into cooperating. It's filled with the dry, dispassionate language of the law, but what it describes is the very heart of the women's resistance. It says here, the informant states that Martha Ryde, wife of the outlaw James Ryde, did on 3 separate occasions leave parcels of foodstuffs, to wit, corn pone and salted meat, in the hollow of the old sycamore tree by the creek. To the court, this was a crime, providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. But what was it really? It was a wife, likely risking a whipping or worse, trying to keep her husband from starving to death in the woods. The law had turned a simple act of love into an act of treason. Here's another line concerning a different woman. It accuses her of spreading false reports with the intent to mislead a patrol of the king's militia. We know what that means. That was the warning network. That was a woman telling her sister down the road that a patrol was headed her way, using coded language and sending a child as a messenger. The official record calls it sedition. They called it survival. This is how they did it. They used the sterile, emotionless language of the law to criminalize every single tool the women had. Loyalty to a husband became harboring a fugitive. A warning to a neighbor became hindering an investigation. They stripped the humanity from these women's actions, reducing them to a list of offenses on a piece of parchment. And these documents weren't just records, they were weapons. They were the legal justification needed to take the next step, to move from random terror to systematic persecution. They were the prelude to arrests and trials where the women themselves would be forced to stand before the very system that had declared their families forfeit. The law, when it finally came for Martha Reed, did not arrive with a roar. It came in the form of two men, a local sheriff and the neighbor who had informed on her, standing at her cabin door in the grey light of dawn. There was no struggle. There was no chase through the mountains, just the cold, quiet reading of the charge, the words from that official document now a spoken sentence upon her life. The charge was providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. The reality was that she had left a piece of bread for her husband in the hollow of a tree. Her children watched, silent and terrified, as she was led away from the only home she had ever known. The journey to the county seat was a grim parade designed for maximum humiliation. She walked, her hands bound loosely in front of her, while the sheriff rode his horse. Faces peered from behind cabin doors and through gaps in the trees, but no one spoke a word. Fear was a gag in the throat of the entire community. To offer a kind word to Martha was to risk being the next one accused. The trial was a mockery of justice, held not in a grand hall, but in a stuffy, crowded room above a tavern. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and spilled ale. The magistrate, a portly man with a face flushed from drink and self-importance, was the same clerk the regulators had protested for his exorbitant fees. He was both judge and jury. There was no one to speak for Martha. Her accuser, a man whose land bordered hers and who stood to gain from her ruin, recited his story with a nervous, practiced air. The magistrate read the charge from the official paper, his voice droning on. He then turned his gaze upon Martha. "What say you to this, woman?" he asked, his tone laced with contempt. Martha Reed stood before them, a small, solitary island of silence in a sea of hostile words. She did not weep. She did not beg. She simply met his gaze and said nothing. Her silence was her last refuge, her final act of defiance. To deny the charge was to lie. To admit it was to condemn herself and her husband. And so she stood, mute, and let them judge her. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. The magistrate cleared his throat, enjoying the small moment of absolute power. He found her guilty. But he didn't sentence her to the gallows. That would create a martyr. He chose a colder, more practical punishment, one designed to send a clear message. She was to be placed in the public stocks for 2 days, to be shamed and scorned. And, as per the governor's proclamation, her land, her cabin, her livestock, every last thing she owned, was declared forfeit to the crown. The dry words on the paper had become a living reality, and the law had just officially erased her life's work with the stroke of a pen. To find the final chapter of their lives, you have to come here, to this old churchyard, sinking slowly back into the earth. The names and dates on many of these fieldstone markers have been scrubbed away by 2 centuries of wind and rain. They are a congregation of ghosts, their stories lost to all but the roots of the ancient oaks that stand guard over them. It took me a long time, but I finally found her. Right here. This small, tilted stone, half swallowed by moss. The carving is simple. done by a hand that was likely more familiar with an axe than a chisel. It just says, "Martha Ryde, beloved wife and mother." That's it. No mention of her defiance, no record of her trial, no hint of the home and the life that was stolen from her. The stone is a testament to her endurance, but it is silent on the subject of her courage. It tells you how she died, but not how she lived. And then, the final bitter irony of this place. You only have to walk about 20 paces over towards the main path to find this one. It's a larger stone made of imported slate, the inscription still sharp and clear. It belongs to the magistrate who signed the order, the man who declared her life forfeit. His epitaph speaks of his civic virtue and his loyal service to the colony. In life, he was a man of power, and she was a woman with none. He held her fate in his ink-stained hands. And now, they lie in the same Carolina clay, enemies in a forgotten war, neighbors for all eternity. It makes you wonder, what happened after the ink on that court order was dry? How did their stories truly end? When Martha Ryde was released from the stocks, bruised and humiliated, she was a woman with nothing. The law had taken her home, her land, and her name. But the law did not control the hearts of her neighbors. In the days that followed, the community's silent support became her lifeline. No one could be seen helping the wife of an outlaw, but a sack of potatoes would be left on the doorstep of the cousin who took her in. A freshly dressed deer, the work of a nighttime hunter, would be found hanging in a nearby tree. The shadow network that had once smuggled lead and gunpowder now smuggled charity and hope. Her husband, James, saw her one last time. A whispered meeting in a dark patch of woods, a final, heartbreaking farewell. He was a ghost in his own life, and to stay was to risk the gallows for himself and further persecution for his family. Like so many other broken regulator men, he turned his face towards the setting sun and walked west over the Great Wall of the Appalachians to carve a new life from the raw wilderness of the frontier. The promise, a desperate prayer whispered into the night, was that one day he would send for them. In the short term, it seemed that injustice had won. The magistrate continued his reign of petty tyranny, his pockets lined with the fines and fees he levied against the powerless. The neighbor who informed on Martha worked the land that was once hers, though it was said he never had a single prosperous harvest from that bitter soil. They were on the winning side of a conquered rebellion, secure in the favor of a distant king and his governor. But they had misjudged the people they lived among. They mistook silence for submission. The resentment from Alamance didn't disappear. It went underground, a simmering coal bed waiting for a wind to fan it into a flame. And in just a few short years, that wind began to blow from places like Boston and Philadelphia. The whispers against corrupt local officials became open shouts against the king himself. When the war for independence finally erupted, it was a firestorm in the Carolina backcountry. The old battle lines were drawn anew. The men who had been called traitors in 1771 were now hailed as the first patriots. And men like the magistrate, who had built their careers on loyalty to the crown, were now branded as Tories. His power evaporated overnight. He lived his final years in fear, a reviled figure in the very community he once ruled. The neighbor who took Martha's land found himself an outcast, his betrayal never forgotten nor forgiven. The story ends not with a single dramatic act of revenge, but with the slow, grinding justice of a community's memory. Martha Ryde never got her land back, but she lived long enough to see the world turn right side up again, and to be remembered not as a criminal, but as a hero. You would think that after 2.5 centuries, a story like this would settle into a single, agreed-upon truth. But it hasn't. Not here. The Battle of Alamance may be a footnote in the national history books, but in these quiet counties, the divisions it created still cast a long, faint shadow. The story of the regulation is not one story. It is two, and which one you hear depends entirely on which family's porch you happen to be sitting on. If you talk to the descendants of the regulator families, people like Elara Vance, you hear the story we've been piecing together. It's a foundational epic, a tale of righteous fury against tyranny. They'll tell you with a burning pride that their ancestors weren't just farmers. They were the first American revolutionaries, the ones who bled for liberty 5 years before the shot heard round the world. To them, Martha Reid is a saint of the resistance, a symbol of quiet, unbreakable strength. The women of the Shadow Network are the unsung heroines of a guerrilla war for freedom. But if you find your way to the descendants of the families who sided with the crown, the story inverts itself completely. It's not a tale they tell loudly, but in hushed, careful tones, they will paint a very different picture. In their history, the regulators were not heroes. They were a dangerous, lawless mob. They were tax evaders and anarchists who threatened to drag the entire colony into chaos with their violence and their refusal to respect authority. From their perspective, Governor Tryon and the magistrates weren't villains. They were the forces of law and order, bravely trying to hold civilization together on a wild frontier. The informant who turned in Martha Reid wasn't a traitor. He was a good citizen doing his civic duty. And Martha herself? She wasn't a hero. She was a criminal, knowingly aiding a fugitive and participating in a conspiracy against the legitimate government. Her punishment wasn't an injustice, it was the necessary consequence of her actions. These two versions of the past cannot coexist, yet they do, living side by side in the collective memory of this place. It proves that the deepest wounds aren't left on the battlefield, but in the stories we choose to tell our children. Facts are brittle things. They can be burned in a courthouse fire or buried under a faded tombstone. But stories in these mountains are different. They're like river stones, tumbled and worn by generations of telling until all the sharp, inconvenient edges are smooth, and what's left is a piece of pure, powerful myth. And the story of the regulator women, in time, became one of the most enduring legends of all. The court records called them criminals, but the people called them the Alamance witches. The soldiers, most of them outsiders who thought the backcountry was a savage wilderness, started whispering. They couldn't understand how these women survived, how they always seemed one step ahead. It couldn't just be cleverness, it had to be something more. A woman's knowledge of herbal remedies, passed down from her grandmother, became the power to brew curses into a soldier's drinking water. A secret signal, a quilt hung on a line in a certain way, became a form of strange, silent witchcraft. The women's ability to navigate the dark, tangled forests became proof that they could call upon the spirits of the land to lead patrols astray into swamps and briar patches. The women knew what the soldiers were saying, and they let the rumors grow. Fear was a shield, and they wore it like a cloak. And the legends didn't just protect the heroes, they punished the villains. The story of the neighbor who informed on Martha Reid is still told as a cautionary tale. They say the land he took from her, stained by his betrayal, never prospered. His crops failed, his cattle sickened, and he died a bitter, impoverished man. It wasn't bad luck. It was the land itself, loyal to its rightful owner, taking its revenge. This is how a community holds on to its soul when everything else is taken. They couldn't win on the battlefield or in a courtroom, but around the hearth, in the stories told to wide-eyed children, they could win the narrative. The history books were written by the victors, but the folklore belonged to the women. And so, we find ourselves back where we began, on the quiet fields of Alamance. But the silence feels different now, doesn't it? It's no longer an empty quiet. If you listen closely, you can hear past the roar of the battle that day in May. You can hear the whispers from the woods, the creak of a cabin door, the low, steady voice of a woman lying to a man with a gun to save her family. The monuments here commemorate a single day of thunder, but we've learned that the thunder was just the beginning. We have walked a long way from this field. We've stood beside the lonely chimney stacks that mark the graves of forgotten homes, and we've held the cold, angry words of the law in our hands. We've seen that the real war wasn't fought here with cannons and muskets. It was fought in 1,000 small, desperate moments in occupied kitchens and dark root cellars by women whose names were never meant to be remembered. So the next time you pass a forgotten country graveyard or see a patch of daffodils blooming in the middle of the woods where a house once stood, stop for a moment. Remember that these aren't just empty places. They are libraries filled with stories of courage that were never written down. They are monuments to the wars that are fought in the long, hard years after the soldiers have gone home. The battle is over. The soldiers are dust. The cause they fought for has been won and lost and won again 12 times over. But the story of the women who refused to break that story remains. When the gun smoke cleared over the Tugfork River, one Hatfield lay dead on the ferry landing, put there by another. The killer wasn't some long-hated McCoy. He was the law itself, Sheriff Bud Hatfield, and the man bleeding out in the dirt was his own cousin. This single act raises a chilling question that echoes through the hollows to this day. How does a man forged in the fires of the Hatfield feud, a clan that valued blood above all else, bring himself to kill his own family for a tin star? The newspapers of the day called it justice. But those who lived in the shadows of the mountains whispered a different story. A story of a kinslayer, a man who made a deal with the devil, a traitor who sold his soul. Today, we will separate the facts from the folklore to find the truth behind the most feared and complicated lawman in Appalachian history. To understand the man, you have to understand the silence that fell after the storm. By the turn of the 20th century, the great Hatfield-McCoy feud was over. The shooting had mostly stopped. The famous raids were now just stories told to wide-eyed children. But the peace was a fragile, wounded thing. It was a land of long memories and short tempers, where a man's last name was more important than any law written in a book. The Tugfork Valley was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of creeks and hollows where families lived by codes carved into their very bones over generations. Justice wasn't found in a courthouse. It was settled in a cornfield, on a riverbank, or at the dark end of a lonely mountain path. In this world of simmering grudges lived William Anderson Hatfield, known to all as Bud. He was not a patriarch like his famous cousin, Devil Anse. He was a younger man, molded by the feud's final bloody years. He had seen the cost of hot-blooded pride firsthand. While his kin were known for their booming laughs and explosive tempers, Bud was different. He was quiet, watchful. He moved through the woods not like a man, but like a shadow, his eyes missing nothing. He didn't boast of his skill with a pistol. He simply practiced, hour after hour, until the Colt revolver felt like an extension of his own hand. He learned the mountains as a hunter, but he wasn't just tracking deer. He was learning how men think when they're being hunted, where they hide when they're scared, and the fatal mistakes they make when they believe they're safe. He was absorbing the brutal lessons of the feud, not as a brawler, but as a student of violence. He was a weapon being forged in the quiet aftermath of a war, waiting for a purpose. His world was one of clan loyalty, where the only thing that mattered was protecting your own, no matter the cost. But a new sound was beginning to echo through the mountains, a sound louder than a rifle shot. It was the chugging of steam engines and the grinding of machinery. Coal companies with their fat checkbooks and their armies of private detectives from agencies like Baldwin Felts were pushing their way into the hills. They saw the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be cracked open. They brought with them a new kind of law, corporate law, and they had no patience for the old ways of the clans. The world that had created Bud Hatfield was about to be devoured, and he would soon have to make a choice that no Hatfield had ever faced. The conflict that would define Bud Hatfield's life didn't begin with a single gunshot. Its seeds were planted generations before, deep in the rocky Appalachian soil. The Hatfields, like many of the Scots-Irish families who first dared to cross the mountains, carved a kingdom for themselves, not with a pen and a deed, but with an axe and a long rifle. This land wasn't just property. It was their lifeblood, their fortress, and their identity. They owed allegiance to no distant government. They were kings of their own hollows, and they held their land with a fierce, possessive grip that outsiders could never understand. The deepest scar on this landscape was the Civil War. While the nation tore itself apart, the borderlands between West Virginia and Kentucky became a brutal theater of guerrilla warfare. The Hatfields were fiercely Confederate, seeing the Union as an invading force trying to impose its will upon them. Devil Anse himself led a band of irregulars, the Logan Wildcats, who fought a vicious war in the hills long after the main armies had gone home. They weren't just fighting for a political cause. They were fighting for their own sovereignty against any and all outside control. This deep-seated division bled directly into the Hatfield-McCoy feud. At its heart, it was a continuation of the war on a more personal scale, with the largely Confederate Hatfields pitted against the largely Unionist McCoys. The conflict was fueled by old loyalties and betrayals that the rest of the country was trying to forget. For these families, the war never ended. It simply smoldered under the surface, waiting for any spark, a stolen pig, a forbidden romance, to erupt into a full-blown inferno. In this world, a family name was everything. It was a heavy cloak of obligation and pride worn from birth. And to be a Hatfield meant you lived by an unwritten, unbreakable code. It meant you stood by your kin, right or wrong. It meant you settled your own scores, answered insults with your fists or your gun, and never backed down from a fight. Above all, it meant you never, ever turned to an outside lawman for justice, and you certainly never became one. The law was the enemy, the outsider, the threat to the clan's power. This was the legacy Bud Hatfield was born into, a legacy of fierce independence, deep suspicion, and a sworn duty to put blood before all else. The end of the feud didn't bring unity. It left a vacuum. With no common enemy to fight, the old clans began to turn on themselves. The Tugfork Valley became a tangled web of personal slights and simmering resentments. The supporting cast wasn't just Hatfield and McCoy anymore. It was the Hatfields who sold timber rights to the coal companies versus the Hatfields who refused. It was the families who wanted schools and roads versus the families who saw every change as an invasion. It was a community teetering on a knife's edge, where everyone was watching everyone else, waiting for the first sign of weakness or betrayal. At the center of the old guard's resistance was Bud's own cousin, another Elias Hatfield, but this one went by a different name, Bad Lias. He was everything the old Hatfields were supposed to be, wild, violent, and utterly contemptuous of any law but his own. He drank, he brawled, and he took what he wanted. While Devil Anse was growing old and making calculated deals with the coal barons, Bad Lias was a living, breathing reminder of the clan's lawless past. He was a festering wound, a source of both pride and shame for the family, and his violent exploits kept the old animosities burning bright. The air itself grew thick with gossip. On the porch of the general store, men would speak in low tones about which Hatfield was seen talking to a Baldwin Felts man. Women would whisper over their washboards, speculating on who was behind a mysterious fire that burned a small logging operation. The McCoys and their allies, though quiet, were watching with hungry eyes. They saw the cracks forming in the great Hatfield dynasty and knew that a house divided against itself could not stand. Every fistfight, every land dispute, every drunken threat was fuel for a fire that had never truly been extinguished. This was a world where suspicion was a survival tool. A friendly wave from a man whose grandfather fought for the Union might be a genuine greeting, or it might be a trick to get a better look at the rifle you were carrying. A business deal gone sour wasn't a civil matter. It was a mortal insult that could lead to an ambush on a lonely stretch of road. It was a poison that seeped into the wells, turning neighbor against neighbor and cousin against cousin. The community wasn't healing. It was rotting from the inside out with paranoia and fear. And into this poisonous air, a new rumor began to spread, one more unbelievable than all the others. That Bud Hatfield, the quiet one, the dead shot, was thinking of doing the unthinkable. In the months before Bud Hatfield pinned on his badge, the old folks said the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath. The air went still and heavy, the way it does before a lightning strike tears the sky open. A hoot owl, that feathered messenger of death, was heard crying in broad daylight near the Hatfield family graveyard. Men hunting deep in the woods came back with stories of feeling unseen eyes on their backs, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the bears or panthers that roamed the hills. The very land seemed to be sending a warning, whispering through the rustling leaves that the old world was dying and its ghost would not go peacefully. The human omen was far less subtle. Strangers began appearing in the hollows, men with clean hands and cold eyes, carrying surveyors' transits and leather briefcases full of contracts. They were the agents of the coal and timber companies, and they moved with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. They spoke of progress and prosperity, but their eyes measured the ancient trees in bored feet and sized up the family homesteads by the tons of coal that lay beneath them. Their presence was a constant, grating reminder that the outside world was no longer content to leave the mountains alone. They were a walking, talking prophecy of a new kind of war, one fought not with rifles over family honor, but with lawyers and hired guns over mineral rights. Bud Hatfield, a man who read the woods better than any book, felt this change in his gut. It was a coiled tightness in the air, a new kind of fear in the eyes of his neighbors. He saw men who had once been proud and defiant, now speaking in hushed tones, worried about losing the very land their grandfathers had bled for. He saw the easy smiles of the company men and recognized the look of a predator sizing up its prey. He felt a deep, chilling premonition that the old Hatfield code of settling their own problems and protecting their own kin was no longer enough. It was a code designed for fighting other mountain men, not for fighting a corporation with limitless money and its own private army. Something terrible was coming, and Bud knew, with the certainty of a hunter sensing a shift in the wind, that he was standing directly in its path. The law in Logan County had become a ghost. It haunted the courthouse, but it held no power in the hollows. The chaos that Bud Hatfield had foreseen was no longer a distant storm. It was a flood. Drunken brawls turned into shootouts in broad daylight. Payrolls for the coal mines were robbed on the open road. Witnesses to crimes would suddenly lose their memory, their silence bought by a quiet threat delivered on their doorstep in the dead of night. The old system of clan justice was crumbling, and the new corporate law of the Baldwin Felts agents was nothing more than organized brutality, serving only the interests of the coal barons. The county was bleeding, and there was no one to stop it. It was in this desperate atmosphere that the county officials made their move. They needed a man who could not be intimidated, who knew the mountains and the mindset of the men who haunted them. They needed a man who was feared more than the outlaws themselves. And so, they came to the one man who fit that description perfectly. They came to Bud Hatfield. The offer was laid on the table, a deputy's badge. It wasn't a job offer, it was a plea. They weren't asking him to be a peacekeeper. They were asking him to be a hunter, a one-man army who could walk into the darkest hollows and drag the violence out into the light. For Bud, this was the moment the world stopped. To accept the badge was to turn his back on everything he had ever known. It was a declaration that the code of the Hatfields, the sacred bond of blood, was no longer his law. He was choosing the law of strangers over the blood of his grandfather. He looked at the chaos around him, at men like his cousin Bad Lears, who were becoming rabid dogs, and at the cold-eyed company thugs who were no better. He saw two paths leading to the same ruin, and in that moment he chose a third. With a steady hand, he reached out and took the small piece of tin. He pinned it to his chest. The word spread through the hollows like a pestilence. A Hatfield was the law. To his family, it was the ultimate betrayal. Whispers of traitor followed him like a shadow. Uncles and cousins who had known him since birth now looked at him with a mixture of fear and contempt. The community was instantly and violently divided. You were either for the old ways or you stood with the kinslayer. There was no middle ground. This was the first drop of blood. It wasn't spilled by a bullet, but by an oath. By pinning on that badge, Bud Hatfield had drawn a line not on a map, but through the heart of his own family. From that moment on, he was no longer just Bud Hatfield. He was Deputy Hatfield. And for men like his cousin, Bad Leas, who saw the badge as a declaration of war, it made him a target. The confrontation was no longer a possibility. It was an inevitability. The confrontation was inevitable, and it happened, as so many things in that country do, by the river. Bud Hatfield and his posse cornered his cousin, Bad Leas, at the ferry landing. The water of the tug fork was slow and brown, the air thick with tension. It wasn't a long standoff. There were no grand speeches. There was only the low, steady voice of Sheriff Hatfield ordering his own blood to surrender, and the wild, defiant laugh of Bad Leas in response. For a moment, the two men stood as living symbols of the two worlds colliding, the old, lawless clan and the new, iron-willed law. What happened next took less time than a single breath, but the silence it created would last forever. There was no Hollywood gunfight, no men diving for cover. There was only a sudden, blurred movement, and then the calm was shattered by a deafening roar that echoed off the water and slammed into the hills. It was followed almost instantly by a second shot, so close to the first they sounded like a single stuttered clap of thunder. The posse froze, their own guns still in their holsters. When the sharp, acrid smell of gun smoke cut through the damp air, Bad Leas was no longer standing. He was on his knees, his head bowed, looking not at his cousin, but down at the wooden planks of the landing. He stayed that way for a single, long second, a statue of defeat. Then, without a sound, he simply pitched forward, his fall making a dull, hollow thud that seemed shockingly loud in the sudden quiet. From across the river, a person would have seen almost nothing. Just two men facing each other, a puff of white smoke quickly stolen by the breeze, and then one man falling. They would not have seen any blood. They would only have seen a dark stain begin to slowly spread across the back of the fallen man's shirt, like a shadow growing in the afternoon sun. The true horror wasn't in the wound, but in the stillness that followed. Bud Hatfield walked forward, his boots making heavy, deliberate sounds on the ferry landing. He stood over the body of his kinsman, his own pistol still smoking in his hand. The pearl handle, they say, felt as cold as a river stone against his palm. He did not speak. He did not offer a prayer. He simply looked down at what the law had required of him. Members of the posse would later whisper that the most terrifying part was the look in Sheriff Hatfield's eyes. It wasn't triumph. It wasn't remorse. It was a chilling, empty calm, the look of a man who had just performed a necessary but terrible piece of work. A Hatfield had killed a Hatfield. In that moment, the old world of clan justice didn't just die. It was executed on a riverbank by one of its own sons. To understand what went through Bud Hatfield's mind on that ferry landing, you must first understand that he likely didn't see himself as a killer. He saw himself as a surgeon. In his cold, calculated view, his cousin, Bad Leas, wasn't a man anymore. He was a disease. He was the living embodiment of the chaos and violence that was strangling the mountains, the very sickness that Bud had sworn an oath to cure. His twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. To save the body, you must cut out the cancer. In that moment, the bond of blood was meaningless. It was an old-world sentiment that had no place in the new order he was trying to build. He wasn't executing his cousin. He was executing a problem. The true transformation didn't happen in the flash of gunfire. It happened in the quiet moment he first pinned the badge to his chest. That act was a silent vow to kill the part of himself that was a Hatfield clansman. He had to consciously sever the ties of blood and tradition that had defined his entire life. To become Sheriff Hatfield, Bud Hatfield, the cousin, had to die. So when Bad Lias made his move, there was no internal struggle. There was no hesitation. The switch had been flipped months ago. He was no longer acting as a man, but as an instrument of the law he had chosen to serve, and instruments do not feel conflict. As he drew his pistol, the world would have narrowed to a single point, the threat in front of him. His years of relentless practice took over, his mind becoming a place of chilling calm. There was no anger, no hatred, not even a flicker of sadness for the boy he once knew. There was only a target, a distance, and a trigger to be pulled. It was the detached, predatory focus of a hunter, but his prey was his own family. He was operating on a level of pure, brutal efficiency that few men could comprehend, let alone achieve. And afterward, standing in the gun smoke over his cousin's body, he would not have felt triumph or relief. He would have felt a profound and chilling emptiness. It was the quiet that comes after a storm has passed, the silence of a void created where something used to be. He had proven his loyalty to the law, but the price was a piece of his own soul. He had become what the county needed him to be, a monster to hunt monsters, but in doing so, he had become a stranger to his own kin and perhaps even to himself. The legend of the fearless lawman was born in that moment, but so was the ghost of the kinslayer that would haunt him for the rest of his days. The silence that fell on the ferry landing was heavier than a tombstone. Bud Hatfield's posse stood frozen, men who had seen their share of violence now stunned into stillness, not by the death, but by the identity of the killer and the killed. Sheriff Hatfield broke the spell. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if he were cataloguing supplies. He gave orders to secure the body and retrieve his cousin's weapon. He treated the scene with the cold, methodical procedure of a man clearing away a fallen tree from a road. There was no room for grief or hesitation. The law had been served, and now the paperwork had to follow. The body of Bad Lias was brought back to town, laid out on the back of a wagon. That grim procession was the only announcement needed. The news didn't travel by wire. It moved like a ghost, whispered from porch to porch, from one hollow to the next. A Hatfield has killed a Hatfield. The words carried a terrible weight, a sacrilege against the deepest code of the mountains. It was a wound cut into the very soul of the clan, a wound that would fester and poison everything it touched. For the Hatfield family, it was a moment of profound and terrible clarity. The lines were drawn. Doors that had always been open to Bud were now silently, permanently barred. Eyes that once held kinship now held a cold, hard judgment. They did not raise their guns against him, not yet. Their reaction was a silence more menacing than any threat. He was no longer one of them. He was an outsider, a tool of the very government they had fought for generations. He was a kinslayer. In the eyes of his own blood, his badge was not a symbol of honor, but the brand of a traitor. The official reaction was the polar opposite. The county prosecutor reviewed Bud's report, a document as blunt and efficient as the man who wrote it. It was a lawful killing. Bad Lias had resisted arrest. He had drawn his weapon. The men of the posse, shaken but loyal to their sheriff, corroborated the story. The officials who had hired Bud let out a collective sigh of relief. They had unleashed a force of nature, and it was working. He had done the unthinkable, the very thing no one else had the stomach to do. They saw a hero, a man bringing order through righteous, necessary violence. His power was solidified, his legend cemented in the halls of the courthouse. But for Bud, the hunt was just beginning. It was not a hunt for another outlaw, but a lifelong hunt for a peace he would never find. He had made his choice, and now he had to live in the world he had created, a world where he was feared by all and trusted by none. The ashes of his old life were all around him, the family he had forsaken, the traditions he had shattered. He was the law, but he was utterly alone, a solitary figure standing in the chilling silence that follows the final, fatal shot. The killing of Bad Lias split the county like a bolt of lightning hitting a 100-year-old oak. There was no middle ground left, no place for neutrality. Every single person, from the coal baron in his fine house to the farmer scratching a living from a rocky hillside, was forced to choose. The general store became a silent battlefield. A man's loyalty could be judged by who he tipped his hat to and whose gaze he avoided. A woman buying flour would fall silent if a known supporter of the sheriff walked in, the friendly chatter dying as if a cold wind had blown through the room. It was a war fought with averted eyes, tight-lipped smiles, and doors that suddenly wouldn't open. An unspoken conspiracy of silence descended upon the hills. Many knew the official story of the shooting was too clean, too simple. They'd heard whispers of a different tale, that Bad Lias was trying to surrender, that the second shot was unnecessary. But who would dare say so? To speak against Sheriff Hatfield was to invite a visit in the dead of night. People who had once been proud and outspoken now looked at their own children and chose to hold their tongues. Fear was a more effective lawman than Bud Hatfield could ever be, and it kept the community locked in a state of terrified paralysis. The truth, whatever it was buried alive under the weight of that silence. But even in the deepest fear, there were small acts of courage and cowardice that revealed the true heart of the people. A merchant, once a friend of Bad Lias, now made a point to give Sheriff Hatfield a discount, a public display of his newfound allegiance. A preacher, caught between his fear of the lawman and his fear of God, delivered a sermon on the sin of Cain that was so full of careful, veiled language that both sides could claim it as their own. Then there were the quiet acts of defiance. An old woman from a distant branch of the Hatfield family walked 10 miles to lay a single wildflower on Bad Lias's unmarked grave. A miner, his face black with coal dust, was heard to mutter "Kinslayer" as Bud rode past, a single word of rebellion that could have cost him his life. And the McCoys, the old enemies, they said nothing at all. They just watched, their silence one of grim satisfaction as their great rival, the House of Hatfield, began to devour itself from within. The death of Bad Lias was not an end, it was a declaration. With that single act, Sheriff Bud Hatfield had served notice to every outlaw, moonshiner, and hot-blooded brawler in the county. The old ways were over. His posse was no longer made of Hatfield cousins riding to defend the clan's honor. It was a new breed of man. They were young, grim-faced deputies who owed their loyalty not to a family name, but to the paycheck and the terrifying man who signed it. They followed him into the darkest hollows, not out of camaraderie, but out of a deep-seated fear of what he would do to them if they refused. They knew they were not his kin, they were his tools. The hunt for fugitives under Sheriff Hatfield became a new kind of Appalachian horror story. He didn't send his deputies, he led them. And when he went into the mountains, he was no longer a lawman. He was a predator returning to his natural habitat. The very skills the feud had taught him, how to track a man through dense rhododendron thickets, how to read a footprint in a creek bed, how to move through the woods without making a sound, were now turned against the very people who lived by that same code. The mountains that had for generations served as a fortress for the clans, hiding them from the outside world, had now become Bud Hatfield's personal hunting preserve. When a warrant was issued, a chilling game of cat and mouse began. The fugitive would run to the hills, believing himself safe in the familiar terrain. But he wasn't just being chased, he was being stalked. Bud was relentless, a force of nature that did not sleep or tire. Men on the run would tell stories of going days without seeing him, only to find the ashes of a campfire still warm, just 100 yards from where they had slept. They would hear a branch snap in the dead of night and know, with a certainty that chilled their blood, that it wasn't a deer. The psychological toll was immense. They weren't just running from the law, they were running from a ghost who knew every secret trail and every hidden cave. The moment of capture was rarely a chaotic firefight. More often, it was a scene of terrifying quiet. After days of being worn down by exhaustion and paranoia, the cornered man would look up to see Bud Hatfield standing at the edge of his camp, a Colt revolver held loosely at his side. He wouldn't shout or make demands. He would just stand there, his eyes flat and cold, his presence promising a swift and final violence if the wrong choice was made. Faced with that unflinching, predatory stare, most men simply gave up. Hardened killers who had sworn they'd never be taken alive would slowly raise their hands, their will to fight completely broken. They understood in that silent moment that they were not facing a man, but a reckoning. The hunt would end not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs, a sound that signaled the total and absolute surrender of the old world to the new law of the mountains. The Logan County Courthouse, once a sleepy building of legal debate, transformed under Bud Hatfield's reign. It became a theater of fear. When the sheriff brought a prisoner to trial, the room was packed not with curious onlookers, but with a silent, tense audience of clan members and enemies, all watching each other. Armed deputies, loyal only to Bud, stood at every exit, their presence a constant, unspoken threat. The air was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with legal arguments. It was the ancient tension of the mountains, of blood feuds and violent retribution, now brought indoors and wrapped in the thin veneer of official procedure. The trials themselves became a grim formality. The defendants Bud brought in didn't swagger or boast. They stood before the judge with the hollow-eyed look of a cornered animal that has already accepted its fate. Their real trial hadn't happened in the courtroom. It had occurred days earlier in a dark hollow at the end of a relentless manhunt when they looked up and saw Bud Hatfield emerge from the trees. By the time they reached the courthouse, their spirit was already broken. Their reaction was not one of defiance, but of quiet, defeated submission. Even the sharpest lawyers learned a new set of rules. You did not aggressively cross-examine Sheriff Hatfield. You did not challenge his account of the arrest. To do so was to imply he was a liar, and you could feel the temperature in the room drop when it happened. Witnesses for the prosecution spoke with a newfound clarity, while those for the defense often found their memories grew foggy under the weight of the sheriff's quiet, unblinking stare from the front row. It wasn't jury tampering in the traditional sense, it was an atmosphere of pure, suffocating intimidation. The verdicts, when they came, were swift and almost always the same: guilty. The conviction rate in Logan County skyrocketed. The payroll robberies stopped. The open brawling ceased. On paper, it was a staggering success. The law of men, with its procedures and its juries, was finally working. But a chilling question hung over every conviction, whispered on the courthouse steps after the prisoner had been dragged away in chains. Was this truly justice? Or had Bud Hatfield simply brought the old ways of the mountains inside the courthouse walls? He had not replaced the clan's code with the state's law. He had merged them into something new and terrifying. He used the tools of the state, the badge, the courts, the prisons, to enforce his own absolute, iron-willed version of mountain justice. The mastermind of it all was Bud himself, and he was never on trial. He was the judge, jury, and executioner long before any gavel fell. The people of Logan County had order, but many wondered if they had sacrificed justice to get it. After the trials were over and the jail cells were full, the Hatfield clan did not declare open war on their cousin. They did something far colder, far more final. They simply erased him. He became a ghost in his own family tree, a name spoken only in whispers of contempt. To the world, he was the powerful Sheriff Hatfield, but to the people who shared his blood, he was a dead man walking. The price for his iron-fisted order was a profound and permanent exile. He had brought the law to the mountains, but in the process, he had lost his home. Bud's life became a strange paradox. He was the most powerful man in the county, yet he was also the most alone. He walked the streets of Logan, a solitary king, his throne built on fear, and his kingdom populated by subjects who hated him. The justice he escaped in the courthouse found him in the shadows. Attempts on his life became a regular occurrence, a rifle shot that echoed from a distant ridge, narrowly missing his head. a stick of dynamite found under a bridge he was about to cross. He survived them all, his uncanny instincts and sheer stubborn meanness keeping death at bay. But it was a life lived on a razor's edge, a constant grinding war of attrition. The mountains themselves seemed to hold a grudge, and every rustling leaf, every snapping twig was a potential threat. He was not a lawman. He was a warden in a prison of his own making. Whether he was truly haunted by the ghost of Bad Lias, as the campfire tales claimed, is a question that lies buried with him. But those who knew him in his later years described a man hollowed out from the inside. The chilling calm he displayed at the ferry landing became his permanent state. The silence around him wasn't just a result of the fear he inspired, it was a reflection of the silence within his own soul. He had made a deal to bring order, but the cost was a lifetime of looking over his shoulder, of seeing his cousin's face in the eyes of every man he arrested, and of knowing that the blood he spilled could never be washed away. This was his true sentence, not a curse from a ghost, but the relentless atonement of a man living with the consequences of an unforgivable choice. As the years passed, and Bud's era of iron rule eventually faded, the community did what communities do after a great trauma. It chose to forget. It was easier to talk about the Hatfield-McCoy feud, a distant, almost romantic conflict, than to speak of the time when a Hatfield hunted Hatfields. The story was too raw, too close, a mirror that showed a reflection of themselves they did not want to see. The tale of Sheriff Bud Hatfield, the kinslayer who brought order, was buried under new roads, new coal mines, and a thick, heavy blanket of willful silence. Today, the name Hatfield is known across the world, often romanticized as a symbol of rugged Appalachian defiance. Tourists flock to see the statue of Devil Anse, the great patriarch, standing proudly in a family cemetery. But there is no statue for Sheriff Bud Hatfield. For his descendants, the inheritance is a far more complicated thing. They carry a name associated not with a legendary feud, but with a kinslaying. It's a legacy of uncomfortable silence, a chapter of the family history that is rarely spoken of, a ghost that still lingers at the edge of family gatherings. The physical traces of his reign are faint, like old scars on the land. The courthouse in Logan may have been replaced by a newer building, but the spot where it stood remains a symbol of his absolute power, a place where the law of men was bent to the will of one man. But the true monument to his legacy is unmarked, and it lies on a quiet stretch of the Tug Fork River. There is no plaque, no cross to mark the spot where Bad Lias fell. It is just an ordinary ferry landing, a place where the slow brown water slips past the banks, holding its secrets close. It is a place of profound and terrible memory, hiding in plain sight. The official records of his arrests and the newspaper articles praising his efficiency still exist, gathering dust in archives. But the true story of Sheriff Hatfield is no longer found in books. It has seeped back into the soil from which it came, becoming a piece of folklore. It lives on in the quiet conversations of old men on their porches, a cautionary tale told to grandsons about the danger of putting a badge before blood and the terrible price of absolute order. The coal mines have scarred the hills, new roads have been paved over the old horse trails, and the world has moved on. The people have forgotten, or perhaps have chosen to forget the specifics of that dark time. But the mountains have not. They were the silent witnesses to it all, to the oath, the hunt, and the final fatal shot on the riverbank. The mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that fateful day. How does a Hatfield bring himself to kill a Hatfield for a tin star? The simple answer is that he didn't. Bud Hatfield wasn't fighting for the law of the state. He was fighting for his own brutal vision of survival. He saw a world of chaos and blood that was being devoured by an even greater predator, the coal companies and their armies of hired guns. He believed the old ways of the clan were a sentimental weakness, a path to extinction. So he made a terrible choice. He became a monster to save the mountains from other monsters, sacrificing his own family and his own soul in the process. This is a story not just of one complicated man, but of the brutal, heartbreaking bargain Appalachia was forced to make. It's a story about what happens when the forces of the modern world come for a land steeped in tradition, blood, and honor. Bud Hatfield is the personification of that collision. He was the iron will that brought order, but it was the order of the gallows, the peace of the graveyard. His life is a testament to the fact that sometimes the man who claims to be bringing civilization is more savage than the wilderness he is trying to tame. So the next time you hear the name Hatfield and you think of the famous feud, I want you to remember this story. Remember the man who was both a lawman and a kinslayer, a hero and a traitor, a savior and a beast. He was a man forged in the crucible of the mountains, who then used that fire to burn away the very world that created him, leaving behind nothing but the cold ashes of order. And now, my friends, another one of these forgotten stories has been told. The rope was already around his neck. On May 1st, 1868, Tom Dooley looked out over the crowd and, with his last breath, spoke the words that would seal a woman's reputation in darkness for eternity. He said, "If it wasn't for Anne Melton, I wouldn't be on this scaffold today." Was it a damning accusation? A confession of his own weakness? Or the last, desperate act of a man protecting the woman he truly loved? We all know the song about the hanged man and his dead lover, Laura Foster. But the legend has a third name, a shadow at its heart. Today, we separate the ballad from the bitter truth to answer one question. Was the true monster in this story the one who walked away free? To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the soil it stained. This was Wilkes County, North Carolina, in the year 1866. The air in these mountains still tasted of gunpowder and defeat. The Civil War had bled the hollows dry, sending its sons home not as conquering heroes, but as ghosts. Men returned to find their farms overgrown, their families gaunt with poverty, and a silence in the valleys that felt heavier than before. Life was a stubborn, grinding affair, measured by the seasons and the sweat of your brow. It was a world of hard work, quiet faith, and passions that, once stirred, ran deeper and faster than any mountain creek. Into this world walked Thomas Dooley, known to everyone as Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the boy with the quick smile and the fiddle that could make the devil himself tap his feet. But the Tom who came back was different. He'd survived the living hell of Point Lookout prison camp, and the experience had burned something out of him, replacing it with a reckless charm and a darkness in his eyes. He still played the fiddle, but now the tunes seemed wilder, more desperate, as if he was trying to drown out memories that followed him from the battlefield. At the unshakable center of Tom's world was Anne Pauline Melton. She was Laura Foster's cousin, married to a quiet farmer named James Melton, a man who seemed to exist only in her shadow. Anne was not just beautiful, she was a force of nature. With dark, knowing eyes and a will as strong as iron, she was a woman who refused to be contained by the small, pious world she inhabited. Her affair with Tom Dooley was the worst-kept secret in Elkville, a blazing fire that everyone saw, but no one dared try to put out. It was a passion born long before the war, and it had only intensified upon his return. And then there was Laura Foster, younger, fairer, and by all accounts of a gentler nature than her cousin Anne. She was a girl on the cusp of womanhood, with dreams that were likely as simple as they were sincere: to be courted, to be married, to build a life. She, too, fell under the spell of the handsome, haunted fiddle player. In her, Tom perhaps saw a chance at a different kind of life, a peace he could never find with the tempestuous Anne. For a time, this fragile, dangerous balance held. Life went on. James Melton ploughed his fields, pretending not to know. The community whispered behind their hands at church and at the general store. Anne held court, the queen of a tiny, isolated kingdom, with Tom as her devoted, reckless knight. And Laura Foster watched from the edges, her heart full of a hope that was about to turn deadly. They were all caught in a web of love, jealousy, and obligation, unaware that the world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. But the war had sent home more than just broken men. It sent home a sickness, a blood taint that traveled in silence. It was an unseen enemy, carried in the veins of a soldier, that would soon become the catalyst for an act of brutality that would leave these mountains forever scarred. The storm was coming, and no one even saw the clouds gathering. The Fosters, the Meltons, the Doulas, these were not new names in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Their roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks, clinging to the rocky soil for generations. They were descendants of the first Scots, Irish, and English settlers who pushed into these wild, unforgiving hollows in the late 1700s. They came seeking land of their own and a life free from the meddling of kings and governments. They fought the wilderness, they fought the natives, and sometimes they fought each other to hold on to the small plots of earth that defined their existence. This land wasn't just property, it was a testament to survival paid for in sweat and blood. Every creek, every ridge, every dark stand of timber was tied to a story, a birth, a death, a memory. But history had left scars on this land that had never truly healed. The Civil War was the deepest of them all. Wilkes County had been a place torn in two. While many men like Tom Doula marched off to fight for the Confederacy, the hills were also crawling with Union sympathizers, draft dodgers, and outright deserters. It was a war fought not just on distant battlefields, but in hushed conversations and suspicious glances between neighbors. Loyalty became a currency more valuable than gold, and betrayal was a poison that could linger in a family's well for 50 years. When the war ended, it didn't bring peace. It brought a simmering resentment. The men who came back, like Tom, were changed, and the community they returned to was fractured. The old order was shattered, and the law was often little more than a suggestion. In this power vacuum, the oldest laws of the mountains reasserted themselves, the laws of clan and kin. And in this world, a name was a heavy thing to carry. To be a Foster in these hills meant something. It meant you were part of a sprawling, tangled web of blood relations. You were never truly alone, but you were never truly free either. Your triumphs and your shames belonged to the whole family. An insult to one Foster was an insult to all, and the family's honor had to be protected at any cost. This wasn't just about pride, it was about survival. A family with a stained reputation was a weak family, vulnerable to its enemies. The weight of that name and the secrets it had to protect was a burden every Foster, including Anne and Laura, carried from the day they were born. In a place like Wilkes County, news traveled faster on foot than it did by post. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these were the arenas where reputations were built and destroyed. And at the center of this web of whispers was Anne Melton. Her affair with Tom Dooley wasn't just a private sin, it was a public spectacle, a long-running drama the entire community followed with a mix of condemnation and fascination. Every glance between them, every time he lingered too long at her farm, was noted, dissected, and woven into the local law. The supporting cast was a complex gallery of cousins and neighbors, each with their own loyalties and resentments. There was Pauline Foster, another cousin, a woman who moved through the community with watchful eyes. The exact nature of her relationship with Anne is lost to history, but the court records would later suggest a deep-seated animosity, the kind that festers between women who are too much alike or who have vied for the same things. Then there were the Meltons, James's family, who had to endure the shame of his wife's open infidelity. And there was James himself, a quiet, brooding figure. The community saw him as a cuckold, a weak man who couldn't control his wife. But was his silence weakness, or was it the coiled patience of a man nursing a deep and bitter wound? The affair itself was the great, unhealed sore on the community's skin. It was an affront to the sacred institution of marriage and a constant source of tension. But there were other, smaller slights that kept the air poisoned. A harsh word exchanged at a quilting bee, a dispute over a stray hog, the natural jealousies that arise when one family does slightly better than another. In these isolated hollows, such grievances weren't easily forgotten. They were collected like debts, passed down through whispers, waiting for a moment to be called due. The Foster clan was so large and interwoven that it was a world unto itself, rife with its own internal rivalries and power struggles. It was this fertile ground of gossip and resentment that allowed the most dangerous rumor of all to take root. When whispers of the foul disease began to circulate, they fell on ready ears. Syphilis was more than an illness. It was a mark of moral decay, a physical manifestation of sin. The rumor transformed the affair from a simple matter of adultery into something dark and terrifying. It was a secret that, if exposed, would bring a level of shame and ruin that was absolute. It wouldn't just be whispers, it would be utter damnation. The air in Elkville grew thick and heavy. Anne, Tom, and Laura were no longer just three people caught in a tangle of passion. They were characters in a tragedy that everyone was watching unfold, a tragedy being written in real time by the relentless, unforgiving murmur of the community. The pressure was immense. Every smile felt like a mask, every conversation like an interrogation. The stage was set, and the ground was soaked with the fuel of old grudges, just waiting for a single spark to set the whole world ablaze. In the mountains, people have always paid attention to signs. They knew how to read the sky for a coming storm, and they knew how to read the woods for omens. And in the spring of 1866, the old folks would later claim the signs were all bad. They said the whippoorwills called too close to the houses, a sure sign of a soul about to depart. A strange, unnatural quiet seemed to settle in the hollows, a silence that felt sharp and heavy in the air, as if the mountains themselves were holding their breath, waiting for a coming violence. These were the whispers of the woods, the ancient language of dread that every mountain person understood in their bones. The true omen, however, was not a bird or a dream. It was a human one. It was the change that came over Laura Foster. The young, hopeful girl disappeared, replaced by a woman who had been handed a death sentence. When Laura learned she was sick and understood the shameful truth of how she'd gotten that way, the desperation must have been absolute. She was no longer just a spurned lover. She was a victim facing a slow, ugly decay. And she was not going to suffer that fate alone and in silence. Her threat to expose Tom, and by extension the married Anne Melton, was not the blackmail of a schemer. It was the last, defiant cry of a girl whose life had been ruined. That cry was a prophecy, and it spelled doom for Anne. Anne Melton would have felt it most of all. She was too sharp, too aware, not to see the abyss opening up before her. The whispers of the community were no longer just background noise. They were the sound of a trap being sprung. The easy power she held over men, the carefully constructed life she had built with her husband James, the fragile respectability she clung to, it was all about to be consumed by scandal and disease. She must have felt a cold knot of dread in her stomach that never went away, a premonition that the poison that had entered their lives had finally reached the heart. The walls of her world were groaning, and she knew that soon they would either come crashing down on top of her, or she would have to tear down someone else's first. The dam of whispers and threats was about to break. On a bright May morning, Laura Foster made her move. She walked out of her family's home, went to the barn, and saddled her father's mare. She told her family she was leaving to elope with Tom Dooley. This was it. This was the final desperate gamble of a girl who had nothing left to lose. It was not just a flight of romantic fancy, It was a public declaration, an act of defiance that would force every secret out into the sunlight. By riding away to meet Tom, she was setting the entire fragile world on fire. For Tom Dooley, this was the moment of reckoning. He was caught between two worlds, between the fiery, possessive love of Anne and the desperate, righteous claim of Laura. He had made promises to both. Now, Laura was calling in his debt. He had to meet her. He had to face the consequences of his actions. We'll never know what was in his heart on that day, true love for Laura, a sense of duty, or the fear of a man being led into a trap. But we know he went to the rendezvous. His fatal indecision, his inability to untangle the web he had woven, placed him squarely on the path to that shallow grave. The news of Laura's departure must have struck Anne Melton like a physical blow. The threat was no longer a possibility whispered in the dark. It was a girl on a horse, riding to destroy her. Laura's elopement with Tom would be the final, unforgivable humiliation. The whole sordid story, the affair, the lies, and the shameful disease would be laid bare for the entire county to see. The life Anne had so fiercely protected was about to be torn to shreds. The time for talk was over. The time for manipulation and quiet threats had passed. A choice had to be made right there on that spring morning. And so, the first drops of blood were shed, not with a blade, but with a decision. The plan, whether hatched in a moment of panicked rage or cold calculation, was set in motion. The rendezvous between Tom and Laura was no longer a meeting of lovers. It was an ambush. The conflict escalated from a bitter personal feud into a conspiracy to commit murder. Someone, Anne or Tom, under her influence, decided that the only way to silence Laura Foster forever was to put her in the ground. As Laura rode away, the sun warm on her back, she must have felt a mix of terror and hope. She was leaving everything she had ever known behind, riding toward an uncertain future with the man she loved. She didn't know that she was not riding toward a new life. She was riding into a silence that had been carefully prepared for her, a silence as deep and final as the Appalachian earth itself. The point of no return had been crossed. The spot where Laura Foster drew rein on her father's mare was quiet and secluded. Sunlight filtered through the new spring leaves, dappling the forest floor. This was the place where her future was supposed to begin. She looked for Tom, her heart a frantic mix of hope and fear. But the figure, or figures, that emerged from the shadows of the rhododendron thicket did not offer the embrace she was expecting. We will never know the exact words that were spoken in those final moments. Was it a plea, an accusation, a bitter, venomous argument? Whatever was said, the hope in Laura's eyes must have died in an instant, replaced by the cold, stark terror of betrayal. There was no long, drawn-out scream to echo through the hollow. The violence was too sudden, too brutally intimate for that. There was likely just a sharp, choked gasp, the sound of a frantic, brief struggle in the dry leaves on the forest floor, and then a heavy, sickening thud. A sound of such finality that it seemed to drain all the life from the air around it. The sound of a life being abruptly, horribly extinguished. The world did not stop. It simply went on without her in it. The mare, panicked by the scent of terror and the sudden chaos, reared back, its eyes wide with fright. It tore through the underbrush, reins flying, the empty saddle a stark and terrible testament to what had just occurred. The horse ran without stopping, a mindless flight back toward the familiar scent of home, leaving behind a scene of unnatural stillness. A small piece of a woman's life, a bonnet perhaps, or a ribbon, lay trampled in the dirt, the only splash of color in a world that had suddenly gone gray. Then, the grim work began. The silence was broken not by cries or laments, but by the rhythmic, labored sound of digging. It was the scrape and clank of a tool, a shovel, or a mattock, striking the hard, unforgiving Appalachian earth. It was a desperate, sweating labor, a race against the setting sun and the possibility of a chance wanderer. Each shovelful of dirt was not just soil being moved, it was an act of concealment, an attempt to erase a person, to bury a terrible secret so deep that it might never be found. The grave was shallow, dug with the frantic haste of those who wanted to be gone from that cursed place. There was no reverence, no ceremony. The burden of Laura's body, now just a thing to be hidden, was placed into the shallow trench. The sounds were muted and awful. The rustle of her homespun dress against the dirt, the dull weight of her form settling into the earth. It was a final, profound act of desecration. Then came the final sounds, the soft, heavy thuds of dirt being shoveled back into the hole, covering the last evidence of the crime. The person, or people, who stood there in the fading light, their clothes stained with soil and their lungs burning from the effort, were not just burying a body. They were burying a promise, a future, and a piece of their own souls. When they were finished, they tried to make it look as though nothing had happened. They scattered leaves over the freshly turned earth and arranged the branches just so. But the ground was wounded. No human eyes had witnessed the act, but the ancient trees stood as silent sentinels. The mountains had seen it all, and in the Blue Ridge, the mountains never, ever forget. To understand what happened in that secluded glade, you have to try, for a moment, to look at the world through Anne Melton's eyes. In her mind, Laura Foster was no longer a person. She wasn't her cousin. She wasn't a romantic rival. She was a disease, a walking plague that threatened to consume everything Anne had built. The syphilis rumor was a death sentence, not just for the body, but for the soul. It meant being cast out, shunned, left to rot in shame while the community whispered about your sins. Laura's threat to expose it all wasn't just blackmail, it was a promise of total annihilation. From Anne's perspective, this was not a matter of jealousy over Tom Dooley. This was a matter of survival, as primal and as ruthless as a cornered animal protecting its den. The twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. You cut out the infection before it kills you. The switch flipped the moment word reached her that Laura was on that mare, riding to meet Tom. Before that, the threat was a possibility, a problem that could perhaps be managed with manipulation or intimidation. But Laura on that horse was a lit fuse burning down to the powder keg. It was an act of open war. In that instant, all other options vanished. The cool, calculating part of Anne's mind, the part that had allowed her to manage an affair under her husband's nose and maintain her standing in the community, would have taken over completely. It was no longer a messy human drama. It was a cold, hard equation. Her life, her home, her name, or Laura's. There was no room for both. So when she confronted Laura in the woods, if indeed she was the one who did, it was likely not with the explosive rage of a jealous lover. It would have been with the chilling focus of an executioner. Each step, each word, each action would have been deliberate. She would have looked at Laura and seen not the face of a frightened girl, but the embodiment of her own destruction. The act itself would have been a task to be completed, a problem to be solved. This profound, terrifying detachment is the only thing that can explain the icy composure she displayed later. It wasn't the absence of feeling, it was the absolute suppression of it in the service of a single, overriding goal, self-preservation at any cost. And in the immediate aftermath, standing there in the silence of the woods, what would she have felt? Not guilt, not remorse. That would come later, perhaps, in the dark of night when the ghosts of memory came calling. No, in that moment, she would have felt a profound and chilling relief. The threat was gone. The voice was silenced. The secret was safe, buried under 6 feet of Appalachian dirt. She had faced absolute ruin and had stared it down. She had won. It was a victory that would poison her life and damn her name for all time. But as she walked away from that shallow grave, it was a victory nonetheless. The first sign that the world had broken was the sight of a horse. Wilson Foster's mare came trotting back to the farm late that afternoon, alone. Its coat was slick with sweat and streaked with mud. Its eyes were wild with a terror it couldn't speak. The empty saddle was a screaming accusation. A father's heart knows a specific kind of cold dread, and as Wilson Foster caught the reins of the panicked animal, that coldness flooded his veins. The story of an elopement suddenly felt like a lie, a thin blanket thrown over a horrible truth. In the days that followed, Wilson and his family scoured the woods. Their calls of Laura echoed through the hollows, answered only by the cawing of crows. The search was a frantic, desperate ritual. The woods that had been Laura's playground now felt like a tomb, each shadow seeming to hold a terrible secret. The community watched, and for a time they held on to the simpler explanation. They whispered that she had run off, that she and Tom were likely halfway to Tennessee by now. It was easier to believe in a reckless girl than a dead one. This casual dismissal left the Foster family isolated in their growing nightmare. Meanwhile, the main players in the drama had scattered. Tom Dooley had vanished. One day he was a fixture in the community, the next he was gone, his absence a thunderous confession of guilt. But Ann Melton was right where she had always been. She went about her daily chores on the Melton farm, a picture of domestic calm. When questioned, her face was a mask of innocence and concern. She knew nothing. She had seen nothing. Her icy composure was a wall that no one could breach, and it was, in its own way, more terrifying than Tom's flight. Weeks turned into a long, agonizing summer. The search parties grew smaller as hope withered on the vine. Laura Foster was now officially a missing person, a ghost story whispered around the supper table. But her family, particularly her father, refused to let the silence win. They kept looking, kept asking questions, their grief hardening into a grim resolve to find the truth, no matter how ugly it might be. The whispers in the community began to change, the simple story of elopement giving way to darker suspicions of foul play. The discovery, when it finally came, was a grim and heartbreaking affair. A man named Colonel James Grayson, a local justice of the peace and a friend of the Fosters, was led to a spot deep in the woods. There, under a thin covering of leaves and branches, he saw what he had been dreading for months, a patch of earth that was too soft, too new. He began to dig. It didn't take long to uncover the horror. The search was over. Laura Foster had been found. The news ripped through Wilkes County like a flash flood. The whispers became a roar of outrage. With the discovery of the body, a missing persons case became a murder investigation. The law, which had been passive for months, was now spurred into action. The full weight of suspicion fell squarely on the man who had run. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Thomas C. Dooley. A reward was posted for his capture. Tom Dooley was no longer just a reckless local boy. He was a wanted murderer, and the hunt was on. The discovery of Laura's body was like a rock thrown into a still pond, and the ripples of suspicion and fear spread to every last cabin in the county. The comfortable lie of elopement was shattered, and in its place, a terrible truth took root. A murder had been committed. One of their own had been put in the ground like an animal, and now everyone had to choose a side. The general store was no longer a place for idle gossip. It was a courtroom where theories were argued in hushed, angry tones. At church, families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, their prayers heavy with judgment for their neighbors. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the community. This wasn't a crime committed by some nameless drifter. The killer, everyone knew, was still among them. Many people must have known pieces of the truth. They'd seen Tom and Ann arguing. They'd heard the rumors about the disease. Perhaps someone had even seen Ann returning home that fateful night, her dress soiled with mud and secrets. But the Foster clan was a sprawling, powerful entity, and Ann Melton, with her iron will and piercing gaze, was a terrifying woman to cross. To speak against her was to risk more than just a cold shoulder. It was to invite a feud, to put your own family and livelihood in jeopardy. And so, a conspiracy of silence was born, not of loyalty to a killer, but out of raw, primal fear. Still, the community was not a monolith. While many pointed the finger at the fugitive Tom Dooley, others whispered that he was just a fool, a pawn in a game played by a much more cunning mind. They looked at Anne Melton, saw her cold defiance, and came to their own conclusions. They saw a woman capable of anything, a woman who had bewitched both her husband and her lover, a woman who would stop at nothing to protect her name. Tom, they argued, might have helped dig the grave, but it was Anne's venom that had struck the fatal blow. In this poisoned atmosphere, small acts of courage and cowardice became monumental. There was the quiet neighbor who, risking the wrath of the Meltons, brought a basket of food to Laura's grieving family, a silent gesture of solidarity. There was the witness, Pauline Foster, who, whether out of a sense of justice or personal spite, decided to break the silence and tell the authorities what she claimed Anne had confessed. And on the other side, there were those who provided false alibis, who swore they'd seen Tom miles away when the murder occurred, weaving a web of lies to protect a friend or simply to avoid getting involved. The murder of Laura Foster had done more than kill a young woman. It had ripped the soul out of the community. Neighbor now looked at neighbor with suspicion. Old friendships curdled into resentment. The valley was no longer a place of shared hardship and trust. It was a fractured landscape of fear, secrets, and unspoken accusations. The lines had been drawn in the dirt, and the blood that had been spilled would stain them forever. The manhunt for Tom Dooley was not just a matter of law, it was a matter of pride. Sheriff William Dooler, a relative of Tom's, was tasked with bringing him in, a duty that must have weighed on him like a shroud. But the official posse was swelled by harder men from the Foster clan whose faces were grim masks of determination. They weren't interested in a trial, they were interested in mountain justice, a swift and final accounting for the blood of their kin. They knew Tom, they knew his habits, and they knew the woods as well as he did. They weren't just chasing a killer, they were hunting a ghost who knew every shadow in their own backyard. For weeks, Tom was a phantom. He was a creature of these mountains, born and raised in their embrace, and now he used them as his shield. He moved by night, sleeping in caves and abandoned cabins, living off whatever he could forage or steal. The posse would find his tracks by a creek bed, only to have them vanish on the hard rock upstream. They'd get a tip that he was hiding in a certain hollow, and by the time they'd surrounded it, he was already miles away, watching their lanterns flicker from a distant ridge. The rhododendron thickets, so dense they were called laurel hells, were his fortress. He was making fools of them, and with every passing day, the legend of his cunning grew, while the frustration of the hunters curdled into a cold, patient rage. But Tom knew Wilkes County was a cage, and the walls were closing in. He couldn't run forever in a place where every face knew his name. His only hope was to disappear completely, to cross the Blue Ridge into Tennessee and start a new life under a new name. And so began the second, more desperate phase of the chase. He pushed westward into the wild heart of the mountains that separated the two states. This was a brutal, unforgiving wilderness, a vertical world of razorback ridges and sunless valleys. The hunt became an ordeal of endurance, a battle against not just a man, but against the mountains themselves. The posse, relentless and driven, stayed on his trail. They followed broken twigs, faint footprints in the mud, and the whispers of isolated mountain folk who had seen a haunted-looking stranger passing through. The chase stretched on, a slow, grueling pursuit through some of the most difficult terrain in the eastern United States. Tom was starving, exhausted, and the ever-present fear of the men behind him was a constant, gnawing companion. The freedom he had run for now felt like a different kind of prison, a cold and lonely one. He finally made it to Trade, Tennessee, a small settlement just across the state line. He was no longer Tom Dooley, the fiddle-playing charmer. He was just another ragged farmhand, calling himself Tom Hall, looking for work to fill his empty belly. He found it on the farm of a man named Colonel James C. Grayson. For a brief moment, he might have thought he had made it. He was anonymous. He was safe. But the posse had its own network, and word of a suspicious newcomer who fit Tom's description had trickled back across the mountains. The moment of capture was not a blaze of gunfire on a rocky cliffside. It was quiet, pathetic, and inevitable. The posse found him helping with the chores, his shoulders slumped with weariness. He looked up and saw the familiar hard faces from home, and in that instant, he knew the running was done. The fight had gone out of him. There was no struggle, no last defiant stand. There was only the quiet resignation of a man who had been hunted to the point of collapse. He surrendered without a word, exhausted and cornered, the great chase ending not with a bang, but with the click of iron shackles. The journey back to Wilkes County was a somber procession, the hunters bringing their quarry home to face the justice of men. The trial of Tom Dooley was the greatest spectacle Wilkes County had ever seen. The small town of Statesville, where the trial was moved to avoid the inflamed passions of the locals, swelled with spectators. Farmers in dusty overalls stood shoulder to shoulder with men in fine suits, all of them craning their necks for a glimpse of the infamous killer and the woman at the center of the storm. The courtroom was a tinderbox. Armed deputies stood guard at the doors, their eyes scanning the crowd, wary of the foster kin who were there to see justice done one way or another. Tom Dooley, gaunt and broken from his time on the run, looked like a condemned man from the moment he walked in. His defense was led by Zebulon Vance, a former governor of North Carolina and one of the most brilliant lawyers in the state. Vance argued passionately that the evidence against his client was purely circumstantial, a flimsy case built on rumor and the hysteria of a community desperate for a scapegoat. But the star witness, the one everyone had come to see, was Ann Melton. When she took the stand, a hush fell over the courtroom. She was a vision of composure, her dark eyes sweeping over the crowd without a flicker of fear. She answered the prosecutor's questions with a cool, unshakable calm, denying everything. Her voice never wavered. She painted herself as a victim of malicious gossip, a respectable married woman whose name had been unfairly dragged through the mud. It was a masterful performance. To her supporters, she was a woman of incredible strength, unjustly accused. To her detractors, her icy demeanor was the ultimate proof of a sociopathic heart, a woman capable of orchestrating a murder and then lying about it without blinking. The trial was a parade of neighbors and cousins, their testimonies a tangled mess of personal grudges and second-hand stories. Pauline Foster delivered her damning testimony, claiming Anne had confessed the murder to her. But under the sharp cross-examination of Governor Vance, her credibility crumbled. She was portrayed as a spiteful woman, driven by jealousy and a personal vendetta against Anne. The case against Anne was built on a foundation of sand, one person's word against another's, with no hard evidence to tie her to the crime. In the end, the law of men, with its strict rules of evidence, could not convict her. The jury, faced with a mountain of innuendo but not a single piece of concrete proof, acquitted Ann Melton. A gasp went through the courtroom. She had walked into the heart of the fire and emerged without so much as the smell of smoke on her. She stood, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the courtroom a free woman, past the stunned and hateful glares of the Foster family. For Tom Dooley, there was no such escape. The evidence of his flight, his affair with Laura, and his presence near the scene was enough. He was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Justice had been delivered, but to many in that courtroom and in the hollows back home, it felt like a grotesque mockery. They had hanged the fool, but the mastermind, the true author of the crime, had just walked out the front door, free to return to her life as if nothing had ever happened. Was this the law of men? Or was it proof that some people were so cunning they could outwit justice itself? The thud of the trapdoor beneath Tom Dooley's feet was the final brutal punctuation mark on his life. With his death, the law was satisfied. But his last words from the gallows did not fade into the air. They hung over the hollows, a permanent stain on Ann Melton's name, a curse delivered with a dying man's breath. The trial was over, but the verdict of the mountains had just begun. For the Foster family, life became a long, quiet exercise in grief. They had a grave to tend now, a permanent scar on their land and on their hearts. But there was no closure. Every trip to the general store, every Sunday at church, held the possibility of seeing her, Ann Melton, the woman they believed had orchestrated their daughter's murder, living freely, her life continuing while Laura's had been cut short. They became the silent keepers of Laura's memory, their sorrow a cold, hard stone in the belly of the community, a constant, unspoken rebuke to the verdict of the court. And what of Ann? She had won her freedom, but she had lost everything else. The acquittal was not a pardon. It was a life sentence of a different kind. She returned to her farm with James Melton, but she was now a pariah, a ghost in her own life. Old friends would avert their eyes when she passed. Children would fall silent and hide behind their mother's skirts. She was utterly isolated, trapped in a prison of whispers and sideways glances. The community that had once been her stage was now her jury, and its judgment was a slow, daily poison. She was the woman who had gotten away with it, and for that, she would never be forgiven. History simply records that Ann Melton died a few years after the trial, likely from a fever or some other common malady of the time. But the legend, my friends, tells a different story. The legend is where the mountains delivered the justice the court could not. They say that Ann was consumed by the very disease that had started it all, that the syphilis drove her mad, her mind rotting away along with her body. The folklore insists her death was a thing of horror, that for days she was tormented by visions, screaming Laura Foster's name in the dead of night and clawing at phantom hands that were dragging her to hell. The legend gave her an end befitting the monster they believed her to be, agonizing, shameful, and utterly terrifying. It was a curse fulfilled. And so, the community tried to heal by forgetting. After the raw spectacle of the trial and Ann's supposed damnation, a thick blanket of collective silence fell over the story. It was too painful, too divisive. People stopped speaking the names of the dead. The murder of Laura Foster became a dark secret, a story you didn't tell your children, a wound that was left to scar over in private. They buried the truth under the weight of hard work and the passing of seasons, hoping that if they just stopped talking about it, the ghosts of 1866 would finally find their rest. The silence that the community so desperately tried to impose on this story was ultimately broken, not by a historian, but by a musician. In 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded a simple, haunting ballad called Tom Dooley. The song became a worldwide phenomenon, a #1 hit. It flattened the brutal, complex tragedy into a simple tale of a love triangle gone wrong. The song became a ghost, its mournful tune drifting out of jukeboxes and radios across the country, ensuring that the names Tom Dooley and Laura Foster would never truly be forgotten. It was this song that pulled the story from the dusty archives and gave it a strange new life in the modern world. And the physical traces, my friends, they are still there. You can travel to Wilkes County today and find them. There's a small, fenced-in plot where a gravestone marks the final resting place of Tom Dooley. It's a newer stone, placed there long after the original was chipped away by souvenir hunters. You can also find the quiet, lonely grave of Laura Foster, tucked away in a family cemetery. But the grave of Ann Melton is harder to find. Some say she was buried next to her husband in the Melton family plot, while others whisper that she was laid to rest in an unmarked grave, shunned by a family that could no longer bear the weight of her name. Even in death, she remains a figure of mystery and shadow. The land itself holds the memory, The old hanging tree in Statesville is long gone, but locals can still point to the spot where the gallows stood. And if you know who to ask, they can take you deep into the woods to a quiet, unremarkable patch of ground. There are no markers, no signs, but as you stand there in the silence of the forest, you can't help but feel a chill. This is the place. This is the earth that held Laura Foster's body for a long, hot summer. It is a wound in the landscape that has never fully healed. The descendants of the Fosters, the Meltons, and the Doulas still live in those hills. For generations, the story was a source of deep shame, a dark chapter that was never spoken of aloud. But the fame of the song changed that. It forced the story out into the light, transforming it from a private family tragedy into a piece of public American folklore. Today, the names no longer carry the same immediate sting, but they do carry an echo of a passion that burned too brightly, of a secret that was worth killing for, and of a tragedy that proves that while people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, a question that has echoed through these mountains for over 150 years. Was Anne Melton the true monster in this story? The law gave us its answer. It said no. But the legend, the folklore, and the dying words of the man she loved screamed a different answer from the gallows. The truth, I believe, is buried somewhere in the murky soil between the two. The historical record is silent, but human nature is not. Anne Melton was a fiercely intelligent, passionate woman, trapped in a world that gave her very little power. When faced with total ruin, did she turn to an act of ultimate brutality to save herself? I cannot tell you with certainty that she held the blade. But I believe her will, her fear, and her desperation were the forces that drove the tragedy to its bloody conclusion. This is not just a simple story of a love triangle, the way the song tells it. This is a story about the awesome and terrifying power of secrets. It's a testament to how, in the isolated, close-knit world of the mountains, things like honor, shame, and reputation are not abstract ideas. They are matters of life and death. It's a brutal lesson in how love can curdle into obsession, and how obsession, when cornered, can become homicidal. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that will endure unimaginable hardship, protect its own with a fierce and sometimes violent loyalty, and never, ever forget a wrong. The Kingston Trio made Tom Dooley famous, but they only told you a piece of the tale. They never told you about the disease, the web of family secrets, or the cold, defiant woman who walked free, only to be imprisoned forever by her own legend. The ghosts of that tragedy still wander the hollows of Wilkes County, a timeless reminder of a passion that burned a hole in the fabric of the mountains. They are a warning that the darkest hearts sometimes beat within the most beautiful chests, and that justice, in the end, is not always found in a courtroom. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In the cold, coal-dusted hollows of 1930s West Virginia, a ghost walked the mountains. They called him Little Billy Rhodes. He was a thief who never took for himself, a phantom who left sacks of flour on the doorsteps of starving miners' shacks. Then, one day, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. No body, no trial, no final shootout. Just silence. The company bosses called him a dangerous criminal. The law called him a menace. But to the families trapped in the crushing grip of debt and desperation, he was something else entirely. A prayer answered in the dead of night. Was he a real man of flesh and blood? Or was he an idea, a spirit of defiance that lived in the hearts of a whole community? Today, we dig through a mountain of legend to find the truth, to understand how the quiet anger of 1,000 miners gave birth to the ballad of Little Billy Rhodes. To find the man, you have to dig past the myth, and the story they tell always begins in the same place. A grey, clapboard house in a nameless company town, indistinguishable from 100 others pressed into the folds of the West Virginia hills. It's a place where the air itself tastes of coal dust, and the only clock that matters is the steam whistle from the tipple. This wasn't a community. It was a holding pen, built for the sole purpose of extracting coal from the earth and loyalty from the men who mined it. They say Billy was born into a miner's family, like every other boy in the camp. His father was a man whose strength was legendary, able to load more tons in a shift than any two younger men, but who came home each night with a little more of the mountain ground into his lungs. His mother was a woman who could make a meal from next to nothing and find a way to patch a patch, her silence a testament to a resilience that ran deeper than any coal seam. In that small shack, he learned the unspoken code of the mountains. You protect your own, you owe no debt to an outsider who disrespects you, and you never, ever show weakness. The world outside that door, however, operated on a different code entirely. The turning point, the moment the boy became something more, came with the sound of a cough. It was his father's cough, a wet, ragged sound that signaled the end. Black lung. The company called it miner's asthma and docked his pay for missed shifts. When he finally succumbed, the company sent no condolences. They sent a man with a ledger to calculate the family's outstanding debt at the company store. The man who had given his life to the mine was now just a negative number in a book. The true breaking point came a week later. Billy, still a boy, but now the man of the house, watched his mother stand before the company store manager, a man with a soft belly and clean fingernails. She was pleading for a bag of flour on credit just until her oldest son could start in the mines. The manager checked his ledger, shook his head, and turned her away empty-handed. In that moment, Billy saw it all with a terrifying clarity. The injustice wasn't a mistake in the system, it was the system. He saw his mother's shame, the manager's indifference, and the well-stocked shelves that might as well have been a world away. That night, something in him hardened, turning his grief into a cold, sharp-edged purpose. He didn't cry. He watched. He began to truly see the woods that surrounded the camp, not as a playground, but as a sanctuary, a place with its own laws that the company couldn't touch. He learned the paths the guards walked, the timing of the supply wagons, the way a loose floorboard in the company store sang a different tune than the others. The mountains were teaching him, forging him. He was creating his own code, born from the ashes of his father's life. It was a simple code, but absolute. You do not harm a working man. You do not touch a family's meager possessions. You do not spill blood if it can be avoided. But you take back what was stolen, you humble the proud, and you deliver justice where the law refuses to tread. The boy who watched his mother walk away with nothing was gone. In his place stood a shadow, waiting for the right moment to fall. Before the full weight of the law and the focused rage of the coal barons came crashing down, there was a period of strange, tense equilibrium. The name Little Billy Rhodes settled over the hollows, not like a storm cloud, but like the persistent mountain fog, a constant, unseen presence that changed the landscape. He wasn't a man you'd meet at the company store. He was the reason you could walk past that store with your head held a little higher, knowing its power wasn't absolute. In those days, his legend was written on the porches of the needy. A family whose father was too sick to work would wake to find a side of bacon and a sack of potatoes by the door, left sometime between the last patrol of the company guards and the first light of dawn. A widow, facing eviction, might find a handful of real US dollars tucked into the frame of her screen door, just enough to pacify the company man for another month. These weren't grand gestures, they were acts of targeted survival, a quiet redistribution of stolen wages. His relationship with the community was a sacred, unspoken pact. They were his eyes and ears. A child playing by the creek might see a new company guard and mention it to his father. That evening, the information would travel through the camp. A ripple of warning passed in hushed tones between miners at the coalface, between women hanging laundry on the line. In return, the community became a fortress of silence. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, slow shrugs, and the impenetrable wall of mountain folk protecting their own. Little Billy? Can't say I know the man. This was Billy in his prime, a master of his domain. He moved through the world of the company town like a ghost in his own house. He knew which guards drank on duty, which managers were careless with their keys, and which routes the payroll wagon took on the last Friday of the month. He wasn't just a thief, he was an intelligence operative in a war nobody had officially declared. He had turned the mountains that imprisoned his people into his greatest weapon, a labyrinth of shadow and stone where he was king. This fragile balance was the world he had built, a world he sought to protect. It was a place where fear was no longer the only currency, where a single defiant man could hold back the tide of corporate greed. He had given his people more than just food and money. He had given them hope, a dangerous and priceless commodity. And it was this very success, this growing legend, that would eventually become the greatest threat to his existence. But a man who lives by a code is also a predictable man. And little Billy's greatest strength, that unwavering, white-hot sense of justice, was also the one crack in his armor. He wasn't a cold strategist. He was a man fueled by a righteous fire. His heists on company property were calculated, almost impersonal acts of war. But when the cruelty of the system took on a human face, his response became deeply, dangerously personal. The story they tell is of a new mine foreman, a man named Blackwood, who came to the camp with a reputation for breaking unions and a temper as foul as mine drainage. Blackwood wasn't content to simply enforce the rules. He reveled in the humiliation of the miners. One afternoon, he publicly berated an elderly miner, a man who had worked the seams for 40 years, for being too slow, kicking the old man's lunch pail into the mud and mocking him in front of his crew. For Billy Rhodes, this was not a matter of scrip or payroll. This was an intolerable affront to the dignity of his people. The system wasn't just starving them, it was now spitting in their faces. That night, little Billy didn't go to the company store. He slipped past Blackwood's own yard dogs, through the window of his private residence, and into the room where the foreman slept. He stole nothing of value. Instead, he took Blackwood's prized double-barreled shotgun from its rack over the mantel, broke it clean over his knee, and laid the two splintered pieces on the pillow next to the sleeping man's head. To the miners who heard the story whispered the next day, it was a moment of pure triumph. But in truth, it was a grave error. It was the first time Billy had let his anger guide him instead of his reason. He had shown his hand. He had revealed that the way to get to the ghost wasn't to guard the safes, but to wound the community. He had proven that he could be baited, that his fury could be aimed. And in the cold, calculating eyes of the coal company, a man who can be angered is a man who can be trapped. The company, led by the foreman Blackwood, understood its enemy now. Humiliated by the broken shotgun, Blackwood realized that the way to kill a ghost is to attack what it loves. He stopped looking for a man in the shadows and started looking for a lever in the community, a way to force little Billy into the light. And he found that lever in a widow named Sarah, whose husband had been crushed in a rockfall the year before. Sarah and her young son were a symbol of the camp's suffering, and it was widely known that they were among the first to receive the Phantom's nocturnal gifts. The affront, when it came, was an act of calculated theater. On a cold, drizzly morning, Blackwood and two of his hired guards marched to Sarah's shack. In front of the assembled miners heading to the morning shift, he accused her of consorting with thieves and possessing stolen company property. He wasn't arresting her. He was doing something far more cruel. He was evicting her. The guards began throwing her meager possessions out into the muddy street: a cast-iron skillet, a threadbare quilt, a small stack of books. Her son, no older than 7, ran out to grab his only real toy, a small bird carved from a piece of scrap wood. One of the guards deliberately stepped on it, crushing it under his boot heel. The news of this public humiliation spread through the mine faster than a gas leak. For the miners, it was a profound act of terror, a message that even the most vulnerable were not safe. For little Billy, hearing the story passed in enraged whispers, it was something else entirely. It was a declaration of war aimed directly at his soul. The crushed wooden bird, the woman's silent tears, the foreman's smug satisfaction, these images burned away all his caution and calculation. This was no longer about scrip or safes. The unwritten rules of their conflict had been shattered. Blackwood had crossed a sacred line, targeting the innocent to draw him out. In that moment, Billy's mission changed. The cool-headed strategist vanished, replaced by a man consumed by a cold, singular rage. He saw the face of the system, and it was Blackwood's face. The foreman had taken a silent war and made it deafeningly personal. This was the point of no return. To let this stand would be to admit defeat, to tell the miners that their champion was powerless against true cruelty. It would poison the very hope he had cultivated. A response was no longer a choice. It was an obligation. The trap had been set, the bait had been taken, and little Billy Rhodes began walking a path from which there could be no turning back. The character of the Hollows changed. The whispers about little Billy, once filled with a kind of reverent excitement, were now laced with dread. The older miners, the ones with the deepest scars and longest memories, knew what this kind of escalation meant. They'd seen it before in strikes that ended in bloodshed. An attack on company property was one thing. A direct, personal war with a company man was an invitation for a massacre. They knew that when a hornet's nest is kicked, it isn't just the one who kicked it that gets stung. An old miner, a man who had worked alongside Billy's father, sought him out. He met him not in the camp, but in the deep woods, at a place marked by a lightning-scarred oak. He didn't plead. He spoke with the quiet authority of a man who had buried too many friends. "It's a trap, son," he said, his voice raspy from a lifetime of coal dust. "Blackwood is goading you. He wants you to come at him. He wants a reason to bring in the guns from Baldwin Felts and turn this camp into a war zone. You do this, and every family here will pay the price for your anger." Others sent messages through the silent network of the community. They urged patience. The unions were getting stronger, they argued. Roosevelt's government was starting to make noise. There were other ways to fight, slower ways that wouldn't get people killed. They were offering him a path of compromise, a chance to let his personal fury cool and melt back into the collective struggle. They were begging their ghost to remain a ghost, not to become a target. But Billy's ears were deaf to caution. From his perspective, their pleas for patience sounded like a quiet acceptance of defeat. How could he wait for a union organizer to arrive next month when a widow and her son were homeless now? His entire existence was built on the principle of immediate, tangible justice. To ignore Blackwood's cruelty would be to break his own code, to betray the very people he was trying to protect. He saw their warnings not as wisdom, but as the fear that had kept them all in chains. His response, passed back to the old miner, was chilling in its finality. He put a woman and her child in the mud. There's no waiting after that. The conversation was over. His actions grew bolder and more personal. He no longer cared about stealth. One night, the two guards Blackwood had used to evict Sarah woke up to find their shotguns missing and a dead blacksnake coiled on each of their doorsteps, a clear mountain threat. Then, he went for Blackwood himself. The foreman came out one morning to find a single pristine bullet sitting on his porch railing, a promise of what was to come. The ghost was no longer content to rob. He was now actively hunting. Each act was another step down a narrowing path, stripping away his anonymity and locking him into a collision course. He was ignoring every outstretched hand, every offered exit, his eyes fixed only on the man who had become the embodiment of all his hatred. The company brought in new guards, hard-faced men from out of state who didn't know the miners' names and didn't care to learn them. They patrolled the camp in pairs, shotguns held at the ready, turning the already tense atmosphere into a powder keg, waiting for a spark. The community that had been Billy's shield was now a prison for its own people, and he was the reason. The weight of that knowledge led him to the one place he could think clearly, a rocky outcrop high above the camp, a crow's nest where he could watch the lights of the shacks below without being seen. It was there she found him. Sarah. The old miner who had warned him must have told her where to look. She didn't approach with fear, but with a weary, heartbreaking resolve. She stood before him, a simple woman in a worn dress, and in the pale moonlight he could see the profound exhaustion in her eyes. "You have to stop, Billy," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "This ain't justice. This is just more trouble." She told him how the other women now shied away from her, afraid to be seen as her friend. She told him how Blackwood's men followed her son home from his games by the creek. She explained that his gifts had become a curse, marking her family for persecution. "You wanted to give us hope," she pleaded, tears finally tracing paths through the grime on her cheeks. "But all I feel is fear. Every night I pray you don't do anything else in my name. Please, just disappear again. Let us be." For the first time since his father died, the cold certainty in his heart wavered. He looked at her face, and for a moment he saw not a cause, but a person he was breaking in his attempt to save her. Her words were a lifeline, a final off-ramp from the path of violence he was on. He could listen. He could heed the warnings of his own people. He could melt back into the mountains, let the Union men fight the long, slow battle, and allow the wounds to heal. He could let the ghost of little Billy die, and let the man live. But then he looked past her, down at the company town, lit by the cold electric glare of the tipple, and he saw the bars of the cage. He saw Blackwood's house, warm and bright, while Sarah stood before him shivering. The image of the crushed wooden bird flashed in his mind. To stop now, to walk away, felt like a deeper betrayal than any violence he could commit. It would mean that a man like Blackwood could break a child's spirit and pay no price. It would mean the system always wins. He looked back at Sarah, and the conflict in his eyes hardened back into resolve. "If I stop now," he said, his voice low and final, "then he wins. Then they all win. This has to end with him." He had heard the plea of the widow and chosen the path of the bullet. The final crossroads had been passed. The night of the payroll was a night of ritual. The heavy rains came, turning the camp's dirt streets into a river of mud, a perfect curtain of noise and shadow. Inside the company office, a single lamp cast a greasy yellow circle of light. Within that circle sat Blackwood, alone, the stacks of scrip and the few precious stacks of real dollars laid out before him like a king surveying his hoard. He was a man at the peak of his power, secure in his fortress of glass and wood. He did not hear the creak of the floorboards on the porch over the drumming of the rain. When the office door opened, it didn't swing gently. It was kicked inward, the lock splintering with a sharp crack. Blackwood looked up, not in fear, but in pure, undiluted rage. Standing there, framed in the doorway with the storm at his back, was no longer a ghost. It was a man, soaked to the bone, his face pale and set like a death mask. For the first time, the two men were in the same room, the entire conflict of the hollows condensed into the 10 feet of space between them. Blackwood slowly pushed his chair back, a venomous smirk spreading across his face. "So the rat finally comes out of his hole," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Come to see what a real payroll looks like?" He gestured to the money on the desk, a clear and final act of mockery. Billy didn't look at the money. His eyes, burning with a cold fire, never left Blackwood's face. The world outside, the rain, the camp, the entire mountain, it all faded away. The universe had shrunk to the size of this one small, lamplit room. "This is for Sarah." Billy's voice was unnaturally calm, a quiet stone in the heart of the storm. This is for the bird." Blackwood laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. He started to rise, his hand moving toward a drawer in the desk. "That worthless woman, that brat, you threw your life away for—" He never finished the sentence. A flash of brilliant orange light filled the room, so bright and so brief it seemed to steal the very air. It was followed by a sound so immense, so absolute, it was more than a sound, it was a physical blow. The single window pane behind the desk shattered, and the lamp on the desk leapt into the air before crashing down, plunging the room into near darkness. The argument that had raged for a month was suddenly, permanently over. The heavy silence that rushed in to fill the void was broken only by the steady drumming of rain on the tin roof and the frantic metallic spin of a single silver dollar that had been knocked from a stack on the desk. It spun on the floorboards, a tiny, glittering whirlwind in the gloom, before it finally wobbled, fell, and was still. In that deafening quiet, Billy stood in the doorway, the cool rain on his back a stark contrast to the sudden, stifling heat in the room. He could smell the sharp, acrid scent of burnt powder hanging in the air. There was no feeling of victory, no satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow emptiness. The ghost of little Billy was gone, and in his place stood a man who had just crossed a line from which no one ever returns. For a long moment, Billy did not move. The only sound was the rain, a constant, indifferent witness. The ringing in his ears slowly subsided, replaced by a silence that was heavier than any noise. The fire that had driven him for months, that white-hot core of righteous fury, was gone. In its place was a profound and chilling emptiness, as if the act itself had scoured him clean of all emotion. He looked at the dark shape slumped behind the desk and felt nothing. Not triumph, not remorse, just the dead weight of a line crossed. A distant shout cut through the sound of the storm, followed by the frantic barking of a dog. The world was waking up to the sound of the shot. The spell was broken. He looked at the desk, at the stacks of scrip and cash scattered by the force of the blast. This was the prize, the very currency of the company's power. It was his for the taking. But he didn't move toward it. He realized with a sudden, devastating clarity that it meant nothing to him. It had never been about the money. He turned his back on the office, on the wealth, on the body of his enemy, and stepped back out into the rain. He didn't run. He simply receded, melting back into the storm that had delivered him. He moved with an animal's instinct, his feet finding sure purchase on the muddy paths he knew better than the lines on his own hand. The cold rain was a baptism, washing the smell of cordite from his clothes, but it couldn't wash the feeling from his soul. The mountain, his lifelong sanctuary and accomplice, was now his place of exile. The hollows and ridges that had once been his kingdom were now the walls of his banishment. From a high, hidden place, the same rocky outcrop where Sarah had pleaded with him, he watched the camp below erupt. Lanterns bobbed like fireflies in the dark as men emerged from their shacks, their shouts muffled by the downpour. A crowd was gathering around the company office. He was watching the consequences of his choice unfold, watching his own legend transform from a whisper of hope into a stark and bloody fact. The law would come now, and the company's wrath would be absolute. He had won his personal battle, but in doing so, he had lost his place in the world. The man known as Billy Rhodes was gone. Only the ghost remained, and its work was done. The ghost was gone, but the storm he had called down had only just begun to break over the hollows. Within days, the camp was transformed into an occupied territory. The company brought in a dozen more guards, hard-faced professionals whose only job was to make the miners pay for the sin of defiance. They patrolled the muddy streets with a swaggering authority, their shotguns a constant, silent threat. The camp, once a place of quiet, simmering rebellion, was now gripped by a cold and open fear. The company's revenge was not swift and bloody, it was slow and suffocating. The logic was as simple as it was brutal. If a community could spawn a killer, then the entire community was sick and needed a harsh cure. Credit at the company store was cut off for everyone. The scrip-to-dollar exchange rate was slashed, rendering their meager pay almost worthless. Every privilege, every tiny bit of leeway was revoked. It was a campaign of collective punishment designed to grind the spirit of the miners into dust, to teach them a lesson they would never forget. The most profound wreckage was left at the feet of the very person Billy had sought to avenge. Sarah became a pariah. To the company, she was the witch who had conjured the devil. Her shack was watched constantly. To her neighbors, consumed by their own new hardships, she was a painful reminder of the trouble, the woman whose name was now tied to a killing. The whispers that had once been of support turned to whispers of blame. The other women would pull their children close when she passed, as if the tragedy were a contagion she carried. The gifts left on her porch had become a curse, just as she had feared. The sacred silence that had once been their shield now became a weapon turned inward. The unified front against the company cracked, splintering into factions of fear and resentment. Men who had once shared a nod of understanding now avoided each other's eyes. Was Billy a hero who went too far, or a fool who had brought this hell down upon them all? The question hung in the coal-dusted air, poisoning the relationships between families, turning a community of brothers into a collection of isolated, frightened individuals. In his quest for a pure, singular act of justice, little Billy had done the one thing his enemies never could. He had broken the spirit of the camp. He had cut the head off the snake, but in its place, 100 smaller serpents of fear, suspicion, and misery had grown. The single shot fired in the company office had not freed them. It had only tightened the chains, and now everyone was paying the price. The law that came to the Hollows was an alien thing. It arrived in polished cars that struggled on the muddy roads, carried by men in clean suits who looked at the mountains not with respect, but with a flat, assessing gaze. A company foreman was dead, and the world outside the camp demanded a resolution. But their target, the man whose name was now spoken only in fearful whispers, was gone. A ghost cannot be put in handcuffs. A legend cannot be put on trial. So the law, prodded by the immense pressure and deep pockets of the coal company, did what systems of power always do when they cannot find a culprit. They created one. Her name was Sarah. The charge was not murder, but a tangle of legal terms that meant little to the miners. Conspiracy, aiding and abetting a known fugitive. The trial was moved from the local courthouse to the county seat, a stage deliberately set to intimidate the mountain folk. It was a performance for an audience of one, the Blackwood Coal and Coke Company, who needed to demonstrate that the old code of the Hollows was dead, and their law was now the only law. The trial itself was the very picture of the culture clash. On one side sat the company lawyers, their arguments sharp, precise and cold, twisting the miners' code of silence into a web of conspiracy. Every miner who took the stand and claimed "I don't know" was another thread in the noose they were weaving around Sarah. On the other side, Sarah sat, a bewildered figure of quiet dignity. Her defense was the simple, unadorned truth. She told them about her husband's death, about her son's hunger, about the food that appeared on her porch like a miracle. Her simple truth was like a wooden bucket against a steel dam. It held nothing back. To the miners who packed the courtroom, their faces scrubbed clean but their eyes weary, Sarah was not a criminal. She was a martyr. They watched in stony silence as the life they understood, a life of loyalty, of protecting your own, of accepting help without asking questions, was presented to the jury as a criminal enterprise. They saw the proceedings not as a search for justice, but as the final public humiliation of their community. Their silence was no longer about protecting Billy Rhodes. It was a wall of contempt for the world that was judging them. The verdict, when it came, was a formality. Guilty. The judge, a man who would never understand the desperation of a company town, spoke of the sanctity of law and order as he sentenced her to 10 years in the state penitentiary. There were no gasps from the miners in the gallery. There was no outrage. There was only a deep, collective sigh, the sound of a people having their worst fears confirmed. They had seen the true face of the law, and it looked exactly like the face of the company boss. Was justice served? A court of law had delivered a verdict. A woman was sent to prison. A murder case was officially closed. But in the hollows, they knew the truth. The law hadn't brought justice. It had simply been the final weapon used to crush a rebellion. It had punished the victim to send a message to the ghost, and in doing so, proved that the only real crime in the eyes of the company was to be poor, hungry, and defiant. And what of the other side of this bloody coin? What became of the company that Blackwood served, the machine that had ground so many lives into dust? You might think the death of a foreman would be a blow, a disruption to their operations. But for Blackwood Coal and Coke, it was a godsend. Blackwood was a blunt instrument, and he had served his purpose. He was more valuable to them as a corpse than he ever was as a living man. His death became their martyr story, the perfect justification they presented to the newspapers and politicians for the brutal crackdown that followed. They hadn't lost a man. They had gained a pretext. In the immediate aftermath, the company prospered. With the camp terrified into submission and the last spark of defiance seemingly extinguished with Sarah's conviction, the mine became a model of ruthless efficiency. The new foreman they brought in wasn't a hot-tempered bully like Blackwood. He was a quiet, cold man with spectacles and a ledger, an accountant of human misery who never raised his voice and never had to. Production quotas were met and exceeded. The company's store, now without any competition from phantom benefactors, squeezed every last cent from the miners. On paper, in the Charleston and Philadelphia boardrooms, the company had never been stronger. They had won. But a story like this has a way of seeping out of a hollow like a poisonous gas. Men who eventually left the camp carried the tale with them. Union organizers, hearing the whispers, took note. The tale of Little Billy and the widow Sarah became a dark ballad sung in secret, a cautionary example of corporate cruelty at its most naked. The name Blackwood Coal and Coke became a stain, a name that would be invoked years later during the larger, bloodier mine wars that would eventually rock all of Appalachia. The company met no immediate justice. Their victory was real, and it was absolute. But in crushing that small camp, they had inadvertently created a legend that would fuel the very movement that would one day challenge their entire empire. They hadn't put out a fire. They had just buried the embers under a layer of dry tinder, waiting for a wind to blow. The years that followed were quiet ones, but it was the quiet of a graveyard, not of peace. Sarah's son grew up an orphan of the coal company's justice. He was taken in by a distant relative, but he was never truly one of them. He was a living ghost in the camp, a quiet, watchful boy whose eyes held the memory of a trauma the town was desperate to forget. The name he carried was as heavy as a seam of slate, a constant, unspoken reminder of the day the ghost walked among them and brought ruin. He learned early to be silent, to expect nothing, and to work. When he was old enough, he went into the same mine that had claimed his father, a final grim surrender to the system. The community did not rebuild, it scarred over. The names Billy and Sarah were buried under a thick blanket of unspoken agreement. To speak them was to invite bad luck, to pick at a wound that refused to heal. The spirit of open defiance that little Billy had briefly ignited was replaced by a weary, pragmatic obedience. Men loaded their coal, women stretched their scrip, and they kept their heads down. The power of the company was no longer a thing to be challenged. It was a feature of the landscape, as immovable and dangerous as the mountain itself. They had learned the price of a hero, and it was too high. But the story did not die. It seeped out of the hollow and was carried by the men who eventually left for other camps, for other mines. And there, it found fertile ground in the growing union movement. The tale of the widow, the foreman, and the ghost became a recruiting sergeant's sharpest tool. It was told in hushed tones in union halls and secret meetings, a perfect, brutal parable of why they had to fight back, not as individuals, but as one. The blood spilled in that small camp watered the roots of a more organized and far more formidable resistance. Nearly a decade later, a stooped, grey-haired woman stepped off a bus at the edge of the camp. Sarah had come home, but the place she returned to was a stranger's land. Her son was a man now, with coal dust etched into the lines on his face and a silence that mirrored her own. Their reunion was not one of joyful tears, but of a quiet, shared ache for a lifetime of lost years. She lived out her days in the small shack he provided for her, a ghost returned to a place haunted by the memory of what had been lost and what could never be regained. If you drive deep enough into those West Virginia hills today, and you know which forgotten state route to turn off of, you might find the place where the camp once stood. There's nothing there now but ghosts. Kudzu vines choke the life out of old stone foundations, and the rusted skeleton of a coal tipple stands against the sky like the ribs of some long-dead beast. The entrance to the mine is sealed with a slab of concrete, a final grey tombstone for the mountain's heart. The silence is absolute, broken only by the cry of a hawk circling overhead. The company is gone, the houses are gone, the people are gone. But the story remains. It lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story was always meant to live in these mountains, as a ballad. They call it the Ballad of Billy Rhodes, and old men with calloused fingers still pick out the tune on worn-out guitars. The words have changed over the generations, but the core of it is always the same, a story of a stolen bird, a widow's tears, and a single shot that echoed in the rain. It's a ghost story told to children, a cautionary tale about the high cost of anger and the sharp edges of justice. The real monuments to this story aren't the crumbling foundations, but the two simple headstones in a nearby churchyard. One for Sarah and one for her son, who died an old man after a life spent in the mines, his silence as deep as the coal seams he worked. They are the tangible proof of the tragedy. But there is no stone for little Billy. His absence is his true memorial. By never being found, he was never reduced to a simple man of flesh and bone. He remains an idea, a spirit, and his name is still a kind of currency. In parts of those hills, when a new company comes in promising jobs but delivering poison in the water, when the deck feels impossibly stacked against the working man, you can sometimes hear his name invoked in a low murmur. This is the kind of thing that makes a man turn into little Billy. He is no longer a historical figure. He is a symbol of that final, desperate line between endurance and rebellion. The man is long gone, dust in an unmarked mountain grave, or perhaps an old man who died peacefully under a different name 1,000 miles away. But his spirit? It never left the hollow. They say that on nights when the fog hangs thick and low in the valleys, so thick you can't see your own hand in front of your face, you can almost feel him watching from the tree line. He is the whisper on the wind, the shadow that flits at the edge of your vision, the ghost of a name that reminds the world that even in the quietest, most forgotten places, there is a limit to what a man will endure. So we come to the end of the trail, back where we started, with the same question hanging in the air. Was little Billy Rhodes a hero or a villain? The truth, like a mountain stream, is never that clear. He wasn't a hero. A hero saves his people. Billy's righteous fury brought a world of pain down on the very community he bled for, proving that a single act of vengeance can be more destructive than years of quiet suffering. His victory was their catastrophe. But he was no villain. Villains are driven by greed or a lust for power. Billy was driven by a love so fierce it became a fire, and a sense of justice so pure it was blind to the consequences. He was a symptom of a disease, a violent reaction to an unbearable pressure. He was a man who became a monster to fight a monster, and in the end, he was consumed by the battle. In the end, this is a story about the terrible price of a justice that is demanded in a single moment with a single bullet. It's a lesson that individual righteousness, no matter how pure, is a poor weapon against a cold and faceless system. A man's rage can topple a foreman, but it cannot topple a company. All it can do is leave a scar on the land and a ghost in the memory of the people he tried to save. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Little Billy Rhodes, a man who loved justice more than anything, but forgot to ask the people he was saving what that justice would cost them. They say that on May 5th, 1931, the mountains of Harlan County themselves held their breath. Down below, a convoy of cars carrying company men and the law's hired guns slowed to a crawl. And from the hillsides, an answer came not in words, but in a roar of gunfire that tore the morning apart. This was the moment that would forever define a place known as Bloody Harlan. Was it a murderous ambush, as the coal barons screamed to the world? Or was it the last desperate act of men who had been beaten, starved, and cornered? The truth, as it always does in those dark hollows, is buried deep. Today, we're not just going to talk about a gunfight. We're going to uncover the story of the pressure, the pain, and the poverty that led to the Battle of Evarts, a day when ordinary miners decided they would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. To understand the men who took to the hills with rifles that day, you first have to understand the world that made them. Harlan County in the early 1900s wasn't a place of opportunity. It was a kingdom of coal, and every man, woman, and child was a subject. A boy was born in a house the company owned, breathing in the black dust that settled on his cradle. He played in the shadow of the tipple that would one day claim his father, and knew, with a certainty that chilled the bone, that it would one day claim him too. This wasn't just a job. It was a system of total control. You lived in the company's house, so you could be evicted at a moment's notice. You shopped at the company's store, where your dollar was worth 50 cents, and you were paid not in American money, but in company scrip. This private currency was a leash designed to keep you in a state of permanent debt. A man could spend his entire life deep in the earth, risking his life for a pittance, and still die owing the company money. His debt would then pass to his sons. It was a new kind of feudalism, hidden away in the American mountains. The land itself taught them to be hard. The mountains demanded self-reliance. A man learned to hunt, to fix what was broken, and to stand his ground because no one else was coming to help him. This forged a powerful code, an unspoken law that was older and deeper than any statute passed in a distant capital. You stood by your kin. You looked a man in the eye. You did not suffer an insult to your honor, and you never, ever let an outsider push you off your own ground. The mine was a brutal teacher. Every day was a gamble against a cave-in, a gas explosion, or the slow, suffocating death of black lung. Men watched their friends get crushed, their fathers waste away, their brothers carried out on a stretcher. They learned that their lives were cheap, just another cost on the company's ledger. This constant dance with death bred a certain kind of fatalism, but it also bred a deep, simmering rage. So when the Great Depression hit and the operators demanded that these men work for even less, they weren't just cutting a wage. They were breaking a sacred, unspoken pact. The miners had endured the danger, the debt, and the dust. They had traded their health and their freedom for a life that was just barely livable. By trying to take that last crumb, the company wasn't just making a business decision. They were delivering the final, unforgivable insult to the mountain code. They were pushing men who had nothing left to lose. Before the strike, before the guns, there was a life. It was a hard life, to be sure, but it was theirs. A miner's day began in darkness and ended in darkness, but in between there were moments of light. A man's kingdom wasn't the mine, and it wasn't the company town. It was the few square feet of his front porch where he'd sit at the end of a shift, bone-tired, and watch his children play in the yard. It was the smell of supper cooking, the one time of day the scent of coal was overpowered by something that felt like home. These men weren't just workers, they were husbands and fathers. They held a deep, fierce pride in their ability to provide, to put food on the table, no matter how meager. They'd come home with their faces permanently stained with black dust, but they would wash their hands clean before holding their babies. Their world was one of small dignities, a well-tended garden, a hymn sung in church on Sunday morning, the quiet respect of their neighbors. This was the life they were defending. It wasn't about a theory of labor, it was about their kids having shoes in the winter. And there was a brotherhood forged in the belly of the earth. Down in the darkness, a man's life depended entirely on the man next to him. They learned to read the groans of the mountain, to listen for the shifting of rock, to trust each other's instincts without a word. This created a bond that outsiders could never understand. They were more than neighbors. They were soldiers in a daily war against the mountain. They shared their last chew of tobacco, covered for each other when the foreman was on the prowl, and mourned together when the mountain inevitably claimed one of their own. This was the world the coal operators failed to see. They saw numbers on a ledger, a list of employees, a cost to be managed. They did not see the tight-knit fabric of a community woven from shared hardship and fierce loyalty. They didn't understand that when you threatened one family, you threatened them all. The world they had built, this fragile ecosystem of kinship and honor, was the only thing they had. And when the company came for it, they were coming for everything. The same mountain that gives a man his strength also carves his deepest flaw. For the miners of Harlan County, that flaw was a pride as hard and sharp as a shard of slate. It was a pride born of survival, a refusal to bow your head to any man, be he a foreman or a king. This wasn't arrogance. It was a deep-seated belief that a man's dignity was the one thing the company couldn't own and the mountain couldn't crush. There were stories told in the camps that every miner understood. A story of a man who put down his tools and walked out of the mine, sacrificing his job and his family's next meal, all because a young foreman from up north had called him boy. He wasn't being defiant for the sake of it. He was upholding a code. To accept the insult would be to admit that the company owned his spirit as well as his labor, and that was a line he would not cross. He lost his job, his home, and was blacklisted from every mine in the county, but he kept his honor intact. This unwavering pride was a kind of psychological armor against the crushing darkness of the mines. It's what allowed a man to walk into the earth each morning with his head held high. But it was also a fatal vulnerability. The operators, in their distant offices, may not have understood the men, but their enforcers on the ground, the gun thugs and the sheriffs, they understood this pride perfectly. They learned it was a button they could push. They knew that these were not men who could be shamed or intimidated into submission indefinitely. They were men who would bend and bend and bend, absorbing every hardship with a stoic silence. But when you pushed them past that breaking point, when you made it a question of their honor as men, they would not break. They would explode. This pride, this absolute refusal to be seen as less than a man, was the powder keg sitting in the heart of Harlan County. All it needed was a spark. The first affront was the wage cut, a cold dismissal of their worth. The next was the company's response to the union. Any man who joined was fired, his name put on a blacklist that was a death sentence to his career. But the deepest cut, the one that went past the wallet and into the soul, was the evictions. Miners and their families, with nowhere to go, were thrown out of their company shacks, their belongings piled in the muddy road. It was an act of calculated cruelty, designed not just to punish the men, but to break their wives and starve their children. The pressure built until the air in Harlan felt thick enough to ignite. And on the morning of May the 5th, 1931, the company provided the spark. They decided to make a statement. They assembled a convoy of 3 cars, filled not just with non-union workers, but with the most hated symbols of their power, company officials and Sheriff J.H. Blair's deputies, the gun thugs who had been beating and intimidating them for weeks. Their goal was to parade these scabs right through the town of Evarts. This was not a logistical move. This was a deliberate act of humiliation. It was a victory lap for the company, a public declaration that the strike was broken, that the men were beaten, and that the company's power was absolute. To the striking miners, watching from the hillsides where many of their families were now living in makeshift tents, this was an invasion. It was the enemy marching through their territory, flying a flag of contempt. The news passed from holler to holler, not in a shout, but in a low, dangerous whisper. "They're coming." That was all that needed to be said. Men looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no longer about a contract. This was about honor. It was a direct challenge to their pride, a public taunt. To stand by and watch that convoy roll through town would be to admit defeat. It would be to accept the role of the beaten dog, to bow your head and concede that you were less than a man. And for these men, forged by the mountain's harsh code, that was an impossibility. The moment that convoy was formed, the choice was made for them. Their pride, the very core of their identity, demanded a response. And in Harlan County, a response like that only came from the barrel of a gun. There were voices of reason, you see. There always are. Union organizers, men sent down from the national office, understood the danger. They knew that an open gunfight would bring the full weight of the state down on them. It would give the operators the perfect excuse to call in the National Guard and crush the strike with bayonets and machine guns. Their strategy was one of patience, of holding the line, of winning the war of public opinion. They preached discipline, warning the men not to be provoked, not to give the company the violence it so clearly wanted. But for a man watching his child grow thin, the word patience is a curse. For a man who has been beaten by company thugs and seen his furniture thrown into the street, the idea of discipline sounds like cowardice. The organizers' warnings, however wise, were spoken in a language these miners no longer understood. The company had been communicating in the language of brute force for months. The miners were simply deciding to answer in kind. Their pride, that raw, unshakable mountain pride, could not absorb another blow. The decision wasn't made in a meeting or put to a vote. It was made in silence, in the grim set of 100 jaws. It was the quiet click of a rifle bolt in a dozen hillside tents. It was a man giving his wife a look that said everything before taking his old shotgun down from the wall. One by one, then in small groups, they began to move. They slipped away from the desperate little camps and filtered down through the woods, their movements quiet and purposeful. This wasn't a mob, it was an army assembling. They knew the convoy's route, they knew the land better than any deputy, and they knew the perfect spot, a place where the road narrowed and was forced to cross the railroad tracks at the edge of Evarts. It was a natural choke point, a place where the cars would have to slow to a crawl. They took up positions on the wooded hillside overlooking the road, some behind trees, others in the shallow ditches. They were no longer just striking miners, they were choosing a battlefield. Every man who took his place on that hillside was consciously rejecting a path of peace. He was ignoring the warnings of the organizers. He was turning his back on the slim hope of a negotiated settlement. He was betting his life and the future of his family on the outcome of the next few minutes. The company had offered them a choice, submission or starvation. On that morning, the miners of Harlan County chose a third option, war. The path had narrowed until there was only one way forward, and it was lined with guns. There was a moment just before the first engine was heard when the world went still. The men lay hidden on the hillside, the cool earth pressed against them, the weight of their rifles familiar in their hands. The sun was climbing, casting long shadows through the trees. A bird sang somewhere nearby, oblivious. In that sliver of time, there was a profound silence. And that silence was the final off-ramp. It was the last chance for any man to back away, to slip back through the trees and return to his family. In that quiet, what does a man think about? He doesn't think about labor law or economic theory. He thinks about the look on his wife's face that morning. He thinks about his daughter's worn-out shoes. He remembers the cold knot of shame in his stomach when he had to tell his family there was no food. Then, another set of images floods his mind. The sneering face of a deputy, the sight of a neighbor's furniture sitting in the rain, the memory of a beating behind the company store. This was the final crossroads, not an offer from the company, but a question each man had to ask himself. He weighed the two futures. One was a future of slow, grinding surrender, a life of accepting insults, of watching his family suffer, of dying a little inside each day. The other future was unknown, violent, and terrifying, but it was a future where he stood up. He wasn't choosing between peace and violence. He was choosing between two kinds of death, the death of the spirit or the risk of the death of the body. And then they heard it, a low, distant rumble. The sound grew, becoming the unmistakable growl of automobile engines. That sound shattered the silence and ended the debate. It was the sound of the enemy, confident and arrogant, coming to rub their noses in defeat. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation was burned away by that approaching sound. It was the final provocation. Along the hillside, you could feel the change. A man would shift his weight, settling the rifle stock more firmly against his shoulder. A thumb would quietly pull back a hammer, the soft metallic click barely audible. Eyes narrowed, focusing on the bend in the road. The final crossroads had been passed. The choice was made. The silence of peace was over, and the sound of the reckoning was on its way. The three black cars came around the bend, slow and arrogant. They looked alien against the green hills, like beetles crawling across a leaf. To the men watching from above, they weren't just vehicles. They were steel-skinned symbols of a power that had crushed them for a generation. As the convoy slowed for the railroad tracks, the air grew so tight it felt like the whole world was a clenched fist, waiting to strike. Who fired first? The company swore it was an ambush, a cowardly volley from the trees. The miners swore a deputy in the lead car leveled his pistol, and a single sharp crack broke the morning peace. The truth was lost in the first echo, because that one shot was answered by a deafening chorus from the hillside. The argument that had raged for months in company offices and desperate tent camps was suddenly, permanently over. The time for talking was done. The world dissolved into noise. It wasn't the clean sound of a single shot, but a chaotic rolling thunder that battered the eardrums and shook the leaves from the trees. It was the roar of old hunting rifles, the heavy boom of shotguns, and the crack of pistols, all woven together into a single terrifying sound. The air filled with the sharp, bitter smell of gunpowder. Splinters of wood flew from the trees, and pockmarks appeared on the steel bodies of the cars as if from an invisible hailstorm. For each miner on that hillside, the world narrowed to a single point. It was the face of a man in a car, a man who represented the beatings, the evictions, the hunger. The kick of the rifle against a shoulder was a physical release of a year's worth of stored-up rage and helplessness. There was no strategy, no battle plan. There was only a raw, primal instinct to fight back, to finally answer force with force. Inside the cars, it was a trap. The world became a terrifying drumbeat of impacts against the metal frame. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One of the hated company guards in the lead car suddenly slumped forward without a sound. In another car, a company official cried out and went down. The illusion of their power, the authority that came from their guns and their money, was being shredded one bullet at a time. Then, almost as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The roaring faded into a few last, sporadic shots that echoed away into the mountains. A heavy, ringing silence rushed in to fill the void. Blue-gray smoke drifted through the trees, slowly clearing like a rising curtain. In the stillness, nothing moved. The birds were silent. The engines of the cars had stalled. A profound and terrible stillness had fallen over the choke point at the edge of Everts. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, but it had changed everything. When the final tally was made, 4 men lay dead or dying on that dusty stretch of road. One of them was a miner, Jim Penland, who instantly became a martyr. The other 3 were from the company side. The convoy, shattered and bleeding, turned and fled in chaos, leaving their dead behind. The miners had held the ground. They had won the battle. For a long moment after the last car had vanished in a cloud of dust, nobody moved. The miners remained frozen on the hillside, phantom figures in the lingering gunpowder smoke. The only sound was the frantic ringing in their own ears. There was no cheering, no shouts of victory. There was only a cold, stark realization of what had been done. Below them, on the road, lay the undeniable proof. The still bodies, the abandoned cars riddled with holes. They had faced the monster, and for the first time they hadn't flinched. They had fired back, and they had won. But that feeling of grim triumph was fleeting, quickly replaced by a chilling clarity. They were no longer just striking miners fighting for a wage. In the eyes of the law, the company's law, they were now murderers. They had crossed a line from which there was no return. They knew what was coming next. The sheriff would raise a posse of every gun thug in the county. The governor would be called. The full, crushing weight of the state would descend upon these hollers with a singular purpose: to hunt them down. And just like that, the spell was broken. A low voice cut through the silence. "Scatter." It was all that was needed. The men didn't run in a panic. They simply faded back into the trees. They melted into the landscape that had birthed them, disappearing up hidden paths and secret ridgelines that no outsider could ever hope to find. They moved with the quiet certainty of men on their own ground, their retreat as disciplined and purposeful as their attack had been. They were now fugitives. The men who had stood as a defiant army just minutes before were now solitary shadows, making their way to hidden cabins and sympathetic farmhouses deep in the mountains. They would be hunted, but here, in the labyrinth of hills and hollows they called home, they stood a chance. The active battle was over. Their role as combatants had ended in the smoke and thunder of that brief, brutal firefight. Their new role was just beginning, that of the hunted. And the war for Harlan County had just entered its next bloody chapter. The bullets fired at Evarts didn't stop when they hit their targets. They traveled onward, invisible and deadly, tearing through the fabric of the entire community. While the men who fired the guns vanished into the mountains, their families were left behind, exposed and vulnerable on the battlefield of the aftermath. They were no longer just the wives and children of striking miners. They were the kin of wanted killers. Doors were kicked in during the dead of night. Women were dragged out and interrogated by deputies whose faces were twisted with a new, vengeful fury. The battle drew a line of blood straight through Harlan County, a line that could never be erased. Before, the division was between strikers and scabs, a bitter but familiar conflict. After, it was between the families of the dead and the families of the killers. Neighbor turned against neighbor, their shared hardships forgotten, replaced by suspicion and a thirst for vengeance. Friendships that had endured a lifetime were severed with a single, hateful glance across a muddy street. The community didn't just break, it shattered into 1,000 sharp-edged pieces. The men on the hillside had fought to reclaim their dignity, to push back against an oppressive power. But their act of defiance gave that power the perfect excuse to tighten its grip. The governor declared martial law. The Kentucky National Guard rolled into the county, their trucks and machine guns a clear message. This was no longer a labor dispute, it was an insurrection. The miners had wanted to free themselves from the company's control, but their actions had brought an even greater power down upon them all, turning their towns and hollers into an occupied territory. The victory on the road was paid for by the hunger in the camps. With the men in hiding, the last trickles of income dried up completely. The women were left to fend for their children in a world that now saw them as pariahs. The small charities and local sympathizers who had helped them before were now too frightened to offer aid. The cost of that brief, violent stand was measured in the bellies of hungry children and the desperate, haunted eyes of their mothers. The tragedy of Everts wasn't confined to the 4 men who died. It was a slow, creeping tragedy that would stalk the families of the living for years to come. The state of Kentucky did not respond with understanding. It responded with handcuffs and indictments. Dozens of miners and union organizers were hunted down, arrested, and charged with murder and conspiracy. The iron machinery of the law, a power far more methodical and relentless than a posse of gun thugs, was brought to bear. These men, who had lived their lives by a simple, brutal code of honor, were now dragged into a world they didn't understand, a world of courtrooms, lawyers, and the foreign language of affidavits and statutes. The trials were a spectacle, a perfect illustration of the clash between 2 Americas. On one side stood the prosecution, funded by the coal operators and backed by the state, arguing points of law and presenting a clean, simple narrative of a cold-blooded ambush. On the other side stood a miner in a borrowed suit, his hands still bearing the calluses of the coal face. When he spoke, he didn't use legal terms. He spoke of starvation. He spoke of his children's hunger. He spoke of the endless provocations by the company guards. His defense wasn't written in a law book. It was etched on the faces of his neighbors. He was essentially saying, "They pushed us until we had no choice but to push back." In that courtroom, it wasn't just the men on trial, it was the mountain code itself. And the jury was made up of men who understood that code. They were farmers and small merchants from the surrounding counties. They may not have worked in the mines, but they knew the arrogance of the coal companies. They knew what a gun thug was. They heard the legal arguments, but they also heard the unspoken truth of the miners' testimony. They looked at the accused and didn't see killers. They saw men exactly like themselves, pushed to the absolute limit. And then came the verdict in the first major trial. Not guilty. The word landed like a thunderclap in the silent courtroom. It was a stunning, almost unbelievable victory. The state, with all its power and all its money, had failed to convince a jury of their peers that these miners were criminals. The verdict was a clear message from the community. The blame for the blood spilled at Everts did not belong to the miners alone. It belonged to the system that had cornered them. Realizing they could never get a conviction, the prosecutors eventually dropped the murder charges against the remaining men. On paper, it was a victory for the Union, a moment of incredible triumph. But was it justice? The men were free, but the war was far from over. The gun thugs still patrolled the roads, the families were still starving, and the coal company's power, though challenged, had not been broken. The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains had their own way of settling scores, and the violence in Bloody Harlan was only just beginning. So, what became of the men who drove the convoy, the ones who held the whip hand? The law never came for Sheriff J.H. Blair. No grand jury ever convened to question the coal operators about the system of debt and violence they had created. While the miners were being hunted in the hills, the architects of their desperation sat safely in their offices, counting their profits and hiring more guards. The battle for them was not a tragedy. It was an inconvenience and a justification for even more brutality. In the immediate aftermath, their power seemed to grow. The presence of the National Guard gave them the cover they needed to systematically break the strike. Sheriff Blair and his deputies, far from being investigated, were emboldened. They now had a mandate to treat every Union man as a potential killer. The terror in Harlan County intensified, becoming a long, grinding war of attrition marked by ambushes and assassinations. For a time, it seemed the company had won an absolute victory. But history has its own form of justice, one that is often slow and ironic. By pushing the miners into open warfare, the operators had created a national spectacle. The name Bloody Harlan became a headline, a rallying cry for the labor movement across America. The stories of gun thugs and starving families brought congressional committees and federal investigators down into their closed kingdom. They had wanted to keep the Union out, but their methods put a spotlight on them so harsh that it eventually burned away the shadows they operated in. And Sheriff Blair, he became a symbol not of law and order but of corporate tyranny. Florence Reese, the wife of an organizer, wrote her defiant anthem, "Which Side Are You On?" while Blair's men were outside her house, ready to break in. The song outlived him. It outlived the mine operators. It became the voice of the struggle long after their names were forgotten footnotes. In the end, the company men won the battle and the immediate war, but they lost their anonymity. They had wanted to make an example of the miners, but in doing so, they had made a damning example of themselves, one that would be studied for generations as a lesson in greed and brutality. For the families of the men who fought at Evarts, the battle never really ended. A man's surname became his history, a brand that marked him and his children. For some, it was a badge of honor. They were the sons of the men who stood up. But for many, it was a curse. They found themselves blacklisted, unable to get work in any mine in the region. The only path forward was to leave. A quiet exodus began, as families packed what little they had and scattered, seeking a life in the factories of Ohio or the auto plants of Detroit, hoping to outrun the long shadow of a single day in May. The community itself tried to heal by forcing itself to forget. A heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the memory of the battle. People had to live together after all. The son of a miner who fought on the hillside might find himself working a shift next to the son of a company man who was in that convoy. To survive, they could not speak of it. The gunfight became a ghost, a presence that everyone felt but no one acknowledged. It was a peace built not on forgiveness, but on the shared conspiracy of never speaking its name, a wound that scarred over but never truly closed. The Battle of Evarts didn't bring the Union to Harlan. In fact, it kicked off the bloodiest phase of the Harlan County War, a brutal decade of assassinations and bombings. The operators' power seemed unbreakable, but the battle had changed something fundamental. It had proven that the miners would die before they surrendered completely. It had created martyrs. It had planted a seed of defiance that, watered with the blood of men like Jim Penland, would stubbornly refuse to die. When the New Deal and new federal laws finally gave the United Mine Workers the leverage they needed to come back into Harlan years later, they were building on the foundation laid at Evarts. The legends of that day were told in secret, inspiring a new generation to take up the fight. The power dynamic didn't shift overnight, but the battle was the first great crack in the dam. The gun smoke cleared in a matter of minutes, but the shadow it cast would stretch on for generations, a constant, haunting reminder of the price of dignity. If you drive the road that runs through Evarts today, you can still find the spot. The pavement is wider now, the old railroad tracks long gone, but the shape of the land hasn't changed. The hillside still rises steeply from the road, a silent, green witness. There are no monuments here, no bronze plaques to mark the spot where the battle was fought. The only memorials are the ones you have to search for. A weathered tombstone in a small mountain cemetery, the name Jim Penland worn smooth by a century of rain and sorrow. The most enduring echo of that day is the name it gave the county. Before the battle, Harlan was just another coal county. After, it was forever Bloody Harlan. The name became a brand, a piece of American folklore. To the outside world, it was a shorthand for violence, poverty, and backwardness. But to the people within, it was something more complicated. A source of shame, yes, but also a badge of a certain stubborn, dangerous pride. It was a reminder that this was a place where men would not be pushed too far. The story of the battle itself left the pages of the newspapers and passed into legend. It became a ballad, sung not with guitars, but in the quiet telling of stories from grandfather to grandson on a front porch at dusk. In these tellings, the miners were always braver, the gun thugs more evil. The rumor of a machine gun hidden in the woods grew into an accepted fact. The battle became a modern-day Thermopylae in the mountains, a story told to teach the young what it costs to stand up for yourself. And its anthem, born from the terror that followed, became Florence Reese's immortal question: which side are you on? That question still hangs in the air in Harlan County. The coal companies may not hold the absolute power they once did, the gun thugs are gone, but the fundamental struggle remains. The fight against outside forces that seek to extract the wealth from the mountains while leaving the people with nothing is a story that has never ended. It just changes its name and its face. The spirit of defiance that rose up on that hillside in 1931 is still there, sleeping just beneath the surface. The men who fought at Evarts are all gone now. Their bodies returned to the same earth they once mined. But their ghost has not left these hills. It's in the stubborn set of a jaw when a man is told he can't provide for his family. It's in the fierce, protective love for this hard land. And it's in the understanding that sometimes, when you're pushed to the wall, the only answer the world seems to understand is the roar of a gun. So we return to the question that started it all, hanging in the smoky air of 1931. Was the Battle of Evarts a heroic last stand or a villainous ambush? The truth is, it was neither, and it was both. These were not heroes in shining armor. Their actions brought a reign of terror and hardship down on the very families they sought to protect. But they were not villains. They were the inevitable product of a cruel and calculated system. They were what Harlan County had made them. Desperate men who had been shown time and again that violence was the only currency the company truly respected. The Battle of Evarts is a timeless, brutal lesson in what happens when you push a people past the breaking point. It teaches us that you cannot strip a man of his home, his wages, and his hope, and expect him to bow his head in silence. Sooner or later, he will stand up. This wasn't a clash of armies. It was a clash of worlds. The cold, mathematical logic of profit ran headlong into the hot-blooded, unwritten code of the mountains, a code where a man's honor was worth more than his life. The 4 men who died that day were only the first casualties. The battle's true toll was measured in the years of fear, the families broken apart, and the legacy of bitterness that stained the ground for a generation. It stands as a monument, not of victory or defeat, but as a testament to the explosive power of wounded pride. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of Bloody Harlan. A story not about a wage, but about what a man will do when his dignity is the last thing he has left to lose. In 1876, on the treacherous slopes of Sassafras Mountain, a posse of lawmen stood in stunned silence. Below them, sprawled across the narrow trail, lay their leader, Deputy U.S. Marshal Alfred Duckworth. The crisp mountain air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, carried a second, more bitter smell, the lingering ghost of spent black powder. There was no sign of the attackers. They had melted back into the impenetrable wilderness, leaving behind only the chilling stillness of the forest and a federal officer lying dead on the ground. This wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a crime of passion. This was an execution, an act of open defiance against the full authority of the United States government. The question that echoed through the Blue Ridge hollows was as cold as the mountain stream. Who would dare do this? Who commanded these mountains with such loyalty and fear that they could ambush and kill a federal lawman and then simply vanish? Today, we will become detectives of the past, hunting for the truth behind the man who pulled that trigger, a man who became a legend. His name was Lewis Redmond. To understand the gunshot that killed Alfred Duckworth, you have to understand the world that loaded the rifle. This was Appalachia in the years after the Civil War, a land scarred and broken. The conflict had ripped families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, and left a deep, simmering resentment for the federal government that now ruled from afar. Here, in the misty coves and steep hollows of the Blue Ridge, Washington, D.C. felt like a foreign country, and its laws felt like the decrees of an occupying army. Survival was a daily battle fought against thin, rocky soil. A man could break his back farming corn, but the crop itself was almost worthless. It was too heavy, too bulky to haul over treacherous mountain paths to distant markets. But that same corn, put through the copper coils of a still, could be transformed. It became liquid gold, whiskey. A gallon of liquor was portable, profitable, and it was the only real currency many families had. For them, moonshining wasn't a crime. It was an act of economic survival, as essential as planting in the spring and harvesting in the fall. Into this world came the Internal Revenue Act, a tax levied to pay for the war the mountain people felt they had already paid for in blood. The federal agents, the revenuers, who came to enforce this tax, were seen as nothing more than thieves with badges. They came to smash the stills, to seize the only livelihood these families had, and to drag men off to faraway jails. They were invaders, pure and simple, and in the mountains, invaders are met with resistance. This was the world that forged Louis Redmond. Born around 1855, he was, by all accounts, a man who seemed destined to lead. He was described as tall and handsome, with a sharp intelligence and piercing blue eyes that held your gaze. There was a charisma about him that drew people in, a quiet confidence that made them trust him. He wasn't a brutish outlaw born of malice. He was a son of the mountains. After his father died, the duty of providing for his mother and siblings fell to him. With farming offering little more than starvation, he turned to the family trade, the one skill that could put food on the table and keep the cabin warm: blockading. He stepped into the shadows of the forest, not as a criminal seeking riches, but as a protector, a provider, taking on a role that would soon force him into a war against the United States itself. His world, and the lives of those who enforced the law, was about to change forever. When the last echo of gunfire faded from Sassafras Mountain, a silence more profound than any sound descended upon the surviving lawmen. It was a heavy, watchful silence, as if the ancient trees and shadowed rocks were passing judgment. The air, thin and cold, was still hazy with the acrid smoke of black powder, a ghostly shroud hanging over the scene. The posse, men hardened by mountain life, cautiously emerged from their cover, their eyes scanning the dense rhododendron thickets above them. There was no movement, no sound of a fleeing enemy. There was only the rustle of leaves in the wind and the sight of Alfred Duckworth lying still upon the trail he would never leave. They approached the scene with a grim purpose. Duckworth had fallen forward, his life bleeding out into the unforgiving mountain soil. His own revolver was clutched in his hand, a single chamber spent, a testament to a man who died fighting. But it was a futile gesture. The ambush had been perfect. The killers had chosen their ground with a soldier's eye, firing from the high ridge, concealed by a dense wall of mountain laurel. It was a classic guerrilla tactic, designed for maximum devastation with minimum risk. The attackers had held all the cards. The ground told a fractured story. The lawmen could see the scuffed earth where their own posse had taken cover, but the attackers' tracks were faint, almost non-existent. There were several sets of them, melting away from the ridge not toward any known path, but straight into the tangled vertical wilderness where a posse on horseback could never follow. It was the work of ghosts who knew every rock and ravine, every hidden game trail and secret passage through the mountains. They hadn't just escaped, they had been swallowed by the landscape itself. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. How many shooters were there? How did they know the precise route the posse would take? This wasn't a chance encounter. It was a carefully laid trap, sprung with deadly precision. It spoke of an intelligence network, of spies and lookouts hidden in the scattered mountain cabins. A cold realization settled over the men as they stood over their fallen leader. They weren't just fighting distillers, they were fighting an army. And in the heart of that army, there had to be a general. In the hushed whispers of the posse, a single name began to surface, a name that was already becoming a legend: Lewis Redmond. For the federal government, there was no whodunit. In the halls of power and in the offices of the U.S. Marshals, the question wasn't who gave the order, but where is Lewis Redmond? The ambush on Sassafras Mountain was not seen as a random act of violence by desperate men. It was seen as a message, a personal declaration of war sent directly from the king of the moonshiners himself. Duckworth's posse was climbing that specific trail for one reason: to dismantle Redmond's operation and bring him in. The attack was the answer. The vendetta wasn't between two men who had shared a past of personal slights or insults. It was far deeper than that. It was a feud between two opposing worlds. Alfred Duckworth represented the law, order, and the unyielding authority of a distant government. Lewis Redmond represented the unwritten code of the mountains: self-reliance, defiance, and a fierce, almost primal protection of one's own people and one's own land. Every still Redmond built was an act of rebellion. Every gallon of untaxed whiskey he sold was a blow against the federal treasury. Duckworth's arrival on that mountain was the government's hand reaching into Redmond's kingdom, and Redmond, in their eyes, had chopped that hand off at the wrist. Whispers immediately began to snake through the mountain communities, but they weren't the whispers of fearful informants. They were whispers of awe, of a grim and grudging respect. Everyone knew this was Redmond's territory. Everyone knew of his organizational skills, his network of spies, and his utter fearlessness. The precision of the ambush, the ghost-like disappearance of the shooters, it all bore his signature. He was the only man with the audacity and the resources to orchestrate such a bold attack against a federal officer. The law saw it the same way. The evidence was overwhelming, even if it was circumstantial. The attack took place at a known Redmond stronghold. The target was a lawman sent to arrest him. The motive was self-preservation and the defense of a criminal empire. For the U.S. Marshals, all other possibilities were irrelevant. Lewis Redmond was no longer just a tax-evading blockader. He was now suspect number one in the murder of a federal agent. A massive bounty was placed on his head, and his name was plastered on wanted posters from Georgia to Washington, D.C. The game of cat and mouse was over. The manhunt had begun. While the federal marshals saw a clear line from Lewis Redmond's rifle to Alfred Duckworth's heart, a more insidious suspicion began to fester among the lawmen themselves. Redmond was cunning, yes, and he knew the mountains like the back of his hand. But the ambush on Sassafras Mountain was too perfect. It hinted at something more than just good scouting. It smelled of betrayal. The posse's route was supposed to have been a closely guarded secret. How could Redmond have known their exact path and timing, setting up a flawless killing ground? The chilling answer had to be that someone was talking. Suspicion turned inward, casting a dark shadow over the very men sworn to uphold the law. This second suspect wasn't a single person, but a phantom, a traitor hidden within their own ranks, or in the seemingly respectable towns at the foot of the mountains. Was it a local deputy sheriff, resentful of the federal revenuers and secretly on Redmond's payroll? Was it a town merchant who profited from the moonshine trade, passing along gossip and patrol schedules in exchange for protection or a share of the profits? The motive here wasn't a personal feud, but something far more corrosive. For some, it might have been simple greed. A sack of Redmond's silver was more tangible and persuasive than a federal salary. For others, it was a matter of kinship. In the tight-knit clans of Appalachia, blood was often thicker than the law, and a cousin's loyalty could easily outweigh an oath to a distant government. And for a few, it may have been a matter of principle. They saw Redmond as the lesser of two evils, a local boy defending his home against an intrusive, tyrannical power. Suddenly, past events were seen in a new, sinister light. A casual question from a store clerk about the posse's supplies no longer seemed so innocent. A local guide's insistence on a particular trail, once seen as expert advice, now looked like a deliberate misdirection into a trap. The federal marshals realized they weren't just fighting an outlaw in the wilderness. They were fighting an invisible network of sympathizers and informants, a fifth column that had infiltrated their world. Redmond's greatest weapon wasn't his rifle. It was the loyalty he commanded, a loyalty that could turn a trusted neighbor into a deadly enemy. But there was a third, colder theory, one whispered not in the mountains, but in the cynical backrooms of power. This theory painted both Redmond and Duckworth as pawns in a much larger, more ruthless game. The suspect in this version wasn't a man at all, but the cold, calculating political will of a nation still healing from civil war. To the federal government in Washington, the defiant Appalachian moonshiners were more than just tax cheats. They were a symbol of lingering rebellion, a festering pocket of the old Confederacy that refused to be broken. The motive here was not justice, it was subjugation. The paltry sum of the whiskey tax was almost irrelevant. The true goal was to crush the independent spirit of the mountain people, to make an example of them and demonstrate the absolute, unchallengeable power of the federal government. To achieve this, they needed a catalyst. They needed a public outrage, a reason to send in troops and impose a martial authority that simple tax evasion could never justify. They needed a martyr. According to this dark possibility, Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth wasn't just sent on a dangerous mission, he was sent as bait. The increasingly aggressive tactics of the revenuers, their raids becoming more frequent and more violent, seemed designed to provoke a response. They were kicking a hornet's nest, hoping to get stung. The death of a federal officer would be the perfect pretext. It would galvanize public opinion, painting the mountain people as savage killers and giving Washington the moral high ground to launch a full-scale campaign to pacify the region once and for all. This external force created a climate of escalating fear and inevitable conflict. It squeezed the mountain communities, leaving men like Redmond with no room to maneuver. They were being pushed into a corner where a violent reaction was the only one left. In this chilling scenario, the shot that killed Alfred Duckworth was not just fired by Lewis Redmond. It was aimed and guided by an unseen hand 1,000 miles away, a hand that saw one dead marshal as a small price to pay for the taming of a rebellious frontier. In the wake of Duckworth's death, a firestorm of federal fury descended upon the Blue Ridge. An army of U.S. marshals, deputies, and grim-faced bounty hunters poured into the mountains, convinced that the sheer weight of their numbers would crush Redmond's rebellion. They believed his capture was inevitable, a matter of weeks, perhaps even days. They were about to learn a harsh lesson about the land and the man they were hunting. The Blue Ridge Mountains do not give up their secrets easily. The posses, many of them flatlanders unused to the vertical terrain, found themselves fighting a war on two fronts, one against Redmond and another against the wilderness itself. They were tormented by knife-edge ridges, choked by rhododendron hells so thick a man had to crawl on his belly, and soaked by sudden, bone-chilling mountain rains. Their horses went lame on the rocky paths, their supplies dwindled, and their confidence eroded with every fruitless mile. The mountains were Redmond's fortress, and every tree and stone was a soldier in his army. Redmond, for his part, played them like a fiddle. He was a master of misdirection. A whisper from a farmer's wife about a man matching his description heading east would send a posse on a 3-day trek into a dead-end gorge, while Redmond was actually miles away to the west. He left deliberate, misleading tracks, only to double back and watch his pursuers from a high ridge, invisible. Tales began to trickle down from the mountains of him, walking brazenly through a town disguised as an old preacher, gathering supplies and information right under the noses of the lawmen who were searching for him. The most famous of these failures became a legend in itself. Acting on a tip, a large posse of marshals surrounded a small, isolated cabin deep in Transylvania County where Redmond was said to be cornered. For hours, they laid in wait, a perfect trap. As dawn broke, they stormed the cabin, ready for a bloody shootout. They found only a cold hearth and an open back window. He had slipped through their grasp yet again. Locals would later swear he'd climbed right up the wide stone chimney and disappeared into the night like smoke. The truth was likely simpler, but the legend was far more powerful. With every failed raid and every evaporated lead, the marshals' frustration curdled into a cold, hard anger. They were being humiliated, outsmarted at every turn by a backwoods distiller. This growing desperation made the lawmen dangerous, their questions more pointed, their methods more aggressive. But their pressure didn't break the mountain people's resolve. It only drove them deeper into a protective silence, reinforcing the invisible wall that protected their king. The manhunt wasn't catching a man, it was creating a myth. As the manhunt dragged on, the US Marshals slammed into a barrier far more formidable than any mountain ridge. It was a wall of silence, built of fear, kinship, and generations of deep-seated distrust. When they rode up to isolated cabins to ask questions, they were met with blank stares, lowered eyes, and a frustrating, impenetrable chorus of, "I don't know nothing." Doors that were once open to strangers were now bolted shut. The friendly mountain folk had turned inward, their faces becoming as hard and unreadable as the granite cliffs around them. This was the unspoken code of the mountains, an omerta as binding as any blood oath. To speak to a revenuer, to offer even the smallest piece of information, was to commit the ultimate sin, betrayal of your own people. The reasons were twofold. First, there was the very real fear of retribution. Lewis Redmond was not just a hero. He was the law in these parts. His network was everywhere, and a loose tongue could cost a man his livelihood, his home, or even his life. Old Martha, who claimed she saw a rider pass her cabin the night Duckworth was killed, found her barn burned to the ground a week later. After that, no one dared speak a word. But it was more than just fear. It was a profound and unwavering loyalty to their way of life and to the man who had become its greatest defender. In their eyes, the federal government was the true criminal, the outside force that sought to starve their families and destroy their traditions. Helping the marshals was seen as siding with the enemy. A man's cousin, even a law-breaking one, was still his cousin. A neighbor who shared his corn was more of a brother than any uniformed stranger from Washington. Redmond wasn't an outlaw hiding among them. He was one of them, being protected by them. The psychological toll was immense, both on the hunters and the hunted. The marshals, consumed by frustration, began to see every man, woman, and child as a potential conspirator. Their presence became more oppressive, their methods harsher, which only served to reinforce the community's silence. The mountains became a closed world, a fortress of collective will. This wall of silence was the bedrock of Redmond's kingdom. It was the reason he could move like a ghost, because for the law, he was surrounded by 1,000 invisible accomplices who saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing at all. For 5 long years, the manhunt had grown cold, freezing into a kind of permanent, low-grade war. Lewis Redmond had transcended from a man into a living folk tale, a ghost who haunted the Blue Ridge. The federal marshals, weary and frustrated, maintained their presence, but the active chase had become a grim stalemate. The wall of silence held firm, and it seemed Redmond would rule his mountain kingdom until he died of old age, a free man. But time, the great betrayer, was working against him in ways no posse ever could. The turning point wasn't a clever piece of detective work or a long-lost letter found in a dusty attic. It was the slow, insidious erosion of 2 pillars that held up Redmond's world: his own health and the loyalty of his men. The endless running, the cold nights sleeping on damp ground, and the constant stress had taken their toll. Redmond, the invincible warrior, was being weakened by a cough that wouldn't quit, a fever that stole his strength. It was likely consumption, the white plague, and it was a foe he couldn't outrun or outshoot. At the same time, the massive bounty on his head had grown from a mere offer into a legend of its own. It was a life-changing sum of money, enough to buy the biggest farm in the valley, enough to leave the mountains forever and live like a king. For years, The code of loyalty held firm. But as Redmond grew weaker, his aura of invincibility began to fade. The temptation of the reward, a constant whisper in the ears of his followers, grew louder. Then in 1881, the forgotten clue finally surfaced. It wasn't an object, it was a man. An associate, seeing his leader wasting away and enticed by the promise of a fortune, finally broke. He walked out of the mountains and into the world of the law, seeking out U.S. Marshal R.M. Bob Love. He offered not rumors or speculation, but hard facts. The precise location of a cabin where Redmond lay, too sick to fight, too weak to run. For Marshal Love, after years of chasing shadows and lies, this felt different. This felt like the truth. A sudden, electrifying urgency coursed through the federal ranks. The stalemate was broken. The hunt was on again, and this time, it would be the last. Marshal R.M. Bob Love didn't take a large posse. He knew a big, noisy group of men would be spotted a mile away. Instead, he chose a few trusted deputies, men who could move through the woods as silently as the shadows themselves. Guided by the informant, they traveled through the night, fording cold streams and climbing steep ridges, their every step measured and quiet. The air was thick with a tension that had been building for 5 years. This was it. Either they would find the ghost of the Blue Ridge, or they would walk into another one of his elaborate traps. There would be no in-between. As the pre-dawn light began to filter through the trees, the informant pointed to a small, unassuming cabin tucked into a secluded cove. It was no fortress. There were no armed guards, no fortified walls. It was just a simple, lonely shack, with a thin curl of smoke rising from its stone chimney. The legend of Redmond's fortress died right there in the grey morning light, replaced by the vulnerable reality of a hunter's hideout. The men fanned out, surrounding the cabin with rifles raised, their hearts pounding in the silent woods. Marshal Love stepped onto the porch, his own weapon held steady, and kicked the door. The door swung inward with a groan, but there was no thunderous volley of gunfire, there was no defiant war cry. The man who stood in the dim light of the cabin was not the devil they had hunted, not the supernatural marksman of the ballads. He was a spectre. Lewis Redmond was pale and gaunt, his broad shoulders stooped, his famous piercing blue eyes clouded with fever. He was leaning against a table for support, and a violent cough racked his body. The silver-inlaid rifle, his legendary companion, was propped in a corner, just out of reach. The 5-year war had ended not with a bang, but with a wheeze. And so, the great mystery was finally solved. It was him. Lewis Redmond, the king of the moonshiners, was the man responsible. The informant's testimony, combined with Redmond's own defiant silence, confirmed what the law had always believed. He was the commander who gave the order on Sassafras Mountain, the general of the invisible army that had protected him for so long. All the red herrings, the false trails, and the whispers of conspiracy burned away in that moment, leaving only the stark truth of the man standing before them. But the unmasking also revealed his true motive, which was far more complex than that of a simple killer. He had not orchestrated Duckworth's death for money or out of personal malice. It was an act of sovereignty. In his mind, he was a king defending his territory, a leader protecting his people from an invading force. It was a desperate, violent act of defiance against a world that was closing in on him and the way of life he represented. The federal government would call it murder, but in the unwritten laws of the mountains, it was war. And Lewis Redmond, now a captured, broken man, was its most famous soldier. Let us now travel back in time, not as historians, but as silent witnesses. Let us stand on that steep, narrow trail on Sassafras Mountain in 1876. The air is cool and thin. Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth leads his men upward, their boots crunching on fallen leaves and loose stone. They move with the caution of experienced lawmen, their eyes scanning the dense, almost claustrophobic walls of mountain laurel on either side. The forest is quiet, unnaturally so. It feels as though the mountain itself is holding its breath, waiting. Then, the world tore open. It began not with a warning shout, but with a single, shattering crack of a rifle from the high ridge above. Before the echo could even register, it was answered by a dozen more. A deafening roar of gunfire erupted from the unseen enemy, a sound so sudden and violent it seemed to strip the leaves from the trees. Angry orange blossoms of muzzle flash bloomed and vanished within the dark green thickets, spitting death down upon the trail. For the men in the posse, the world dissolved into pure, terrifying chaos. They dove for cover behind rocks and fallen logs, the air around them alive with the angry buzz of lead. They heard the sharp splintering of bark as bullets slammed into the trees around them, inches from their heads. They returned fire, but their shots were blind, aimed at ghosts they could not see. They were caught in a perfect killing ground, a turkey shoot, and they were the prey. Through the smoke and confusion, one of the deputies saw it happen. He saw Marshal Duckworth standing his ground, raising his revolver to fire back at the invisible foe. Then the marshal grunted, a sharp sound of surprise, as if he'd been shoved hard from behind by an invisible hand. He stumbled forward 2 steps, his body suddenly limp. His hat flew from his head and tumbled down the path, and then he collapsed, face down into the dirt he had come to claim in the name of the law. And as quickly as it began, it was over. The thunderous volley ceased. A ringing silence rushed back in to fill the void, a silence made heavier by the lingering smell of sulfur and the sight of the unmoving form on the trail. The surviving lawmen, hearts hammering against their ribs, slowly rose from their cover, their rifles still pointed at the empty ridge. There were no victory cries from above. There was no sound of men crashing through the underbrush in retreat. There was nothing. Lewis Redmond's men had fired their volley, and then, like the morning mist, they had simply vanished back into the heart of the mountains. They left behind no bodies, no clues, only a dead federal officer and a chilling message. This was not a battle, it was a verdict, handed down from the high ridge by the king of the moonshiners. The trial of Lewis Redmond was a national spectacle. He was no longer in his kingdom of misty hollows and laurel thickets, but in a cage of polished wood and federal law. The courtroom was packed to the rafters every day. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago squeezed onto the benches, eager to get a look at the infamous king of the moonshiners. Local folk stood in the back, silent and watchful, their faces a mixture of awe and sorrow. This wasn't just a trial, it was a reckoning between 2 Americas, the wild, defiant mountains and the ordered, unyielding nation-state. In the center of it all sat Lewis Redmond. He was a shadow of the mountain ghost the law had chased for 5 years. The sickness had ravaged him, leaving him pale and thin, his body racked by coughing fits that echoed in the silent courtroom. Yet, he was not entirely broken. He faced the proceedings with a quiet, stoic dignity. His blue eyes, though clouded by illness, still held a spark of unyielding pride. He offered no dramatic outbursts, no pleas for mercy. He showed no remorse, only a weary acceptance of his fate. He was a captured general, not a repentant criminal, and he faced his enemies with the silent defiance of a man who still believed his war was just. The prosecution painted a picture of a ruthless crime lord, a cold-blooded killer who had murdered a federal officer in the execution of his duty. They presented him as the mastermind of a vast criminal enterprise that had terrorized the region and defied the laws of the United States. His defense, in turn, tried to tell the story of a man forged by poverty and oppression, a protector of his people who was forced into a corner by a tyrannical government. They argued that he was a product of his time and place, a man living by a different code. But in a federal courtroom, the code of the mountains was not an admissible defense. The evidence was overwhelming, the outcome almost a foregone conclusion. The jury's deliberation was short. The verdict, when it came, was delivered to a hushed and expectant room. Guilty on all counts, including the murder of Alfred Duckworth. The sentence was severe. 10 years in a federal prison in Albany, New York. The words fell like stones, a death sentence for a man of the mountains. To be caged in a northern city, far from the sight of the Blue Ridge, was a fate worse than a hangman's noose. For the government, it was a triumphant victory, the final closing of a chapter of rebellion. Justice had been served. But for the thousands of people who had followed his story, who saw him not as a killer, but as a folk hero, it was a tragedy. The king had been dethroned, and the verdict sparked a controversy that would echo far beyond the courthouse walls, asking a question that still hangs in the Appalachian air. Whose justice was it, really? The guilty verdict and prison sentence were not the final chapter, but the beginning of a strange and winding epilogue that forever altered the lives of everyone touched by the saga. For Louis Redmond, the cold stone walls of a New York penitentiary were a slow execution. The mountain air that had sustained him was replaced by the damp, disease-ridden chill of a cell. His health, already fragile, collapsed completely. The invincible king of the moonshiners was wasting away, a dying man thousands of miles from home. But the legend he had so carefully crafted in the mountains now became his salvation. The sympathetic newspaper stories, the public outcry, and the petitions signed by thousands of people created a groundswell of support. Politicians, sensing a popular cause, began to lobby on his behalf. The narrative had shifted. He was no longer seen as a cop killer, but as a romantic figure, a symbol of a vanishing frontier spirit, and a man who would surely die in prison. In a stunning and politically calculated act of mercy, President Chester A. Arthur granted Louis Redmond a full pardon in 1884. He returned to the dark corner of South Carolina not as a conquering hero, but as a ghost of his former self. His health was shattered, his spirit seemingly broken. The world he had fought for was already disappearing, replaced by railroads and a more pervasive rule of law. He gave up moonshining, the fire of his rebellion extinguished, and tried to live a quiet life as a farmer. He was a king without a kingdom, a legend who had outlived his own myth. The lives of those who had hunted him were also forever changed. Marshal Bob Love, the man who finally captured him, became a celebrated figure in law enforcement, his name forever linked with the taming of the infamous moonshiner. Yet the victory was bittersweet. The manhunt had consumed years of his life and exposed the deep, unbridgeable chasm between the mountain people and the federal law he represented. And what of the man who betrayed him? History does not record his name for good reason. He collected his bounty, a fortune in silver, but in doing so, he became a pariah. He was a Judas in a land that valued loyalty above all else. He was forced to leave the mountains, forever looking over his shoulder, a man who had sold his soul and could never go home again. Their fates, from the president in the White House to the nameless informant, were now all intertwined, strands in a single, complex story of justice, betrayal, and a war fought in the shadows of the Blue Ridge. Louis Redmond, the man, died in 1894, a shadow of his former self. He was buried in a small, unmarked grave in the dark corner of South Carolina, a quiet end for a man whose life had been a thunderclap. But while the man faded back into the mountain soil, his story refused to lie down and die with him. It lived on, becoming more potent and more romantic with each passing year, an echo that has never truly faded from these hills. You can go there today. You can drive the winding roads of Transylvania County or hike the steep trails of Sassafras Mountain. You can stand in the very places where Redmond ruled, where revenuers hunted, and where Alfred Duckworth drew his last breath. The landscape itself is the most enduring monument to his story. There is no grand stone marking his final resting place, no plaque commemorating his deeds. There is only a patch of earth, and the whispers that still cling to the rhododendron thickets and the high, lonely ridges. The mountains that protected him in life now guard his memory in death. His true memorial is not carved in stone, but in folklore. Around fires and on front porches, his name is still spoken with a mixture of reverence and excitement. They'll tell you he was a Robin Hood who stole from the government to feed the poor. They'll tell you he could shoot the buttons off a man's coat at 100 yards as a friendly warning. His legend has been sung into the memory of the mountains, carried on the strings of a fiddle in old ballads that tell of the brave outlaw who waged a war for his people. The world might forget the specifics of the Internal Revenue Act, but it remembers the story of a man who refused to bow. Lewis Redmond became more than a moonshiner. He became a symbol of the fierce, independent, and defiant spirit of Appalachia. His story has been etched into the landscape and the very soul of its people. And though the official records may lie gathering dust in some distant archive, the Blue Ridge remembers. The mountains always remember. So we return to the question that hung in the air on Sassafras Mountain amidst the lingering smoke of black powder. Who would dare to kill a federal marshal? The simple answer, the one written in the court records, is Lewis Redmond. But the truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is far more complex. The trigger was pulled not just by a man, but by an entire world, by a culture under siege. Redmond was simply the hand that held the rifle, the focal point of a generation of anger, pride, and a desperate will to survive on one's own terms. This is a story that teaches us how legends are forged. They are rarely born from pure goodness, but from the fiery collision of law and need, of history and memory. Lewis Redmond was a criminal. He was a tax evader, a distiller of illegal liquor, and ultimately responsible for a man's death. That is the truth written in law books. But he was also a provider, a protector, and a symbol of defiance against a power that his people saw as unjust and oppressive. That is the truth written in the hearts of the mountain folk. A man can be a villain in a courtroom and a saint in a ballad, and in the case of Lewis Redmond, he was undeniably both. His story is a testament to the enduring, unconquerable spirit of these mountains, a spirit that values loyalty over law and kinship over government. It's a reminder that beneath the surface of official history, there are other, deeper stories that belong to the people who live and die on the land. And as long as the mist still clings to the Blue Ridge Coves, his story will be one of them. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. On a frigid December night in 1831, deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a man named Charlie Silver vanished from his one-room cabin. When the search party arrived, they found his body dismembered, burned in the hearth, and buried beneath the floorboards. His killer was his 18-year-old wife, Frankie. The newspapers screamed of a jealous monster who butchered her husband with an axe. But under the laws of that time, Frankie Silver was forbidden from speaking a single word in her own defense at trial. So what really happened in that isolated cabin? Was this the cold-blooded act of a she-devil, or was it the desperate last stand of a terrified girl with no other way out? To understand what happened, you have to understand the world they lived in. This wasn't a town. It wasn't even a settlement. This was the raw, untamed heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the early 1830s, a place carved from rock and hardship. Their home was a single-room log cabin perched in a lonely hollow near the rushing waters of the Tow River. The wind didn't just whistle through the gaps in the logs, it moaned. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a green cage, beautiful and deadly, that cut you off from the rest of the world. Life in that cabin was a relentless battle for survival. Their entire universe was contained within those 4 log walls, with a dirt floor under their feet and a stone hearth that was the center of their existence. It was where they cooked, where they slept, and where they found their only defense against the bone-deep cold of a mountain winter. It was a place of immense intimacy, but also a place with nowhere to hide, where every frustration and every dark thought had no room to escape. Charlie Silver was just 19, but he was a man of the woods. He lived by his rifle and his traps, often disappearing for days at a time into the deep forest, chasing deer or checking his lines for beaver and fox. He was young, strong, and restless, a man who understood the language of the wilderness far better than the quiet, contained life of a husband and father. He was the one who brought the outside world and the meat for their table back to that isolated cabin. And in that cabin was Frankie. At 18, she was already a wife and a mother to their 1-year-old daughter, Nancy. While Charlie roamed the mountains, her world shrank to the size of that single room. Her days were measured by the cry of her baby, the crackle of the fire, and the deafening silence of the hollows. That kind of isolation can do strange things to a person. It can sharpen your fears until they have a razor's edge, and it can make the four walls of your home feel like a tomb. You can imagine their life was a cycle of hard work, long waits, and the brief, simple relief of reunion. The smell of wood smoke, the sound of an axe splitting firewood, the sight of Charlie returning through the trees with game slung over his shoulder. This was their ordinary life. This was the world they had built, fragile as it was. But the winter of 1831 was coming, and it carried a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. The conflict that ended Charlie Silver's life didn't begin that December night. Its seeds were planted generations before in the very soil of those mountains. You have to remember who these people were. They were the descendants of Scots-Irish pioneers, a people known for their fierce independence and their stubborn refusal to bow to anyone. They hadn't been given this land, they had tamed it. They had wrestled a living from the rocky hillsides, fighting the woods, the winters, and sometimes each other for every acre. This land held memories of blood. It was not a peaceful place. Many of their grandfathers had been over-mountain men, the frontier riflemen who fought with brutal efficiency in the Revolutionary War. They learned a hard lesson in those days, that the only law you can truly count on is the one you enforce yourself. That belief seeped into the ground and rose up like a mountain mist. They distrusted authority from distant towns like Morganton. They settled their own disputes, often with a fist or a rifle, and they kept their secrets locked tight within the family. To be a Silver in that part of the country meant something. They were known as a hardy clan of hunters and trappers, men who knew the mountains like the back of their own calloused hands. They were proud, quick-tempered, and not to be crossed. A Silver man was expected to be the master of his domain, whether that was 100 acres of woodland or the four walls of a one-room cabin. It was a heavy legacy for a young man like Charlie to carry, a pressure to be tough, to be in control, to never show weakness. Frankie came from the Stewart clan, people just as tough and rooted in the mountains as the Silvers. But when she married Charlie, she crossed a line. She became a Silver. In that world, a woman's identity was tied completely to her husband. Her reputation was his reputation. Her duty was to him. This wasn't a partnership of equals. It was a hierarchy as old and as unyielding as the mountains themselves. Frankie wasn't just an isolated wife. She was an outsider who now lived under the formidable shadow of the Silver name. In a place this isolated, the only thing that traveled faster than a winter storm was a rumor. And the air around the Silver cabin had grown thick with them. The community wasn't just a collection of distant neighbors. It was a web of eyes and ears. Every family was connected by blood, marriage, or shared hardship, and they all kept a close watch on one another. The two most watchful sets of eyes belonged to Charlie's father, Jacob, and his brother, John. The Silvers looked after their own, and from the start, they viewed Frankie, the Stewart girl, with a certain suspicion. They saw her as the outsider who had taken one of their boys. Whispers followed Charlie Silver when he came down from the mountains. Some said he had a temper that could flare up like a flash flood, especially when he'd been drinking. Stories of arguments that echoed through the hollow, of a young man growing restless and bitter with the heavy burdens of a wife and child were passed from cabin to cabin. These weren't necessarily malicious tales. They were just observations, the way mountain people took the measure of a man. But each story added another thread to a net that was slowly tightening around that little cabin. The most poisonous rumor of all was that Charlie was planning to leave. not just for a long hunt, but for good. The story went that he'd been saving money and that he planned to take their daughter, Nancy, and head west where a man could start over. Some versions of the rumor even gave his plan a name, another woman waiting for him somewhere down the trail. For a young wife like Frankie, alone and entirely dependent on her husband, this wasn't just gossip, it was a death sentence. You have to understand, these whispers weren't just idle talk. In a world built on honor and reputation, they were stones being thrown. Frankie would have felt their impact every day. A neighbor who wouldn't quite meet her eye. A sudden silence when she approached a group of women at the creek. The air in that community was charged with unspoken judgments and hidden tensions long before Charlie disappeared. The isolation of her cabin became a social quarantine, leaving her trapped with her fears and a husband who, the whispers said, was ready to abandon her. So when that fateful December arrived, the stage was already set. This wasn't a sudden storm breaking over a clear sky. This was the culmination of months of pressure building up behind a cracking dam. The Silver clan was watching, the neighbors were whispering, and inside that one-room cabin, a silent, bitter war was being waged. The mountains have a way of talking to those who know how to listen, and in the weeks leading up to that Christmas, they were screaming. The old folks would later say the winter of 1831 came on with an unnatural bitterness, a cold that felt personal, like a premonition. They said the screech owls cried from the ridges with a sound that wasn't just a call, but a shiver looking for a spine to run down. In the folklore of those hills, a screech owl calling near a home was a death warning, a sign that a soul was about to be claimed. And the owls, they say, were crying nightly over the Silver cabin. But the most dangerous omen wasn't in the sky. It was sitting across the hearth. Charlie Silver had become a stranger in his own home. The restlessness that had always been part of him had curdled into something darker. He was a caged animal, pacing the confines of his small life, and his eyes were fixed on the distant promise of the West. Every mention of leaving, every coin he saved and hid away, wasn't just a plan, it was a threat. His presence in the cabin was no longer a comfort for Frankie, but a constant, grinding source of tension. He was the human catalyst, the walking, breathing prophecy of the disaster to come. And Frankie felt it. She felt it in the pit of her stomach, a cold knot that had nothing to do with the winter chill. She would stand in the doorway of the cabin with baby Nancy on her hip and look out at the woods. The familiar trees now seemed to cast long, grasping fingers of shadow. The wind whistling through the hollow sounded like it was whispering a warning she couldn't quite understand. It was a suffocating sense of dread, the feeling you get when you're standing on a precipice in the dark. She couldn't have known what was about to happen, but she knew with every fiber of her being that her world was about to be torn apart. The night of December 22nd, 1831, arrived cold and clear. Inside the Silver cabin, the fire in the hearth would have been battling the bitter chill, casting flickering shadows that danced on the rough-hewn log walls. The baby, Nancy, was asleep, and in that suffocating little room, the final act began. We will never know the exact words that were spoken between Frankie and Charlie. The fire was the only witness, and it keeps its secrets. But we know that a line was crossed, a point from which there could be no retreat. Perhaps it happened just as the prosecution later claimed. Charlie, his mind set on a new life in the West, finally told her. Maybe he said it calmly, maybe he said it cruelly. He was leaving. He was taking the money they had scraped together. And most devastating of all, he was taking their daughter. For Frankie, this would have been a declaration of war, a sentence of slow starvation and disgrace in the wilderness. In that moment, he ceased to be her husband and became the man who was going to steal her child and destroy her world. Or maybe the mountain legend is true. Maybe Charlie came home that night not with a plan, but with a bottle's worth of rage inside him. Maybe an argument over nothing exploded into violence. The legend whispers that he threatened Frankie, that he even threatened to harm the baby. In this version, Frankie wasn't a woman scorned, she was a mother protecting her young. He wasn't a man with a dream of the West. He was a drunken monster who had brought the terror of the outside world into the one place she was supposed to be safe. Whichever story is true, the result was the same. A final, unbearable choice was forced upon Frankie Silver. And in that cabin, there was a tool. It was an axe. It was not a weapon of murder. It was an instrument of survival, used every single day to split the firewood that kept them from freezing to death. It was a familiar weight in a woman's hands. As Charlie turned his back, or as he fell into a drunken, snoring sleep by the fire, Frankie's hand closed around that smooth, worn handle. The decision was made. The argument was over. The whispers and the fears of the past months all converged into one single, terrible point of focus. The firelight glinted on the polished steel of the axe head. The sound of her own heart was likely a deafening drum in her ears. In the silence that followed the last angry word, she lifted the tool that had kept her family alive, and in the next moment, she would use it to end her husband's life. The first drops of blood were about to fall. We must now step into that cabin, into the moment after the axe has fallen. There was no scream. There was only a dull, wet thud that was nothing like the sound of splitting firewood. It was a soft, final sound. And then, a silence so complete it seemed to swallow the crackle of the fire itself. In that instant, the world stopped. Charlie Silver lay still on the floor, a dark stain spreading slowly from his head into the packed earth. The argument was over. The threats were silenced. And a new, more terrible reality had begun. Imagine the scene. The firelight flickers, casting long, wavering shadows across the room. The baby, Nancy, stirs in her sleep, but does not wake. For Frankie, this must have been a moment of pure, frozen terror. The man who had been her husband, the father of her child, was now just a body. An impossible problem. He was too heavy to move, too large to bury in the frozen winter ground. To leave him was to be discovered instantly. And in that small, isolated space, a desperate, gruesome plan began to form in the mind of a terrified 18-year-old girl. What followed was not an act of rage, but a feat of horrific, back-breaking labor. In the long, cold hours of that December night, Frankie Silver, a small woman by all accounts, began the task of dismantling her husband's body. She used the same tools they used for survival, the axe that had killed him, the knives they used for skinning deer. This was not the work of a monster reveling in gore. It was the frantic mechanical work of someone trying to erase a terrible truth, to make a man disappear. The only witness was the fire in the hearth. That fire, which had been the heart of their home, the source of warmth and life, now became a hungry mouth. Piece by piece, she fed the flames. The smoke that curled up the chimney and out into the cold mountain air would have changed, growing heavy and greasy, carrying a secret that would stain the very stones of the fireplace. The smell in that cabin must have been unimaginable, the air thick with the evidence of her work. Some parts would not burn. For these, she pried up the heavy puncheon floorboards of her own home. She dug into the cold, damp earth beneath the cabin and buried what the fire could not consume. With every handful of dirt she replaced, she was turning her home into a grave, a tomb sealed by her own hands. The pools of blood seeped down between the logs, a silent testament to the slaughter that had occurred just a few feet above. According to the stories, one piece was treated differently. The heart. It wasn't burned or buried with the rest. It was hidden away separately, found later in a hollowed-out stump near the cabin. Why? Was this a final symbolic act of hatred? Or was it something else, a moment of confusion in a mind pushed past the edge of sanity? We will never know. It remains one of the most chilling and inexplicable details of the entire affair. As the first grey light of dawn crept over the mountain ridges, the work was finally done. The fire smoldered with a strange, unnatural heat. The floorboards were back in place. From the outside, the cabin looked just as it always had, a lonely puff of smoke rising into the winter sky. But inside, everything had changed. Frankie Silver was alone with her child, and a secret that was buried in the ashes and under the floor, a secret that could never be contained. Let us, for a moment, try to do what the court never could. Let's try to step inside the mind of Frankie Silver in those terrifying hours. This is not to excuse what she did, but to understand the mechanics of how a human being can arrive at such a brutal act. What switch flips in a person's mind to turn a wife and mother into a killer who could dismember her husband by the light of their own hearth fire? Let's first walk the path the prosecution laid out, the path of the jealous monster. In this version, her mind was a pressure cooker of resentment and fear. The core of her logic was twisted but simple. He is going to destroy me. In her world, a woman abandoned by her husband, her child stolen away, was a non-person. She would be an object of pity and scorn, left to starve or depend on the charity of relatives who already saw her as an outsider. Charlie's plan to go west wasn't just a betrayal, it was an act of annihilation. The switch flipped the moment his threat became real. The instant he said the words, he ceased to be her husband and became a mortal enemy who had to be stopped. What followed was not a crime of passion, but an act of ice-cold logic. The dismemberment, then, was not a frenzy. It was a problem to be solved. A grim, terrible task performed with the methodical efficiency of a woman who had spent her entire life learning how to survive in the wilderness. But there is another path, the one whispered in the mountains. The path of the terrified victim. Here, the logic is not twisted. It is primal. He is going to kill my child. In this scenario, Charlie is not a man with a plan, but a drunken, violent force of nature. The switch flips the instant his rage turns towards the baby's crib. In that second, all thought of wife, husband, law, and future vanishes. There is only the mother animal, cornered in her den, protecting her young from a predator. The axe is not a tool of murder. It is a fang, a claw, a desperate act of defense. What happens next is not cold calculation, but pure, shrieking panic. The dismemberment is a frantic, horrifying attempt to hide what she has done, driven by the certain knowledge that no one will ever believe her. She isn't trying to erase a man. She's trying to erase a moment of justifiable terror that she knows will be her death sentence. After the deed was done, did she feel triumph, relief, or a chilling, bottomless emptiness? If she was the jealous killer, she might have felt a grim sense of victory, the quiet of a problem solved, quickly replaced by the cold fear of discovery. If she was the abused wife, she would have felt nothing but a hollow, ringing terror, a mind shattered by what she'd been forced to do. Only Frankie knew which path she walked in her own mind. And that is the most terrifying part of all. In the days that followed, an unnatural quiet settled over the Silver cabin. It was the silence of a secret. Frankie moved like a ghost through the small room, tending to the baby, stoking the fire, sweeping the dirt floor with a frantic energy. To any neighbor who might pass, she would have looked like a woman waiting for her husband to return from a long hunt. But inside, the air was thick with what was missing. Every creak of the logs, every cry from the baby, must have sounded like an accusation. The outside world soon came knocking. First came the questions, casual at first. Seen Charlie? Frankie had her stories ready, but they shifted like smoke. To one person, she'd say he'd gone off on a long hunting trip and was overdue. To another, she'd let slip a more bitter tale, that he'd taken the money they had saved, abandoned her and the child, and run off to the west. The stories didn't match, and in a community where every detail was noted and remembered, these contradictions were like cracks appearing in a frozen river. Her fight for survival had become a performance. She had to play the part of the wronged wife, worried but also resentful. She had to manage her grief, her fear, and her lie all at once, under the constant, watchful gaze of the community. Little Nancy was her anchor, the living reason for what she had done. But the child was also a constant reminder of the man who was gone, making the charade that much harder to maintain. But Charlie's family, especially his father Jacob and his brother John, they weren't buying it. They knew Charlie. He was a skilled woodsman, yes, but he was also a silver. He wouldn't just vanish without a word, leaving his rifle and his dogs behind. Abandoning his family was one thing, but leaving his hunting tools was something else entirely. It was a detail that was fundamentally wrong, a note so out of tune it made their teeth ache. Their suspicion grew from a quiet unease into a certainty. Something terrible had happened to their boy. So they started the hunt. It wasn't a formal posse of lawmen, not at first. It was the clan, the family, taking matters into their own hands. They gathered their neighbors and began to search the woods, the creeks, the ravines around the cabin. Days turned into a week. They found no tracks, no sign of a hunting camp, no trace of a man lost in the wilderness. And with every failed search, all eyes turned back to the one place every trail led, the little log cabin where Frankie Silver waited with her shifting stories and a fire that never seemed to go out. The hunt for a missing man was about to become a search for a body. The moment the first piece of Charlie Silver's body was pulled from beneath the cabin floor, the whispers in the community turned into a roar. A line was drawn in the dirt, as clear and deep as the Tow River itself. You were either for the Silvers or you were for the Stewarts. There was no middle ground, no place for neutrality. The murder of one man had become a war between two clans, and every single person in that part of the mountains was forced to choose a side. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these places became the tense gathering points for the factions. The Silver camp was loud, fueled by righteous fury and raw grief. Charlie was their son, their brother, their friend. They told the story of a cold-blooded she-devil who had lured their boy to his doom. Neighbors who had hunted with Charlie, men who owed Jacob Silver a favor, and those who simply believed in the old law of an eye for an eye, they all stood with the Silvers, their voices demanding justice, which to them meant a rope. On the other side, the Stewart clan circled the wagons. Frankie was their daughter, their blood. They may have been horrified, they may have been confused, but they would not abandon one of their own to the mercy of the Silvers. Their camp was quieter, more watchful. Their loyalty gave rise to a powerful conspiracy of silence. Many people knew Charlie had a temper. Many had heard the rumors of his planned abandonment, but who would dare speak of it now? To defend Frankie, even to suggest there might be another side to the story, was to paint a target on your own back. The Silvers were a powerful family, and their anger was a dangerous fire. Fear became a currency, and silence was the only way to stay safe. This division wasn't just abstract, it played out in small, defining actions. Frankie's own mother and brother were immediately suspected of helping her, of choosing the loyalty of blood over the law of men. A neighbor who might have seen them near the cabin that night would have looked the other way, his silence a shield for himself and an alibi for them. In contrast, another neighbor, seeing the greasy smoke pouring from the chimney for days, finally worked up the courage to tell Jacob Silver his suspicions. That act wasn't just sharing information, it was a public declaration of allegiance, a brave or foolish step, depending on who you asked. The community had fractured, turning lifelong friends into wary strangers and neighbors into potential enemies. After the verdict, Frankie Silver was a dead woman walking. But her family, the Stewart clan, refused to accept it. To them, the trial in Morganton had been a farce, a piece of legal theater orchestrated by the Silvers. Justice wasn't a blindfolded woman with a scale, it was a rope with a noose, and it was meant for their daughter. So her father, Isaiah, and her uncle concocted a desperate plan born from love and defiance. One night, a set of boys' clothes was smuggled into Frankie's cell. She was a small woman, and with her hair cut short, she could pass. They broke her out of the Morganton jail, and she vanished into the night. The Blue Ridge Mountains that had cradled her in her youth now became her last, best hiding place. With her father as her guide, Frankie fled back into the familiar labyrinth of ridges and hollows. They moved like ghosts, following game trails and creek beds, sleeping in caves and thickets. For a short, breathless time, she was free. She was no longer Frankie Silver, the convicted killer. She was just a boy, lost in the woods, a shadow among shadows. The mountains, which had been her cage, were now her sanctuary, their ancient silence her only shield. But back in the flatlands, a firestorm of rage had erupted. A posse was formed, led by the sheriff, but fueled by the cold fury of the Silver Clan. They would not be cheated of their justice. A reward was posted, a substantial sum of money that echoed through the hills and hollows. It was a poison seed planted in the heart of the community. Suddenly, every neighbor, every old family friend had a price tag on their loyalty. The hunt for Frankie Silver became a hunt for gold. The chase was a desperate game of cat and mouse played out across miles of unforgiving terrain. The posse had numbers and dogs, but Frankie and her father had knowledge. They knew the secret paths, the places a stranger would never find. For days, they eluded capture, living off the land, always moving. You can just imagine the terror of it, the constant listening for the baying of hounds on the wind, the fear of a snapped twig giving away their position, the exhaustion that ground them down day by day. Finally, starving and exhausted, they were forced to seek help. They made their way across the county line into Rutherford, to the home of a family they thought they could trust. They took in the weary old man and the quiet, haunted-looking boy with him. For a moment, there was warmth, a hot meal, a chance to rest. But Frankie could not disguise her eyes. They were the one part of her that told her true story. The family recognized her, and the lure of the reward money was too strong. A quiet message was sent. The moment of capture wasn't a fierce firefight in the woods. It was a quiet, sickening betrayal. The sheriff and his men simply walked into the cabin. There was no struggle. Frankie, exhausted and cornered, knew the game was over. She had been run to ground not by the lawman's skill, but by a neighbor's greed. The mountains had given her a brief, wild freedom, but in the end, it was the people who lived among them who sealed her fate. The trial of Frankie Silver in March of 1832 was not a search for truth. It was a public spectacle. You have to picture the Morganton courthouse. It wasn't a sterile, quiet chamber of law. It was a tinderbox packed with bodies, smelling of wet wool and simmering hatred. Armed guards stood at the doors, not just to keep the prisoner in, but to keep the community from tearing itself apart. On one side of the room sat the Silver Clan, their faces carved from stone, their eyes burning with a demand for vengeance. On the other side, huddled together, were the Stuarts, silent and grim, watching their world crumble. And in the middle of it all sat Frankie Silver. She was a small, silent figure, almost a child, swallowed up by the heavy machinery of the law. The most brutal fact of her trial was not the evidence against her, but the gag that the law itself had placed over her mouth. Under the legal customs of that time, an accused person could not testify in their own defense. She was a ghost at her own trial, forced to listen as lawyers and witnesses constructed the story of her life and her crime, while she was forbidden to speak a single word. She could not confirm, she could not deny, she could not explain. The prosecution had an easy task. The lawyer laid out the evidence piece by horrifying piece. He presented the bone fragments from the hearth, the blood-soaked earth from beneath the floorboards, the testimony of the searchers. He painted a simple, damning picture of a jealous, monstrous woman who had butchered her husband in a fit of rage because he planned to leave her. It was a story that was clean, brutal, and easy for a jury to understand. What could her lawyers do? They were hamstrung, fighting a ghost story with a mountain of physical evidence. They could argue points of law, they could question the witnesses, but they could not put their client on the stand to tell her side of the story. They couldn't tell the jury about Charlie's temper or about a potential threat to the baby, because the only person who could testify to that was legally silenced. They were fighting a fire with their bare hands. The verdict, when it came, was no surprise. The jury barely had to deliberate. The word guilty echoed in the tense courtroom. A wave of grim satisfaction rolled through the Silver side of the room. On the Stewart side, there was only the quiet devastation of the inevitable. The judge, his duty clear, sentenced Frances Silver to be hanged by the neck until she was dead. The law of men had spoken. The formal process of justice, as understood by the courts in Morganton, was complete. But looking at that small, muzzled woman being led away in chains, one has to ask the question that has haunted these mountains ever since. Was justice actually served? Or was it simply the final formal act of a tragedy whose ending had already been written in blood and ashes? The day Frankie Silver was hanged, a heavy silence fell over Morganton. The spectacle was over. But for the families involved, the story was just entering its next long chapter. For the Silvers, the verdict was not a victory, and the execution was not a release. They had their justice, their eye for an eye, but it didn't bring Charlie back. The horror of his death became a dark stone in the foundation of their family, a cautionary tale whispered to future generations about the dangers of marrying an outsider. The name Frankie Silver became a curse in their homes, a synonym for the ultimate betrayal. The justice they had won felt as cold and empty as a winter grave. For Frankie's family, the Stewarts, the shame was a poison that seeped into the ground they walked on. They were now the kin of a convicted killer, the first woman ever hanged in North Carolina. They bore the weight of her crime in every sideways glance at the general store, in every conversation that stopped when they approached. Her father, Isaiah, who had risked everything to break her out of jail, was a broken man. He lived out his days under a cloud of grief and suspicion. The family that had been proud and independent was now marked, forced to live with the consequences of an act they did not commit, but could never escape. And what of the child at the heart of it all? Little Nancy Silver was now an orphan, her legacy a horror story. Her mother had murdered her father. She was raised by relatives, growing up in the shadow of a tragedy she was too young to remember, but could never outrun. She was the living, breathing embodiment of that terrible night, a constant reminder of the blood that connected the two feuding families. Her life would be forever defined by the actions of her parents, a quiet testament to the innocent lives that are shattered in the wake of such violence. In the wider community, a collective amnesia began to set in. The story was too ugly, the divisions it created too deep. To heal, the community had to forget. People stopped talking about Frankie Silver. Her name was scrubbed from polite conversation. The brutal murder, the sensational trial, the dramatic escape, it was all pushed down, buried under the relentless demands of survival. The scar on the community was deep, and the only way to live with it was to pretend it wasn't there, to cover it with a thick blanket of silence. But in the mountains, stories don't die. They just go to sleep, waiting for the right voice to wake them up again. And what is left of this story today? If you go looking for the physical traces of Frankie Silver, you will find mostly ghosts. The one-room cabin is long gone, its logs rotted back into the earth, reclaimed by the deep woods of the Tow River Valley. The forest has swallowed it whole, erasing the scar from the land, but not from the memory. The exact spot where the gallows stood in Morganton is a matter of debate, likely a paved street corner or a parking lot now, a place people pass every day without knowing they are walking over ground that was once consecrated by a terrible and public death. You will not find a tombstone for Frankie Silver. After the hanging, her body was likely given to her father, who buried her in an unmarked grave, perhaps in the family plot, perhaps at a lonely crossroads, as was the custom for those who died in disgrace. The exact location is a secret that died with him. In a way, This lack of a final resting place is her most fitting memorial. It has allowed her to become more than a historical figure. She is a legend, a ghost without a home, a whisper that still haunts the hollows. But the most powerful echo isn't in a place, it's in the people. The Silvers and the Stuarts still live in those mountains. For over a century, the two families lived in a state of tense silence, the memory of the murder a deep, uncrossable chasm between them. But in recent decades, the descendants of both Frankie and Charlie, many of them descended directly from their orphaned daughter Nancy, have begun to come together. They hold joint reunions, not to forget the tragedy, but to finally acknowledge their shared, tangled, and bloody roots. They are living proof that the wounds of the past, even the deepest ones, can eventually begin to heal. And yet, the most enduring monument to this entire tragedy is not made of stone or of flesh and blood. It is made of words and a simple, haunting melody. The ballad of Frankie Silver, whether it was her confession or her father's creation, became her true headstone. It escaped the mountains and was carried across the country by folk singers and storytellers. The ballad is what kept her story alive, ensuring that even when the community tried to bury it in silence, her name would never truly be forgotten. The people tried to move on, the buildings fell, and the graves were lost, but the mountains remember. And in the quiet hollows, if you listen closely, you can still hear the echo of that lonesome, tragic song. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing in the cold ashes of that 1831 cabin. Was Frankie Silver a cold-blooded monster of jealousy? Or was she a terrified victim of abuse who made a desperate last stand? The honest answer is that we will never know. The law of her time did not care about her reasons, her fears, or her side of the story. It cared only about the horrifying evidence found under her floorboards. Because she was legally forbidden to speak, we are left forever with two competing ghosts, the ghost of a brutally murdered man and the ghost of his wife's untold truth. The official record calls her a killer. The mountain legend calls her a victim. The reality is buried with her in that unmarked grave, and it will remain there forever. This story, then, is more than just a grim tale of murder. It is a profound and chilling lesson about the power of a voice and the terrible consequences of silence. Frankie Silver was silenced by the law, but an entire community was silenced by fear and by a fierce clan loyalty that chose sides instead of seeking truth. Her story warns us what happens when justice becomes a synonym for vengeance, and when a person's humanity is stripped away until they are nothing more than the sum of their worst possible act. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the immense weight of the past in these mountains, and how a single act of violence can send ripples of grief and division down through the generations. The court of men gave its verdict. The whispers of the mountains gave another. And now, you have heard the evidence, the rumors, and the legends that surround one of Appalachia's darkest and most enduring tragedies. The truth itself is lost to the wind that blows through the Tow River Valley. But the story, the warning, the mystery, the sorrow of it all, that story is now yours to keep. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Can the dead speak? And more importantly, if they did, would anyone listen? In Greenbrier County, West Virginia, in 1897, this wasn't just a campfire tale. It became the basis for a murder trial. The official report said that a young woman named Zona Heaster had simply died of an everlasting faint. But her mother knew the truth was far darker. She swore that her daughter's spirit returned from beyond the grave to name its own killer. They say a ghost can't testify in court. But in the old mountains of Appalachia, the veil between this world and the next is paper thin. Before the whispers and the shadows, there was just Greenbrier County, a place carved out of the Appalachian mountains where the hollows hold the morning mist like a secret and life moves with the rhythm of the seasons. It was a hard land, but an honest one. People here knew their neighbors, they knew the old stories, and they knew that some things in this world couldn't be explained by logic or law. This was the world of Elva Zona Hista, a young woman as vibrant and untamed as the mountains she called home. Locals just called her Zona. She was a beauty, with a spirit that refused to be broken. In a time when a woman's reputation was a fragile thing, Zona had already weathered a storm, having borne a child out of wedlock. But shame wasn't in her nature. She held her head high, her laughter echoing in the hills, a testament to a soul that craved life and love without condition. She was a daughter of these mountains, and she was looking for a future as bright as her own spirit. Then a stranger rode into town. His name was Erasmus Shue, but folks called him Trout. He was a blacksmith, strong and handsome, with a smooth way of talking that could charm a bird from a tree. He was new, a man without a past, or at least without one he was willing to share. When his eyes met Zona's, a spark ignited that was too powerful for either of them to ignore. He wasn't like the local boys. He spoke of a life beyond the confines of Greenbrier, a life filled with passion and promise. Their romance was a whirlwind, a sudden fire that burned hot and fast. Trout showered Zona with affection, painting a picture of a perfect life together. For a girl who had known hardship, his words were like a sweet melody, promising a home, a name, and a love that would protect her from the world's judgment. She was completely captivated, seeing in him not just a husband, but the fulfillment of all her dreams. But one person saw not a dream, but a nightmare. Zona's mother, Mary Jane Hester, felt a chill every time Trout Shue was near. A mother's intuition is an ancient and powerful thing, and hers screamed that something was wrong. She saw a darkness behind his charming smile, a predator's stillness in his eyes. She warned Zona, begged her to be careful, but her daughter was blinded by the light of first love, deaf to the warnings of a woman who had learned to listen to the whispers of the mountains. In October of 1896, against her mother's wishes, Zona married Trout. They moved into a small house near the blacksmith shop, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed like Zona's dream had come true. She was Mrs. Shue, a wife with a home and a future. But the Appalachian winter was closing in, long and cold, and a darkness far deeper than the winter nights was gathering over that little house. The dream of a happy life, built so quickly, shattered just as fast. The Appalachian winter had settled deep into the bones of the mountains, but on January 23, 1897, a chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran through Greenbrier County. It had been only 3 months since the wedding. A young boy, sent by Trout Shue on an errand to his home, found a scene of shocking stillness. Zona was lying at the bottom of the stairs, lifeless. The boy ran, his feet pounding the frozen earth, his heart hammering against his ribs, carrying the terrible news back to town. By the time help arrived, led by the local doctor George Knapp, the scene was already changed. Trout Shue had carried his wife's body upstairs and laid her on their bed. He was wild with a grief that seemed too loud, too performative. He threw himself upon her, his sobs echoing through the small house, creating a wall of sound and sorrow that kept everyone at a distance. He was a man drowning in despair, or so it seemed. The doctor, faced with a hysterical husband and no obvious signs of a struggle, could only do so much. But as the community gathered to prepare for the funeral, Trout's behavior grew stranger, more controlling. Now, in those days, preparing a body for burial was a sacred ritual performed by family and female neighbors. It was a final act of care and respect. But Trout refused to let anyone touch his wife. He insisted on dressing Zona himself, a task he performed alone behind a closed door. When he was done, she was presented in her finest dress, a beautiful garment with one very peculiar feature, a high, stiff collar that reached all the way to her chin. As if the collar weren't enough, Trout then wrapped a large scarf around her neck, explaining tearfully that it had been her favorite. In the coffin, her head seemed oddly loose, and he propped it up with pillows on either side. Any time a mourner came close to pay their respects, to touch her hand or adjust the pillows, Trout would fly into a rage, his grief turning instantly to aggression. He hovered over the head of the coffin, weeping and wailing, physically shielding her neck from view. The whispers started then. People had seen grief before, but this was different. This felt like a man guarding a secret. Knapp, influenced by Trout's frantic behavior and the lack of an autopsy, recorded the official cause of death as an everlasting faint. He later amended it to complications from childbirth, trying to find a medical reason for such a sudden tragedy. With a doctor's signature on the certificate, there were no more questions to be asked, at least not by the law. Zona Heaster-Shue was buried in the local cemetery, her high collar and scarf intact. The cold earth covered the coffin, the case was closed, and a terrible secret was seemingly buried forever. For the town of Greenbrier, the story was over. A tragedy, yes, but a closed chapter. For Mary Jane Heaster, however, the real story was just beginning. In the dead quiet of her home, her daughter's absence was a deafening roar. Grief gnawed at her, but beneath it was a cold, hard certainty. Zona had not just died. She had been taken. Mary Jane prayed, not for comfort, but for truth. She begged for a sign, any sign, to prove what her heart already knew. And in the deep, silent nights of that Appalachian winter, her prayers were answered. It started with a cold. Not the kind that seeps in from a drafty window, but a cold that rose from the floorboards, a deathly chill that settled deep in her bones. For 4 nights in a row, the same thing happened. The room would grow frigid, and a faint light would begin to glow in the darkness, coalescing into the form of her daughter, Zona. She wasn't a terrifying specter, but a figure of profound sadness, her form shimmering like moonlight through mist, her eyes pleading. And then she spoke, her voice like the rustle of frozen leaves. The ghost of Zona told a story that made her mother's blood run cold. She spoke of Trout Shue, not as the charming blacksmith the town knew, but as a man of sudden, violent tempers. On that final evening, his rage had ignited over something as simple as the evening meal. He had come home expecting meat for dinner, and when he found there was none, a storm broke inside their little house. It was an argument, like many couples have, but it was laced with a darkness that Zona had come to fear. Her daughter's spirit recounted the final horrifying moments. The argument escalated, and in a flash of fury, Trout grabbed her. The ghost didn't speak of a struggle, it spoke of a sudden, brutal finality. She told her mother that he had clamped his hands around her neck, his rage giving him an inhuman strength. Then came the part of the vision that would be seared into Mary Jane's mind forever. To show her mother exactly what had happened, the spirit of Zona slowly turned its head. It turned and turned, past the point where a living neck could go, all the way around, until a faint, dry snap echoed in the silent room. A sound that was the final punctuation mark on her daughter's life. The apparition explained everything. It explained why her head was so loose in the coffin, why Trout had propped it with pillows. It explained the high, stiff collar and the carefully placed scarf. They were all meant to hide the terrible truth of his hands. For 4 nights, the ghost returned, telling the same story, reinforcing the same horrible details, until Mary Jane was no longer just a grieving mother. She was a witness. She was the keeper of a testimony delivered from the other side of the veil, and she knew she could not stay silent. When the 4th night passed, and the ghost of her daughter did not return, a new kind of silence fell over Mary Jane Heaster's home. It was no longer the silence of grief, but the heavy silence of purpose. The story her daughter's spirit had shared was now a weight in her soul, a truth she had to carry out into the world of the living. She knew how it would sound. A woman, already half mad with sorrow, telling tales of a visitor from the grave. They would call her a fool, or worse, a liar. But the image of Zona's head turning, the ghostly echo of that final, terrible sound, it gave her a courage that no amount of ridicule could shake. With a resolve as hard as the frozen Appalachian ground, she went to the county prosecutor, John Alfred Preston. You can just imagine the scene. A man of law and logic, sitting behind a desk piled with earthly matters, suddenly confronted by a woman whose chief witness was a ghost. Preston listened, his expression unreadable, as Mary Jane recounted the 4 nights of visitations. She didn't flinch or falter, describing the icy cold, the shimmering light, and the horrifying story that came with it. On its face, the story was unbelievable, the kind of mountain folklore that had no place in a courtroom. But Preston was a thoughtful man, and he remembered the whispers that had followed Zona's funeral. He remembered the reports of Trout Shoe's bizarre, possessive grief. He remembered the high collar and the scarf. Mary Jane's tale, as wild as it was, provided a chilling explanation for all of it. It was a single strange key for a lock no one else could open. Her story wasn't just a vision, it was a theory of the crime that made perfect, terrible sense. Risking his career and his reputation, Preston made a decision. He would listen to the ghost. He went back to Dr. Knapp and, armed with Mary Jane's conviction, persuaded him that something was deeply wrong. An order was given for the exhumation of Zona Heaster Shue. On February 22, 1897, a small group of men stood in the cold silence of the cemetery. The work was grim, the sound of shovels striking frozen earth a violation of the peace. They raised the coffin, and in a makeshift autopsy room, the truth was finally brought into the light. The high collar and scarf were removed, and there, on Zona's neck, was the proof. Bruises, shaped like fingerprints, were still visible on her skin. Dr. Knapp's examination was thorough this time. He found that her windpipe had been crushed, and then he felt her neck. The first and second vertebrae were dislocated. Her neck had been broken. Every single detail from the ghost's testimony was now cold, undeniable, physical fact. The whispers of a ghost had led them to the evidence. The law, which had been so quick to close the case, now moved with swift and terrible purpose. The charm and the tears of Erasmus Trout Shue were now meaningless. He was no longer the tragic widower. He was the monster from his dead wife's story. The manhunt was short because the culprit had been hiding in plain sight all along. Trout Shue was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife. The trial of Trout Shue became a sensation. Word of the Greenbrier ghost spread through the mountains like wildfire, drawing crowds to the courthouse in Lewisburg. This wasn't just a murder trial. It was a spectacle, a clash between the modern world of law and the ancient world of mountain belief. The courtroom was packed, a sea of faces, some hungry for justice, others just hungry for a good story. Prosecutor Preston had a strong case built on the solid scientific evidence of the autopsy. He had the broken neck, the crushed windpipe, the bruises. He had the facts. But he knew the heart of the story. The thing that had brought them all here was Mary Jane Heaster's spectral visitor. The defense attorney, on the other hand, saw Mary Jane as his greatest asset. He believed her story was so outlandish, so patently insane, that he could use it to discredit the entire investigation. He thought he could paint her as an unreliable, hysterical woman whose grief had pushed her into delusion. He planned to make a mockery of her testimony and, by extension, the entire prosecution. It was a fatal miscalculation. When Mary Jane took the stand, the courtroom fell silent. The defense attorney began his cross-examination, his tone dripping with condescension. He asked her about the ghost, expecting her to become flustered, to contradict herself, to crumble under the pressure of the court's scrutiny. He asked if the ghost's feet were bare. He asked what she was wearing. He asked if she spoke in a whisper. He was trying to catch her in a lie. But Mary Jane Heaster did not crumble. With an unshakable calm and a sincerity that was spellbinding, she answered every question. She looked directly at the jury, 12 men of the mountains who understood a world that wasn't always visible to the naked eye. She told them, under oath, about the 4 nights her daughter came to her. Her testimony was filled with the small, human details that make a story real. Her voice never wavered. She was not a mad woman. She was a mother, delivering a message. The attorney's strategy backfired spectacularly. Instead of making her look foolish, he had given her the stage to tell her incredible story to the jury, who listened, captivated. Her testimony had a profound effect. While the ghost's testimony was not officially entered as evidence, it filled the courtroom with a truth that was more powerful than any legal document. It gave the cold, clinical facts of the autopsy a voice and a motive. It explained why a man would act so strangely at a funeral, why he would cover his wife's neck with such care. The jury looked at Trout Shue, sitting defiant and smirking at the defendant's table, and they saw him not just through the eyes of the law, but through the eyes of Zona's ghost. On July 11, 1897, the jury delivered its verdict. Guilty. Erasmus Trout Shue was sentenced to life in prison. The law of man had delivered its justice, but everyone in that courtroom knew it had been guided by a justice from somewhere else entirely. Trout Shue, the charming blacksmith, was sent to the state penitentiary in Moundsville, where he died just 3 years later, taking whatever was left of his secrets with him to the grave. The slam of the prison gate on Trout Shue was not the end of this story. In fact, once he was safely behind bars, the truth he had hidden for so long began to seep out like poison from a wound. Investigators, prompted by the sensational trial, started digging into his past. It turned out Zona wasn't his first wife, or even his second. A dark, terrifying pattern began to emerge. His first wife had divorced him, citing extreme and brutal cruelty. His second wife had died just a year into their marriage under circumstances that now seemed chillingly familiar, a sudden, mysterious fall. The mountains had been sheltering a predator for years. The ghost of Zona Heaster hadn't just sought justice for herself. Her voice from the grave had unmasked a man who was likely a serial abuser and murderer, a man who had used his charm to lure women to their deaths, confident that the isolation of these hills would keep his secrets buried. His conviction wasn't just a victory for one family, it was a reckoning that had been a long time coming. Today, if you travel those winding West Virginia roads into Greenbrier County, you can still find the physical traces of this story. You can visit the Soul Chapel Methodist Cemetery, a quiet, humble place where Zona Heaster Shue is buried. Her tombstone stands as a silent testament to a life cut tragically short. For decades, it has been a pilgrimage site for those who know the story, a place to stand and wonder at the power of a mother's love and the thinness of the veil. But the most incredible piece of this story's legacy stands not in the cemetery, but alongside the road for all to see. It's a historical marker, the kind you see all over the country commemorating battles and births. But this one is different. Cast in metal for the state of West Virginia to acknowledge forever, the plaque reads, "Interred in a nearby cemetery is Zona Heaster Shue. Her death in 1897 was presumed natural until her spirit appeared to her mother to describe how she was killed by her husband. An autopsy on the exhumed body verified the ghost's testimony." It ends with a sentence that still sends a shiver down the spine. The only known case in which testimony from a ghost helped convict a murderer. The court records are filed away. The people who filled that courtroom are long gone, but the mountains remember. The story of the Greenbrier ghost has become woven into the very fabric of Appalachian folklore, a tale told around fires and on front porches. It serves as a permanent reminder that in this land of mist and shadow, some bonds are stronger than death, and some truths will find a way to be heard, even if they have to cross the threshold of the grave to do it. So we come back to the question we started with. Can the dead speak? And would we listen if they did? Skeptics will say that Mary Jane Heaster was a shrewd and desperate woman, that she cleverly took the town's whispers and her own suspicions and wove them into a ghost story, the only tool she had to force the hand of a legal system that had already dismissed her daughter's death. In a world where a woman's word meant little, perhaps the word of a ghost was the only testimony that could not be ignored. But whether you believe it was a spirit returned from the grave or the manifestation of a mother's unbreakable love, the truth that was unearthed is the same. This story isn't just about a ghost, it's about a voice that refused to be silenced. It's about the fierce, primal power of a mother's intuition in a world that often trusts only what it can see and touch. It teaches us that sometimes justice doesn't come from laws written in books, but from a truth that whispers from just beyond our understanding. The story of the Greenbrier ghost has become a permanent part of the American landscape because it speaks to a fundamental hope, that love is stronger than death, that evil will ultimately be exposed, and that even in the deepest silence, a cry for justice will find a way to be heard. It is a chilling, beautiful reminder that in the old mountains, some secrets refuse to stay buried.